Well, oh, default. Interesting. Cancel. Hold on.
Sure. Are we like? Yeah, I can hear you, but I have to say, are we on the stream?
Yeah, I think we are.
All right, so for everybody on Honorok's channel that is live with us here, I'm TANNON Grace. I'm joined by Doomwake. We're going to be bringing you paper coverage of the Syracuse Modern 30K that's going on today, and special shout out to our sponsor Metafy for this weekend. Exclamation point Metafy in the chat. We'll give you all the information you need on there. But just for a little information for people listening right now, that's a coaching platform for all competitive games and your little Magic, some fighting games, some like that. Fellow commentators with us this weekend, Jarvis and REID Duke, are actually on Metafy as coaches themselves. Again, that's exclamation point Metafy in the chat. Doomik, I don't know if you've ever done coaching or gotten coaching yourself for Magic, but I know that I've done both ends, and I've definitely seen the good that can come of it. I think we had some Twitter discourse this week about coaching really come
Oh,
up.
Twitter discourse.
Yeah, from
You
the
it's
Magic
always
heads.
Twitter discourse.
And I just want the funny thing is I just wanted to comment on it because people were like talking about it was like the goods and bads of it, and then people were talking about like how much you should be charging, which is like neither here nor there. But I just wanted to respond to it, and like every thread that I saw with I've gotten coaching multiple times throughout my entire career, and it's been nothing but a positive every time.
Yeah, I personally have not had coaching or done coaching as of yet. I've seen Metafy. They're a great website. I was looking on the website to see who was available, and they have a Magic Online category and a Magic Arena category. So there's a whole bunch of a slew of just murderer's row of who's who in terms of the pro community and stuff like that. So it seems like it's a great website. Personally, I've never done it before, but it's something that definitely might consider down the road.
Yeah, and it's something that you can like appreciate from any point of like where you are in Magic, right? Like, are you an F&M grinder that's looking to make, your next step towards that competitive play? It's a really good thing to do, right? Because like you're going to get help from a person who not only is like, very good at Magic, but, has experience in helping you take that next step, right? And helps build on those fundamentals that you have in place and then, push you to that next level. Or if, hey, you know what, I'm a little bit higher than that, right? Like I'm already a PTQ grinder or whatever, right? I've been to some Grand Prix, but I want to make that next step. Like I want to make my first pro tour, right? Like I want to play in Atlanta, coming up for one of these events. And you need a deep dive into like a very specific format. You're right. I want to do really well in Pioneer, right? So I know, I'm good with these like 3 decks. These are the 3 decks that I own. What can I do in this format to really, really push myself further? And that's the kind of coaching that I've mostly been getting myself in the last like probably decade. Like when I started playing a lot of Legacy, I've sought out other players who, played, Delver a lot. And I was like, what am I doing wrong? Like, how am I losing this matchup so often? Like, I remember the biggest one for me was Storm. I had a huge
Yep.
problem beating Storm. And then, someone eventually like sat me down and talked to me about it, and like they showed me how to play the games in game 1 versus when you have a different deck in games 2 and 3 and how sideboarding really affects that. Or little things like figuring out to board out my wastelands against miracles because like they were just really bad. And I just never thought like my head exploded, when I got that kind of thing. I was like, oh my God, that's just genius. So little things like that. Enough about Metafy. We're going to be covering some modern here today. I know a format that's near and dear to your heart. I think I know the answer to this question, but I've got to ask it. What would you be playing if you were playing in this event today?
To the surprise of absolutely nobody
0%
watching, and
surprise.
probably you as well, I would play Teamer Crashcade.
Yeah, it's actually been doing pretty well on Magic Online lately. I went and looked at some of the latest events like the Modern Challenges, the what's it, the Super Challenge? What do they call it? The
Yes, Super Qualifier.
Super Qualifier. There we go. A super something. I knew that. Right. uh, I think it actually won that event and then did really well in the challenges. Seems like it's a deck that's still really well positioned. It comes in and out where it's like really popular some weeks it doesn't show up. But it does seem like it has what it takes to be, competing with those other really good decks in Modern right now, which look to be like Living In and 4-color, and then some Murktide as well, with like some smatterings of other stuff. Like, you see Hammer pop up a little bit and stuff this weekend. So I know we've got that rhetoric that like there is a quote unquote best deck in Modern right now. Kind of the boogeyman of the format might be 4-color, but it looks like we've got some other decks that are pretty good.
Yeah, surprisingly, I've been looking over the results. It's kind of mixed in terms of how much 4-color we're seeing across these top 8s. There's you'll see sometimes there's one top 8, you'll see 4 or 5, another top 8 maybe 1 or 2. So it's it is probably the deck with the least amount of bad matchups, just because it has access to a lot of different tools, a lot of different answers, especially the newer versions that are incorporating Traverse the Ulvenwald along with Eladamri's Call. You just get to this point where the whole point of playing an 80-card deck is like you're making your deck a little bit more inconsistent, right? Because you're drawing those cards less often. But when you're adding more tutors to your deck, you're just seeing those cards way more often, because now you have even more copies of that one Endurance in your main deck, that one Fury, that, having Omnath, access to Omnath basically every game because you just have 10 copies of it now. It turns that 80-card deck and makes it so much more consistent. And I think that's that would be at least the version that I would, if I were ever to play 4-color, which probably would never do, but if I were to play 4-color, I'd probably look towards playing Traverse.
I think that's what I would be playing this weekend. I'd be playing 4-color with the Traverse. Now, before we get any further, I think we're going to take half a step back here for just a moment. Honorog is going to do some testing for the audio on site a little bit, so we might have to be quiet for just a second here, so don't go anywhere if you're in the chat. We're going to have live coverage as soon as possible.
Hey guys, can you hear me in chat? So for some reason, I have a lot of things. I have, is it not plugged in? That would be banger if it wasn't. No, it looks like it is. My audio is not working for some reason in multiple areas. You can hear me? Okay, the quality is probably not that good because right now I'm speaking through my, not my dedicated microphone, but rather the microphone in my earbuds, which is a really weird thing to say. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna.
Your inputs.
Yeah, I did it. It's not showing up at all. Yeah, it's not showing up at all. So I think what I will do is maybe just ramp it up a little bit. Testing. Oh, that's a bit too much. Testing. Hello. Okay, cool. That's a bit much either. All right. Well, this is the best I'll do. I will try to be as off the stream as possible today. Generally, what I have been doing for this stream is in between rounds, I'll show up and I'll be doing stuff. However, this time around, I'm going to be testing out like full-on backup matches, like time shifted from the very beginning of the match to the very end. And hopefully, so I'll show you, for example, it would look something like, let's see. It would look something like, how about I fade here, just to give you guys an example. I'm just worried about them too much. Am I allowed to say that actually? I don't know. So I do thank you all for your patience. I could keep trying to mess around with my devices, but every time I do that, weird stuff happens. So I'm not sure. You know what? Actually, I have an idea. I'm going to do something crazy, which is not very advisable during a live broadcast.
Something's gonna blow up.
Okay, so I'm just gonna unplug this right here.
Stuff that can't be a good sign.
Okay, cool. All right, so I don't.
Can chat hear us?
Okay.
Testing chat.
Okay, it does seem like chat can hear us. Okay.
Yeah, they should be able to hear you.
Okay. Hey, chat.
And you should be able to hear me too, right? I should be back.
We can hear you. Yeah,
okay,
audio is good all the way through.
All right, wonderful. So I think the body count here for the Syracuse event is about like 350 players or so, which is notable. Yeah, it's a little bit smaller than the Dallas event, but it's still like a sizable tournament. And for a 30K, I would
location.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I agree. But it's still going to be competitive. From what I recall, looking at the schedule, today there will be 8 rounds of Swiss. Tomorrow there will be 5 rounds of Swiss. And then there's going to be a cut to the top 12, which is really strange. But the way it works is just imagine it like a cut to top 16, except seeds 1 through 4 get buys. And then from there on, it plays out like normal, which is kind of cool. IMO.
Yeah, I actually kind of like it. Yeah.
I like that too.
It's like way more esportsy for one, and two, it's like it's a 350 person tournament with only, 13 rounds, I think is what you said. 12 rounds.
Yeah, and I think
and instead of having just like the last couple rounds ID, they're playing for a lot more at that point.
Yeah, they're playing for a ton. Like, this actually incentivizes less draws because like you really want to be 1 through 4.
Absolutely,
like it's worth so much. Like you're gonna see people playing it out in the last rounds way more than you did in the past.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I am
like it is worth so much to be a top 4 seed.
All right, so real quick, I'm gonna do one more audio check here, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off my audio in OBS. So theoretically, TANNON and Devon, you two should still be able to hear me, but chat should not. So I'm going to be talking right now. Can you guys hear me in Twitch chat? Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello, Twitch chat, 1, 2, 3. TANNON and Devon, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can still hear you.
Okay, so it looks like
Twitch chat is saying that they can't hear you. Yeah.
Yep.
They can hear me. That's so weird.
Surely they can't hear you this time.
Don't say that where they can hear you. They're gonna start saying they can because it's Twitch chat. Yeah. God, you're not gonna.
Okay, now we have mixed results.
Yeah.
All right,
you've mixed the sample.
I've broken everything. This is so strange. Yeah, I think it's maybe my USB hub. It's just like
okay. I think they're saying they can't hear you, Anna.
Yeah, okay, that's perfect. I had turned it off, and now I know how to turn it on.
Thanks for the real ones in chat being honest.
Yeah, honestly, thanks to the trolls too, I guess. So
yeah, I know, right?
Round 1 pairings, in theory, are they up, Rodney? Are round 1 pairings almost up? They're up now?
They can hear you now, by the way.
Yeah, they should be able to hear me now. So the round 1 pairings are up. So we'll have matches.
We have deck lists?
We don't have deck lists. So the problem is now that means I don't know what my opponents or what the players' opponents' names or decks are. So I'll be typing that in as we go. So this is sort of
it'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It's like as usual. This has been a very crowdsourced operation from the very beginning. So Twitch chat, if you guys can figure out what the decks are and type it in chat, I will try to put that in the appropriate spot. Rossum, can you confirm that you're sitting here?
Cool. I think we're actually following Awesome Rossum this tournament as well. Player that you and I don't know how much experience you have personally with him. I have a ton of experience with him. So very excited to see him play.
Rossum actually used to be a local to me when I was playing in 2010, 2011, back when like the really, really old school days when I was like first starting going to FNM.
But yeah, did not just say that 2011 was really the old school days. God, I'm so old.
I did. I've been playing since 2004.
Do you know when I played my first PTQ?
Oh no, when's that?
It was Kamigawa.
Oh my.
That's when I first started getting like really competitive.
That was actually my first PTQ as well. It was Betrayers.
I did
when GT came out.
Yeah, mine was before. I did like a triple. It was like triple. I think it was drafted triple. Actually, it might have been the whole. No, it was just triple, and then the Pro Tour was all 3 because I actually won the first PTQ I ever played in. Humble brag.
Wow.
But, yeah, got that monkey off the back right away.
So the first PTQ I played in was Kamigawa Block Constructed, and I didn't own GTAs. Let's just say that did not go very well.
So you couldn't kill a GT because there was like no other way to kill it. You had like one card of the whole set that could kill it as well. Okay. Yeah. I played Gibson Given in that format, so I don't know what you played.
I was a little kid, so I was playing Mono Red.
There was like a black aggro deck, a white aggro deck. I think there was a black-white aggro deck of like Isamaru and some of the. I am so dating myself right now, but. But yeah, how old were you in the early 2000s? Like, what year were you born?
I was born in 90. So when my first PTQ, I was younger than me. 14.
Okay. Yeah, you're not that much younger than me. Okay. I was born in 84, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I played a little bit in the 90s, but like obviously like I didn't get super competitive, and then I got competitive like when I came back, which was like Mirrodin was kind of rotating out and some of that other stuff. I played through like the Ravager Disciple days and stuff like that. So.
Oh, the dark times.
Yeah, Jarvis, you over here in the chat, he'll be joining us. I I think Jarvis is commentating tomorrow, not today, but he remembers back then. Jarvis, Kamigawa block. I don't know if you remember Limited, but Kabuto Moth was literally unbeatable. It was like the white common that was a 1/2. Stuff really talking about the old school stuff. We're gonna be getting into moderns very soon for everybody that's in the chat. I know you're fiending for some of that paper modern, but we're gonna get there very, very soon. Again, I'm Tannon Grace. I'm joined by Doomwake, and we may or may not have some Honorog this weekend. It looks like the camera might be a problem for his face. We should have it fine for the actual board, but you might not be able to see his beautiful face this weekend. I saw someone in the chat earlier mentioning hopefully we'll get some Bryant Cook on stream. I also hope we get some Bryant Cook on stream as well. He's a local-ish player. He's from the New York area, but that's a very large state, so that can mean a lot of things. But noted, I mentioned Storm earlier. Noted Storm player, kind of came up with a lot of the stuff that's going on. Storm has one of the most beautiful decks in the entire world. Yeah, I said that, in the entire world. If you've never seen his legacy decks, they are immaculate.
Oh, he posted on the website too, I think, right? The Epic Storm. He posted.
Yeah, he's the guy that came up with the Epic Storm. That's his website. I'm actually in some like fantasy baseball leagues with him, and it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of Magic players you would recognize in those leagues. Like Wilson Hunter is in the league that they made Cardboard Live and stuff like that. Yep. And it's really fun because the league is made up of a lot of Brian Cook's friends up in the New York area, and they're Mets fans. And Wilson and I are both like ridiculously like staunch Atlanta Braves fans, and they're direct rivals. Like, and we start playing each other in like a couple days. So there's a lot of good-natured smack talk going on in that chat.
Oh,
and, it's up every year. And we're coming off of a World Series championship, so that chat got real good over the last year. And then the best part is it always devolves from the baseball chat into like the Magic chat too. And my favorite part about all of this is I have played both Wilson and Bryant once each. I played Wilson like at a pro tour, if I remember correctly, and then I played Bryant at an open or an invitational or something like that, and I am undefeated against them. So it's a lot of fun to be able to hold that over them.
Especially with all the trash talk, you just double up at that point.
Oh yeah, because you get them on the baseball front and the Magic front. It's great. Yeah, Red Sox are definitely better than Mets. Go Sox. For Mr. Colby 1 in the chat over here.
But I don't watch too much baseball anymore, but I used to be a Yankees fan.
Oh, I'm so sorry. They're actually really, really good this year, by the way. Like really good, but it's a surprise of it's like you said when you picked your deck. It's a surprise of literally no one. The Yankees are good at baseball. But anyway, let's talk some more about Magic. That's what people are here for. I'm excited to see some modern today. If you had to guess, what deck do you think Rossum's on? Because I'm pretty sure I know what he's playing.
Oh, he was playing 4-color yesterday.
Mm-hmm. I think he might be playing the Traverse version. I'm not 100% on that. The Traverse version is kind of like, I know some other places probably found it, but where I mostly heard it from and the people championing it the most was, I called them the Canadian crew. The guys that were all the Canadian guys when we were playing a lot on the SCG tour. The Edgar Magalhaes, Matthew Dilks, like that crew. Even though Dilks doesn't really play Magic anymore, he's kind of with me and moved over to Flesh and Blood quite a bit. But I've seen them talking about it and a couple other people posting about it. Daryl Ayers was posting about it on Twitter this week. He ended up not coming to the event, but he posted a deck list with a sideboard guide. He's on Team BCW. I have to give a shout out to Team BCW, obviously, and he was with him and he posted a bunch of here's a list I'd be playing with the differences and, how I would sideboard and, usually the really popular matchups, right? He's not going to have like 17 different sideboard guides in there, but generally the top 5 or 6. And he's go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say I definitely like the Traverse version, as we talked about earlier. Just giving you access to so many more, your silver bullets in a lot of these matchups. So
yeah, so many games come down to, hey, I really need an Omnath, right? Or I really need a Solitude here, or really need a Fury, right? One of those kind of things. And even when you're like, if you're pretty mana constrained too, I mean, even in a pinch, you can just go find a Quaddle and just start cycling through your deck more. Give yourself another good target for your Yorion. Just anything, right?
Yeah, or you maybe just have like an Ephemerate stuck in hand that you just want to use divination with your Ephemerate.
That's a really good point too. Yeah, it's like because the deck generally has a really robust amount of mana as the game goes on, but like early in the game you can get kind of constrained, and like it's not the hardest thing in the world for this deck to get Delirium, when it's playing a couple artifacts in the deck now. It's playing Baubles in this version as much, and you have a bunch of enchantments, right? It's pretty easy to get a land in the yard, and then, we can get a creature into the yard too. You get the Delirium going. And like, not to mention, I mean, I guess you can, use Traverse as a lay of the land early in the game just to make sure your hand is just to make sure you're gonna make all 4 of your land drops, kind of stuff. But you don't generally need to do that with this deck as much with how many cards it draws, I assume.
Yeah, I don't think so. But yeah, you never know. It also, it's just cool that it allows you to keep a wider range of hands. Right. Like if you have a 2-land lay of the, or like 2-land lay of the land, or I'm gonna call it lay of the land now. 2-land Traverse plus some other stuff. But yeah, it just allows you to keep a wider range of hands, which is nice.
What's the one that's banned? The lay of the land that's banned because it gave you energy.
Attune with Aether.
Yeah, so we could just call it Attune with Aether. I start hitting you with all of them. So it does seem like the players are almost ready. Rossum is sitting at his seat. I think they're looking for his opponent. This is something that's going to happen at some of these events. Hey, I'll tell you this right now. I haven't really played a paper event besides like some very small localish stuff, right? Since the paper events have kind of come back. I guarantee you if I played in Modern right now, if I played the 4-color deck, I'd be like probably it's a definitely non-zero amount to not reveal my companion in a game.
100%.
I would definitely make some mistakes that you could only make in paper. I have played a decent bit of Arena. I've been watching some Magic Online. I don't play it as much as I used to, but I don't get to play as much Magic as I'd like right now. But I do miss the paper Magic, so this is going to be nice for me. And it looks like we're going to have Rossum on the right here with the old. Give it the old pile shuffle, and it looks like he's going up against James here. We no idea what James is playing yet, but we know that Rossum is playing 4-color Yorion. In fact, we're going to get a little bit of a view. Go ahead.
Important question for you. What do you prefer, a 6-pile or an 8-pile?
I prefer 0 piles because I will not pile shuffle because it's not shuffling.
All right, fair.
I will say this. I'm a little more okay with it when you're playing more than 60 cards. If you're playing like 80 card decks, if it's faster for you to help you shuffle this way, I'm okay with however you want to do it. But also the people who I get it. These decks are extremely. I'm not a double sleever, so I can usually shuffle an 80 card deck in my hands. If it's double sleeved, it's pretty difficult. Like, if you ever tried to shuffle an EDH deck that's double sleeved, it's impossible.
I haven't tried to shuffle an EDH deck, but I have tried to shuffle a 80 card double sleeve deck, and it is not. It's a chore. Let's say that.
And I don't blame people for double sleeving their especially this deck in Modern right now, because this deck has gotten quite pricey, and like I don't even double sleeve my legacy decks. But I don't begrudge anybody else. You know what I mean? Like, let's put it this way. I'd probably double sleeve my vintage decks if I ever got into that. But
we can't hear you, Anu, so should be good.
He's over there probably just yelling into the void. All right, looks like we're gonna be getting started here in just a moment. Looks like the players are cutting each other's decks, so it looks like we're gonna be getting off on round 1. Again, we are in Syracuse for the SCG stop. It's a Modern 30K that's going on this weekend. If I remember correctly, 8 rounds today, 5 rounds tomorrow, cut to top 12. And yeah, you heard that right. We're doing the top 12 cut. We'll have more on that all through the weekend and how that's going to work out. But it really incentivizes you to play out these last few rounds. The 1 through 4 seeds in the playoffs will get buys in the first round. And not the way that Rossum wanted to start his day off here. This is a mulligan from Rossum with the 4-color deck, but is this one of the better mulliganing decks in Modern?
The 4-color deck, yes, because it just has so many different cards that replace themselves, and then once you can mulligan to like a 2-land red and 6 hand and just have every single land drop for the rest of the game, even if you just never draw a land because of how red and 6 is so broken. But yeah, this deck mulligans very, very well.
Is red and 6 the best card in Modern in your opinion? Heard some discourse on this as well lately.
It's got to be up there,
right?
There. It's definitely up there. It's maybe it's like that. Maybe Ragavan has some conversations. Urza Saga can be in the mix. You could maybe one of those 3, I guess, would be like maybe my top 3.
So it's MH2 tribal for you.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Or as I like to call it, the modern rotation set. Every time we had a new Modern Horizons, it's like rotation for Modern. Back when we used to have, I don't remember if you played. I suppose you did play back when we had extended, and there would be a rotation every couple, I think it was 3 years or something like that. I can't remember the exact timelines. All these defunct formats. So looks like Rossum is. Go ahead.
I like the old extended, but not the one where they changed. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
to like 2-year
Mhm.
extended.
Yeah, it was not good at the end. Bonner's so it looks like Rossum is going to keep on 6 here. Gets to put a card to the bottom and leads off on a Wood of Foothills. Looks like we're going to get a lot of information from our opponent in turn 1. This looks like an Urza Saga into an Amulet. Ooh, this might be a quick one.
Ooh.
I was going to say,
has hit the battlefield.
I know you haven't played a lot of the 4-color deck. You know, you said that, you know, you don't, this isn't a deck you typically play with, but I was wondering if you had any insights on this kind of matchup, because this seems like it's a pure race to me, game 1.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, the 4-color deck does have access to Solitude, so if, you know, if the Amulet Titan deck, you know, if they go for an early Titan, Solitude can kind of break that up. I think, you know, I'm trying to think of other cards that might have some relevant text here. I mean, you know, Teferi's not the best. Wrenn and 6 is okay in this matchup. Just being able to hit your land drops, but it's not going to have any, you know, meaningful impact on what James is trying to do. So, yeah, we're mostly just looking at, you know, Solitude, trying to, you know, just the normal stuff, trying to get to an early Omnath, things like that. When I think it was a prismatic ending, ooh, that was a huge pickup for Jonathan.
Yeah, I think this was like the most important thing for Mr. Rossum to have here, is something to interact with the Amulet before James gets to untap here, so he doesn't get to use, you know, one of these bounce lands to great effect here on turn 2 and start going nuts, you know, with something like maybe a Dryad on turn 2 and playing multiple lands and just getting way ahead on mana. So first real big question answered by Rossum, but hey, James has got another one in the bank here, so it's going to be back over to Rossum, see if he's going to be able to take care of this. But let's see if James has a big turn set up. Let's say I'm trying to get a peek at his hand. Not really seeing much here. I think he's gonna have to maybe go a little slow here. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. It's kind of tough to take a look. It's a Radiant Fountain.
The old Radiant
probably
Fountain.
Not going to matter.
Yeah. Now, in this matchup, Amulet Titan, I know that sometimes they have a Valakut kind of, you know, sneaking around in the deck if they're playing Dryad at the Elysian Grove. Is that something that can really come into play in this matchup?
For sure, it's all going to come down to like James resolving Titan, because I believe most Amulet lists play 1, maybe 2 copies of Valakut max, so it's not something that you would normally try to set up, you know, just like hard draw both of them. But you know, with basically with access to Summoner's Pact, Summoner's Pact can find both Titan or the Dryad, so whatever half of that you're missing, and then, you know, basically you packed for Titan. Titan can get more packs because it's layer Western bounce lands, which can then find you more Dryads and stuff like that. So it's kind of, you know, it definitely could go up in this matchup for sure.
All right, looks like we're going to go into the 3rd turn here. So chapter 3 on Urza Saga. Mana was floated with the Urza Saga here, so no tokens made from it, but it looks like we're going to get a lot of mana off of it this turn, because this mana is going to be floating. He's going to be able to find another artifact that costs 1 or 0 here. If James goes and finds another Amulet, we might see a super explosive turn, but Rossum definitely has 2 blue mana up here, so definitely representing something like possibly like Counterspell, or even a way to take away the abilities of the creatures here in Dress Down.
Yeah, and you see James actually going for a map here. Now, that could mean a couple of things. That could mean that James is short a bounce land. It could also mean that James has the bounce land in hand, but notably, like you said, because Rossum is representing Counterspell, he maybe wants to get something like a Cavern of Souls off the map.
Yeah, looks like that is going to be what's going on here. So it's going to be 2 colorless mana floating here. That is a Selesnya Sanctuary. So this is a green-white bounce land that's coming on. I'm getting kind of reminded of all the names of them with it being reprinted in the newest set that just came out. I was wondering if anybody's going to have the new arts as well. So it looks like we're going up to a bunch of lands here. Boreal Grazer's going to let him put the land back into play here. So it looks like we've got a ton of mana floating here.
Now I wonder if James is playing the Karn version, because that would be a good play here. Okay, well, he does have an extra bounce land, so that's good.
Yeah, it's going to float a blue and a green. So this means Dryad's going to get played here. So we're keeping up with all the land drops. There's a lot of extra land drops here in this deck. This deck can get really, really complicated. Every time I take an opening hand with this deck, I feel like really dumb. You know, I just look at it and I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. And it looks like it is going to be met with that counterspell that Rossum was showing that he possibly had.
Yeah, and see, this actually worked out, you know, kind of fine for James. We get to not only bait the counterspell with Dryad if James does have the Titan, but then you notice we had 2 mana left over, which can now go get us that Cavern of Souls, which I'm presuming that's what James is going to get here. He's already got a bounce land rolled up, so.
Yeah, as I was say, he has a bounce land still left over in his hand, so he's got that with the amulet set up for later. I think it was a Simic Growth Chamber, so he's got a blue-green one. I'm trying to get a peek of his hand. He keeps like teasing us with it. You can kind of see the cards, but yep, it does look like he's gonna get a Teleria West. Maybe kind of hedging his bets here. He can go get another Cavern if he wants it later, or maybe something else.
That also might mean he just doesn't have a Titan or a Pact rolled up, you know? Just wants to make sure that, and like you said, you know, whether, depending on whether or not, you know, if James draws the Cavern or the Titan, then he can just get the other one that he's missing.
It looks like Rossum is going to develop some more of these permanents that draw cards. Looks like Abundant Growth's going to get there. And then with the 3 mana that's left over, he's going to add the Yorion to his hand, hoping to possibly have a bigger turn next turn because his shields are kind of down now against if James wants to kind of try to go off this turn.
Shields down, but James can't do a ton without another amulet. I guess or an Azusa, because we can go bounce land up to 3 mana and then play Azusa with none floating, pick up the bounce land, that's 4 plus the 2 plus the Sanctuary, which would get us to 6. But then also Jonathan, you know, obviously could have something like a Solitude in his hand. So
This is something that you mentioned that could be really important in these kind of turns. Even when he's tapped out, he's still got Solitude in his hand, or possibly has Solitude in his hand to break up, you know, the Primeval Titan shenanigans. Let's see what's James gonna do here this turn.
Looks like we got some mana floating. We started with a bounce land. Okay, we got a Dryad. Not quite the same as Azusa because we can only play 1 additional land drop, so that's not going to get us to the 6 that we need for Titan.
So there's the extra land drop. It looks like it's going to be some extra mana added here. It's going to get picked back up. And it looks like it's going to be a transmute of the Teleria West here. Or we're going to get the Arboreal Grazer into that possibly.
Grazer is +1 mana.
Yep. So Grazer. Radiant Fountain's going to come in. Okay. Gain 2 more life. This life total is actually getting pretty high. So the Radiant Fountain's been played quite a few times this game. It does look like the Teleria West is going to get transmuted here. Possibly finally finding... it looks like it's going to be a Pact. Okay.
Yeah, so he must have... And that was kind of a good line by James, though, to get the West last turn, because if he drew something like if he drew a Pact or a Titan first turn, then he could just use the West to get the Cavern right now. But, you know, just wanted to kind of give himself an extra draw step to see if he found that Titan to get to the Cavern. And also now that Jonathan's used the counter spell, it's, you know, you don't obviously know he doesn't have another one in hand, but now that you kind of set up that Dryad turn was kind of like bait for the counter spell, so, you know, it's not necessarily that Jonathan even has the backup one.
Yep, exactly. Yep, Jonathan does have that Yorion in his hand. James kind of familiarizing himself again with that card. This would be a pretty weak Yorion, but if Jonathan has literally nothing else... here's the thing, I did see a Solitude in his hand when he's flipping through, and I wonder if he has another white card behind this. Besides just the Yorion, and that's where he's kind of leaning his hand, like, what do I actually...
Prismatic Ending? I see an old border card in his hand. I think it might be Prismatic Ending, but I feel like you would just fire that off. Although, maybe he doesn't want, because if he fires off the Prismatic Ending, then he has to, if he has to cast Solitude, then he'd have to pitch the Yorion. So I guess this kind of makes sense. He just wants to hold up the Solitude hardcast.
Yeah, that leads to a much better turn of Yorion. The next turn, if you want to just play and blink everything, you know, you can kind of clean up the board a little bit too, possibly. All right, so James is going to spin the wheels here on that Semi-Grove Chamber. So we got a green and a blue floating. That was land drop number 1. So it looks like there's going to be 6 mana. So it looks like it's actually just going to be prime time from the hand here.
Interesting. I wonder if that was James' draw step, because remember, he got the pack last turn.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that might have actually been his draw step this turn, because I don't feel like he had a Titan in his hand, but...
So we're going to let Titan resolve. Now, as you mentioned, Jonathan has the Solitude. Now, you got to figure out exactly when the best point to do this is. Now, if James does go ahead and get a haste land, obviously you're going to want to end up killing the Titan. That's a nice Boros Garrison. I like that.
It does look like that's the newer Boros Garrison, the one we were talking about here from Double Masters. It does look like Jonathan's he's gonna respond to this. Yeah, he's gonna let him actually go through the motions of this. I like this, right? So, you know, it's gonna tie up the mana for the turn. It's gonna actually sink all the mana to the land. But he's like, all right, hold on, this spell's not resolving. You're not gonna get to actually pump your Titan here or to attack and get the second trigger this turn. He's gonna put the 5th land into play and use his Solitude to take care of this.
Yep, that's gonna go after the Titan. Now, the nice thing for James is because he does have that Summoner's Pack left over, that's going to get us another Titan, which now if Jonathan doesn't have, well, I guess he can just Yorion Blink the Solitude to kill the Dryad, but what I was going to say is if if Jonathan doesn't have access to another Solitude, then James could potentially get the Valakutes, and then we could start going towards that route to victory.
Yeah, I was supposed to say it's gonna be interesting to see what Rawson wants to do on his next turn, right? Like, does he want to Yorion to kill like the Dryad, as you said, maybe blink, his enchantment and draw an extra card. But if he has no other way to answer the second Titan behind this, because he knows the pact is there, maybe he's supposed to hold on to this for a turn. But the problem is like you can't even do it at instant speed, and the haste land is just sitting there waiting to pump out a Titan. So this is a tightrope walk. Was that another Solitude off the top?
Hard to see. It looked like a white card.
That would have been a huge draw for Mr. Rossum.
Oh, and the old border card that I might not have been able to recognize before could be Ephemerate.
Oh yeah, because there's
which would also be that would be huge for Jonathan if he had an Ephemerate.
Yeah, we'll have to see. No real good attacks for Mr. Rossum here. I just noticed he's got one of his own tokens on the board over there. I actually have one of those myself. Love that token. From the wonderful Inkland Customs. So it does look like we might actually be getting the Yorion here. It does look like there is another Solitude in the hand with a white card behind it. It does look like it's prismatic, like you were saying. So this is a great turn for Rossum.
Oh yeah, you get the draw card, clear the Dryad, and then still have Solitude back up for another Primeval Titan if because you know about the pact.
So James is going to gain just a ton of life here this game with all of his lands going to be gaining life, getting to exile multiple. We're getting multiple sorts of Plowshares effects here this turn, but the high life total, that's not really a thing that Rossum needs to worry about, right? When he wins, he's just going to have control of the game, right?
James's life total is not going to matter until it eventually gets to 0, which is probably going to be on turn 500.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Yoran deck doesn't really care about the life total. Like you said, it's just trying to amass this just massive card advantage, and then it'll kind of kill you at its leisure.
Yeah, while it's drawing 50 cards a turn along the way. It'll probably have you locked at some point too. Ross might be able to find one of the Eternal Witness counterspell locks. We might. I don't know if lethal damage is actually going to get dealt to James. If Jonathan wins this game, it'll be more of a concession of realizing I just can't win anymore. If we get there, we'll see. So looks like the pact is going to happen with Titan, and yeah, he is going to have to shuffle his deck. But what he's doing here is he's shortcutting, because if this Titan resolves, he gets to go get lands out of his deck. So he's just going to shuffle only once here instead of a million times. So there's an Azusa, like you were talking about earlier. This allows for a bunch of extra draw steps. I'm sorry, extra land drops. A bunch of mana getting added to the mana pool here. So a ton of mana floating. Here comes the Titan.
With the haste land up, as we both know, Jonathan does have that Solitude, so that we're going to be able to take care of.
Good thing for Rossum here that no longer Dryad is in play, so the Valakut is definitely not a super scary thing here, which could have been getting to the point where Valakut could have been really, really problematic for Jonathan to deal with.
Yeah, you can imagine, if we just take this board state and we, let's say, replace Azusa with Dryad, now James is at a point where he has Dryad and Titan with the ability to give the Titan haste. Jonathan only has one Solitude, so you either Solitude the Titan and let James get the Valakut triggers, or you Solitude the Dryad and let James get the Titan triggers. You're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. So yeah, if James did have access to a Dryad this turn rather than the Azusa, that would have been really, really good for him.
So it looks like we have a transmute of a Teleria West. In response, Jonathan is going to put a Solitude into play with the alternate cost. Looks like Prismatic Ending is getting pitched from his hand here. There's an Expressive Iteration left over in Ross's hand here, so he's not running out of gas anytime soon.
It's like James just has a Simic Growth Chamber left. Wondering when we did that, because it looks like we're still resolving the Titan trigger, so that must have been before the Titan trigger.
The Titan trigger, I'm maybe it was still in the stack. I think there was a Teleria West. I think it got picked up and is transmuted here, possibly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. I gotcha.
These are the harder matches to keep up with. There's so much going on both sides. We can't really see all the graveyard. We can't see, because where the card went, we can actually see the board. All right, so there's another pact getting added to James' hand here. He has a pact to pay for next turn as well.
Don't want to forget that.
Have you ever forgotten one of those? I've had many opponents forget them against me.
I don't think I ever have. I'd have to think about it, but I don't believe I ever. I don't play that much packs paper anyways, but
When they first came out, they were real fun to deal with. The judges loved it, I tell you that. They did not. That was a lot of sarcasm.
I've seen some screenshots on Magic Online about somebody players like Emmerling after their opponent's pact. You could just choose to not pay for it.
All right, so this is a pretty cool little defensive spot here. We've got Rossum attacking with Solitude, and it was blocked by an Arboreal Grazer, but the Arboreal Grazer is going to have power here because of Slayer's Stronghold. Actually pumps up to 2 power here, so it's going to actually trade with the Solitude. Not sure it's a trade Rossum actually wants to make, because now it makes cards like Ephemerate a little less good in his deck.
He's just doing work.
It's I think here's the thing. That would happen to me for sure. If I was playing the game and I just wouldn't see that play. It's something I've just like never seen before, and it would definitely get me the first time. I'm not saying that Rossum got there. Maybe he did want to make that trade, but maybe it's something he might have oversaw just a little bit.
Yeah, especially if he does have the Ephemerate in hand, that could be kind of backbreaking.
Yeah, I think there is a white card left over. We've been kind of thinking about what it is this whole time, but not sure. I know there's Expressive Iteration here, but he left up 5 mana. I think there might just be there's a third Solitude in his hand. Yeah. Okay. He's got Solitude for days.
Got plenty of those.
All right, seeing what James has got going here. Looks like he did pay for the pact up there. I see 4 mana. It looks like this is another pact being cast here.
Getting
Went and got Titan. Yeah, and so there was a bounce land played a bunch of times. Titan got played. Now we've got 2 Valakuts getting into play.
Would be good, but Jonathan does have the third Solitude.
Hey, this is one of those things where someone says something like, "Oh, you have the third Solitude." I'm like, man, you have 3 Titans, and you're like, "Well, I went and found them." You got the back and forth. You get a lot of complaint equity here.
Didn't have to pact for the Solitudes.
Yeah, just had them in my 80 card deck. No big deal. Something that definitely needs to be said. I think Honor Rock's talking about in the chat. There's 27 minutes left in the round, and we are still firmly in game 1 with the life totals at 42-20.
That could also be a reason why Jonathan you saw Jonathan attack pretty quickly there, recognizing that, with the amount of time left in the round, he probably just needs to end the game quickly. So that might be another reason why he potentially may have missed the Slayer Stronghold activation there.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a Teferi hiding out in Jonathan's hand as well. And look, the Slayer Stronghold is tapped down this time. It's been activated already, so Solitude can get in there.
A little bit. You saw him pause a little bit when he attacked. Just gotta make sure that's tapped.
Is that tapped? All right, cool. Solitude's getting in here. All right, looks like we're finally going to fire off this Expressive Iteration. I think this is one of the hardest parts about the 4-color deck is tapping your lands correctly when you have like exactly 4 to 6 mana.
Obviously, the Abundant Growth land untapped.
That's yeah. I was gonna say that's the good one. That and the Triomes. Try to tap the Triomes last.
Yeah.
Man, are those cards good? All right, so it looks like we're gonna have a card. Yeah, the Triomes are so good. But it looks like I think we had a Prismatic Ending added to the hand, and then he just accidentally picked up the fetch land because he's been trying to play it. There we go. Okay. And then the fetch land's getting used. A little shortcutting, trying to play really fast. Something I do all the time here and mess up.
Yeah, especially with the amount of time left in the round.
Yeah. And, a lot of people, if you've been following Magic coverage for the last, decade, you've probably heard a lot of, you've heard me call him Rossum, Awesome Rossum, Jonathan. You've probably seen if you've watched SCG coverage at all. I mean, this is a guy that has a very known and well-documented pedigree on the SCG tour. And, even did some stuff at the Pro Tour as well. Like, just a very good player. But he had taken a step back for Magic quite a bit, even like pre-pandemic. And it's interesting to see him back and playing and, getting in these streets and getting competitive again. In fact,
for sure.
Yeah, there was a season where he and I had a really, really good race going for quite a while. He was the only person who had more top 8s than me for one year at the during an SCG tour year. And he let me know a lot.
Gotta let him know.
I
Can't
always
let
like
you
to
live
point,
that one down.
but I always like to point out that he played like I think 7 more opens than I did, or 8 more opens than I did, or something like that. So
Who's counting though, really?
I mean, he was. All right, one of the cool plays that I like here, it's the we got the Teferi with the minus to bounce something and draw a card, but usually it's your opponent's stuff. But no, Rotham's going to target his own Solitude, so he's going to have a 4th Solitude to cast here this game. He's going to get an attack in with the Orion, just kind of trying to sew this game up, making sure nothing really gets out of the way. If the 4th Titan shows up, or Cultivator Colossus, or something along those lines, or God forbid a Dryad of the Elysian Grove here can also be a pretty big threat.
Especially, yeah, with those 2 Valakites. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that's a lot of. I mean, I can't count that high because that goes more than the 10 fingers that I have. All right, looks like we got another pact being played by James. I have to get the toes out or the abacus.
Now, I wonder if James is just going to get the Dryad here. Interesting.
I mean, yeah,
spot,
that's a really scary one, right?
Yeah, and also Jonathan, I mean, obviously Solitude can, if Jonathan has a white card left over, but you don't know 100%. This might be your best spot to just try and Dryad some of Jonathan's stuff down. Like, you know he has the Solitude. If you get, I mean, I guess if you get Titan, I don't know if he has another Teleria West, though. These decks usually only play 2, and I think he's gone through 2, so he might not have another Teleria West.
That's actually a good point. That does look like it is a Cultivator Colossus. Oh man, I maybe should have not mentioned counting on my toes. Twitch chat, calm down. Calm down. It's early. It's early in the morning. It's way too early for that.
Going to the Colossus. So James might have a couple lands left over, draw some cards. This also, you know, it could get us. Colossus is one of the better ones when you know there's a Solitude over there, because it's gonna replace itself tenfold, right? We're gonna draw a bunch of cards off of this and make some land drops, or I guess I'll have 2 lands left over. So
looks like Urza Saga into. Okay, here we go. Looks like 3 different lands.
Make sure you can all get untapped by the amulet.
Also, one of these being an Urza Saga is something to talk about too. That's not irrelevant here. This is something that could make some creatures, multiple creatures, and make some constructs for everybody at home. That along with the amulet and seeing 2 of those, if he finds another artifact, gets these up to like 4/4 or 5/5, they could be real threats.
Right, exactly. Especially with the there's the other amulet, so definitely
there's another artifact. Okay.
Yeah, more for the constructs next turn. You can also haste the construct with the Slayer's Stronghold next turn.
I was wondering if he's going to haste this Cultivator's Colossus.
Probably
on
will
for a bunch of damage. Then this Azusa can pick off the Teferi.
Yeah, and at that point you probably just ignore the Teferi. You just go upstairs. Yeah, I'm not attacking Teferi here.
Is the 1 damage really that relevant though from the Azusa? Is it something you can kind of just freely give it to him, since it's like the
Oh yeah, I guess you could just put the Azusa Teferi in the Colossus. Yeah, depends on how many lands he has, because you want to basically try to make the Colossus a 2-turn clock, right? 6, 10. So it looks like the Colossus is now 12, because I think I count 10 lands.
I like that Rossum is reading the Colossus, because I'll tell you this, Devin, I actually don't remember all the text on this card. I've got to just
played a lot of that card.
Yeah, I have not. So
I played it in the Tameshi deck.
You would play that deck.
It was fun. It's a sweet deck.
Any deck that has a lot of like really moving parts and like creature combos, it's all up your alley.
Yeah, for sure.
Put a cookbook in it, and you're just so happy. Yeah. All right, it looks
Don't
like
even get me started.
Yeah, another Solitude here. So James is gonna go up to 85, I believe.
Yeah, again, we can't count that high. You gotta get the toes out.
Oh god, not Twitch chat. No. But yeah, he's up to 47 here, functionally infinite.
Chat was saying earlier that James is actually playing Commander because he started the game at 40.
Oh yeah, that's actually a really good point. And I feel like he's played Commander because he's played the same creature 4 or 5 times. So we're playing a game of Commander. It's Primeval Titan versus Solitude, and the Commanders have just been played a lot. I think we're at like the 4th Commander tax for each player.
Yeah. Oh man, that's good. The Commander tax with Solitude is you have to pitch an extra card every time you recast it.
I was about to ask, does this count? Because it's getting cast, but it's an alternate cost. I don't know how that works with Commander tax. I need a judge. Where's Ref Sputin when you need him? All right, ultimate win conditions are about to get activated. So there he goes. He pays for Pact. It's going to move the Urza's Log up to 2, so we can start making a 3/3 into a 4/4. The 3/3, like you said, could have haste, but I do believe, I was going to say, this has Death Touch, right? The Quaddle, there's got to be. There's multiple basics in play. Basics in play, yeah. It's got
Three
more
basics,
than enough
yeah.
for Death Touch. Yeah. Rasputin is in chat. Oh, wow. I called for a judge. There we go. I had a feeling he was there. I just knew it.
Every time somebody yells "judge" in Twitch chat, Raph is just right there. It's like the bat signal kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, this is one of the chat's starting to talk about this too. They're becoming very aware of the clock, and this is going to be something that's very important because neither one player wants to give up this game because they're going to be at a severe disadvantage with how much time is left on the clock. All right, so we're going to have a token made, or a construct, as it's so affectionately called. This is going to be a artifact creature that has power toughness equal to the amount of artifacts controlled by James. So right now it's a 3/3. And I assume that he's going to make another one here as this goes up to the 3rd, and it'll make it a 4/4. So like, yep, that looks like that's what's happening. He can go get another artifact, so they might even be 5/5s here if he has another target in his deck. And I believe he's got to have at least one more amulet, if nothing else.
Yeah, and the one that we just made can also get haste this turn, which is kind of huge. As you mentioned, we do have that code with the block. Does Jonathan have any spells left over? I think it might just be lands. It's hard to see. I see a Misty.
Yeah. I think the expressive iteration was not very good. Like, he kept a land off of it, but then I think it hit like a prismatic ending, which at this point doesn't really do much. I guess you could technically hit one of the tokens, right? So that would
be pretty good.
That's something, right? But before this, it was like his targets were redundant copies of, artifacts or something like that. Is this a symbiosis?
Ooh.
Oh boy.
It is a symbiosis.
So this looks at the top 7, I believe.
Yeah, and if this hits a Dryad, I think we might just be done here.
Yeah.
Because we got 2 Valakids.
Okay,
how about another Colossus?
Which might find a Dryad. This has a good chance of finding a Dryad. This is,
I think James has got a couple lands left over to trigger it, so...
Chat knows everything before we do, because, look at this. They call this a Commander game. Look at this board. This is a game of Commander.
Alright, I think we stop there.
Yeah. That one's a land, yeah. There we go.
No, that doesn't work.
Does that not work because it's on the backside?
Oh, we need to call it. Yeah.
Oh, I will say I don't think he can do that. Yeah.
That does not work because that's not actually a land in your hand. It doesn't say Colossus doesn't say you can play lands. It just says put a land onto the battlefield.
I think we have that getting confirmed right now. Looks like the players are being made aware of that. So it was, I think it's the card that's on the top of his hand, but we can't do that because I believe that he drew the card off this.
Yeah, I think so. I think he did.
So this is a situation we're gonna have to get cleaned up just a little bit.
I know it doesn't work on Magic Online, and Magic Online doesn't usually lie to me, but...
Okay, well, it looks like it went back to his hand, and they're just going to move on from here?
Okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess that would have been the card that he picked up, but I guess he still has one extra card in his hand. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It was so hard to keep up with all this. This game's been unreal. I think there's another symbiote. Yeah, there's the symbiosis in hand. It doesn't look like Jonathan's just going to pack it in. Yeah, I don't... Even if, So, if the extra card gets resolved there... It's not a game loss like it was, back in our days when we were talking about earlier, the early 2000s. It would have just been a snap game loss. And I think James would have had the game there anyway. So in the interest of saving time for both players, especially the fact that it's really hard for Jonathan's deck to win in 4 or 5 turns, while the Amulet deck certainly can. So if the clock is really low, it's actually just worse for Jonathan in all the spots, especially now that he lost. There's 15 minutes on the clock, I'm being told.
15 is, I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen 4-color win a game of Magic in 15 minutes, but I mean, I guess it could be done. If you have enough early interaction, you can kind of slam a quick Fury. Fury does hit pretty hard, so. I
think if Rossum actually has 15 minutes that he could do it, but I don't think they're going to get the game started until there's 11 minutes left on the clock. It takes so long to sideboard with this deck. It's going to be another 3 minutes, and if he does any pile shuffling, I'm gonna have a talk with him later.
Oh yeah, we're forget the piles this time.
Yeah.
Bridge, present.
Bridge. Yeah. Real quick. Here you go. Is this sufficient to you? Yeah. Shuffle it up. Let's go. Shuffle up a deal. Excuse me. Everybody at home, if you're hearing me cough just a little bit, I apologize. I'm getting over something right now. I'm trying not to have it come through the mic. We've got a lot of people in here early in the morning. There's over 500 of you in the chat right now. Thanks for tuning in. We're on Honorog's channel, as usual, doing paper coverage of SCGCON Syracuse 30K. This is day one, round one. We're just getting started. 8 rounds of Modern here today. Myself, TANNON, and Grace, and Dreamhack will be bringing you the first 3 rounds. So make sure you sit back, enjoy, and just kind of hang out with us. Watch some great paper Magic with some great players. And make sure you check out Metafy. That's the sponsor for this weekend stream. Make sure you put in ! Metafy in the chat. It's a nice little coaching platform for all competitive games, not just Magic the Gathering, but you can find some really, really good coaches on its site. In fact, 2 of them are going to be in the booth this weekend along with us, Doomwake. You know, looking at you, Jarvis, who's in the chat, and the good old REID Duke himself, the Duke.
Duke.
Yeah,
Duke.
you
I
can
think we said that both at the same time.
yeah, you could get some coaching from either one of them. Highly recommend if you wanted to play some really good Legacy. That's not all he's good for, but Jarvis, you can play a hell of a game of Legacy if you need some help there. And then obviously REID Duke. You can't go wrong with pretty much any format there. But if you want to play some Jund, you want to play some Junk, you want to play some mid-range decks, that man can cast a Thoughtseize into a random creature that has no abilities.
Gotta get the Jund coaching.
I gotta get the Jund dig in where I can too.
There should be a premium rate for Jund coaching, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just a little bit extra, yeah, sure. It's really funny. We were talking about if you've ever done coaching. I actually did quite a bit of coaching for Tron, and I'm sure chat's gonna have fun with this. Oh, what coaching do you need for Tron? And it's a lot of. I need to see if I still have the file. I had a file somewhere where I had like a whole bunch of starting hands, and I was like, just talk to me about the starting hands. So anyway, back to this game. Great turn 1s and 2s from both our players here. We got a Urza Saga making its way up. There was a Amulet play, but it does look like a Prismatic Ending was at the ready yet again for Rossum. And we're almost at Delirium here. If he does have something that has Delirium in his deck like we were talking about possibly earlier, we're already 3/4 of the way there.
Right, and because you see the Bauble, you know 100% Bauble is, that does mean more than likely he's playing the Traverses. So, yeah, and that's kind of the way to turn it on. Iteration on, I guess it's turn 3.
Yeah,
but usually you don't see an iteration this early. Yeah, it could be missing a land drop here. Like he picked up a Wren and then a Bauble. Okay.
Yikes. I'll say I hope there's a land here for Rotham's sake. If not, he's gonna start falling pretty far behind.
I don't think I saw a land.
Yeah, I don't think I saw it either. Yeah, this looks like
that
a pretty
might
rough
be why
spot.
he fired it off.
Oh, he's gonna Besage you, and he's trying not to cast it. I mean, he's trying not to play it. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, you know? It's like you would definitely rather play any other land than that Besage you because of how relevant the text is in this matchup. It's very, very relevant text.
Speaking of relevant text, I believe that's Delirium for Rossum, right? I think actually maybe not. I think we have land sorcery artifacts for now. At any point in time, this can change, though. There's a lot of creatures that can enter the graveyard for free from Rossum's deck. So
yes, lots and lots of them. So we got 1 floating from James, picked up an Amulet. So that's 1, 2, 3. Bounce land is going to get us to 5. If we have Azusa plus bounce land, 1, 2, 3. Azusa, bounce land, that's 6. Yeah, so Azusa bounce land would get us to 6. Dryad would only get us to 4.
Does another Arboreal Grazer get you there?
So that's, well, I guess never mind. No bounce land.
Anyway,
I think it would, yeah. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grazer's plus 1 is 6.
Maybe that's why I don't like playing with the Amulet deck as much. It's just too much math for me.
You just kind of bring the abacus to the tournament.
Yeah. Also, my math is skewed. I'm 1, 2, 7. So like.
Oh, but the Tron, yeah.
All right. Well, the mana problems aren't going to probably be there for Rossum anymore this game. He's got the nice little setup of Wrenn 6 and a fetch land. Yeah. That'd be a sweet one. I haven't seen one of those in play in a while. But
it is still kind of, you know, if you're in Rossum's seat, it is still really unfortunate that you had to play the Besage because Wrenn plus Besage can go kind of ham against James's deck, but just, you know, because he felt pressured to playing the Besage, he didn't want to miss a land drop, which, you know, I wouldn't want to miss a land drop either, so I can't fault him for it. But very, very, you know, rough spot for Jonathan that he had to play that Besage.
Yeah, that's a spot where you have to do it, and it just feels really, really bad.
Yeah.
Is there any way for him to pick up a land from play? I don't think there is in this deck, right? Like he doesn't have any bounce
No, I
lands
don't
usually or anything like
think
that. Yeah.
so. No.
That would be a cool little feature, but it's that situation does not come up often enough for you to have that in your deck. It looks like James has just a do nothing turn here. It looks like Cavern of Souls probably naming, something along Titan.
Yeah, I wonder what James's hand is. Because he didn't have a bounce, or, he didn't have anything to do with mana the turn that he got the amulets. But then also, if he had a bounce lane, he has a bounce lane left over.
Yeah, well, now he doesn't have an amulet in play anymore, so that's a big problem. He doesn't have
Right.
like the ramping ability anymore, because Rossum's done a very good job this round of stopping the early amulets. Once they got up later in the game, there's like 3 of them. It's like, well, it doesn't even matter anymore at that point, but it does look like Rossum's going to probably have, like, I'm guessing a Teferi here? Yep, does look like a Teferi.
You get the setup, but as you mentioned with the clock, Jonathan's really got to find a clock here I don't really think Jonathan has any outs to win the match with 15 minutes. But obviously, if Jonathan wins game 2, we can at least draw. So
second Beseiju here from Rossum. I'm guessing this is hitting the bounce land.
That's pretty good.
Looks like it was in the
That
draw
is a good
set
one.
as well. That is really good, especially with this Ren and 6 in play. Got it right that time, chat. Looks like that Ren and 6, like you said, it's gonna be able to go ham on James's deck here. A lot of really good targets, right? Any bounce land's amazing.
Yes.
Any of the artifacts. It can kill Dryad of the Elysian Grove, if I remember correctly. Can't kill enchantments?
Yes, it can.
This card seems like a beating in this matchup.
Yeah, and James already has 2 basics in play. I think stock amulet is 4. Chad will correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's usually about 4. Sometimes I think I've seen 3 before, but between 3 and 4 is stock number of basics. So James will eventually run out.
This looks like we're gonna have a Pact here.
This is likely for a Dryad, yeah.
I'm just gonna let him ramp just a little bit. Yeah, I think we're gonna get to the point where Rossum is really far ahead and has like the game in a good spot, but just might not be able to win in the allotted time.
Yeah, he just needs something like a Fury, Omnath, just something to pressure. Because then he can just go draw, like just not even activate your planeswalkers. Draw, attack. Just don't do anything else on your turn.
A lot of F6s to keep the clock. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of options here.
Just draw your card.
Okay, I'm so glad you said that. I've literally tweeted at him before to do that. Like, he takes forever to draw his cards. I'm like, dude, just draw your card for your turn. Like, I've been on the other side of the table waiting to see if he top decks me or not, and like he does that. I'm like, dude, just draw your card, please. Like,
yeah, especially now given the time constraints,
Yeah, I mean,
can't mess around.
We're doing this all in good fun. Rossum and I are actually, we're very good friends, and I love him to death, and we're having a little fun at his expense in the booth here. So I don't think this is any. We're ribbing on him in a good way, chat.
Yeah.
Looks like a prismatic ending is going to be exiled here. One card added to the hand. He's going to go ahead and just take up the Aurora Razor. Just getting the real estate. You know what I mean? He's got to get more real estate here. So we got a Chalice on 0 and stop future packs.
That was pretty good.
Yep. So this is what I was talking about. Rossum's going to get in a situation where he has the game kind of like a good stranglehold on it, but he's not winning is the problem.
Soft lock.
Yeah, the soft lock, but the problem is the clock. So it looks like, okay, we're going to go after the bounce land yet again. We'll see how many basics we got left. I think one's still in the hand from James, so. Chat's asking for a time check. Anurag, if you're around.
I'm going to guess less than 7? Between
I'm
5
gonna
and 7
I'm going to guess
my guess.
5.5 minutes is right now. 5.5 to 6 minutes. 5 minutes exact. Okay.
There we go. So we need to find a creature for Jonathan.
Like you said, Fury would be really, really good.
Even Omnath.
Like a counter spell.
Do whatever you can to find a creature. I mean, I guess we can just pick up Yorion. Probably just going to do that.
Yeah, expressive iteration. Yeah.
Yorion's got power. I would just you got to pick that up. You gotta.
That's what it looks like he's going to be doing. I think he's I'll say.
You can even hold up counterspell.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, counterspell doesn't do anything. He's got 2 caverns, so.
Yeah, true. a little more urgency from you, Jonathan.
Not gonna pick up the Orion. I don't like it. I want to get this game over with.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you there. Because here's the thing: if Jonathan's winning on board and the game ends, James is probably not going
James
to
is not going to scoop.
Yeah,
not up 1-0. Absolutely not.
Yeah. But chat is saying that James can win from here, and that's kind of scary. But it does look like one of the caverns is going to get taken care of. So John's at least going down the road of making the counterspell relevant in his hand. Now that is a fourth forest that's into play. Now, like what chat was usually saying, and you were saying here, is you think James might be out of basics here.
I think the fourth might be the last one.
Yeah, there's like
James definitely does have outs to win this game, but it's gonna take a lot for sure.
I'm trying to think of like roundabout ways he could win. I don't think there's. Oh, is this a Colossus? What is this? This is
It is 7. Yep.
Yeah. I'll say when he activated the land, I was like, is this 7? Yeah. I was gonna say Rossum usually might not have Bolt in his deck anymore either, so he can't do the loop Bolt with Ren and thing either.
Don't. Oh.
We can't do that.
We can't do that.
Didn't we?
I thought we discussed this before.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Someone asked the judge, and judge said it was okay. Wait, really?
Oh. Okay, I guess because it's both.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess because it's both. So.
All right. Well, if they got a judge ruling, then.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with what everybody else says because I am not a judge. So.
Yeah. So we're going to activate Colossus a bunch, pick up some cards for James. So I'm guessing what happened is Jonathan probably killed the cavern that was on Giant, but Colossus, I don't believe, is a Giant. What's the creature type on that thing?
Probably a Colossus, but I'm not sure about the rest of it.
I guess Colossus would make sense. Because Jonathan did have a counterspell. You didn't see the counterspell fired off.
I'm being told by one of the judges in the chat that is an incorrect ruling as well. But you know what? This is what the game state is at, so this is what we're going to go with.
Wait, there was a dress down. Oh, okay. I'm confused now. What happened with this dress down?
Yeah.
Because James resolved the Colossus trigger. Okay, now we're calling the judge. I'm confused. I'm lost.
Maybe he's asking, does my Colossus die now? Like, what's going on to all this stuff?
The Colossus does die, but it's very interesting that Jonathan didn't play the dress down before the Colossus entered the battlefield. Like you didn't want to give James the trigger, but maybe Jonathan just, kind of just wasn't thinking about it.
Yeah. So the Colossus is gonna die, but a lot of people in the chat are asking, why didn't this happen with Colossus on the stack?
Yeah, strange.
Is it a cast trigger? Like I don't know the exact text of Colossus.
No, it's enters the battlefield.
Look, Jonathan's trying to play as quickly as possible to make sure that he gets through this game. Also, that is the fourth card, so maybe he just missed it, and he's just trying to salvage what he can here. There is a Traverse in his hand, so he can go find any creature he wants. Also, an Omnath was just drawn, so if Rossum can physically get through this fast enough, he might be able to win from here.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's going to have time, though.
Omnath, fetch, Traverse, maybe get a Fury. That's a 2-turn clock, right? Omnath, fetch, Traverse, Fury.
I don't think he can get both into play this turn. Is the problem? Oh, the fetch gives him the mana, right?
Yeah, the fetch should give him mana. Yeah.
Yep.
I think so.
So second Omnath drawn here.
So there's the plains. Then we can crack the Misty, get mana, Traverse, play Fury. I think we can also hold up Counterspell too. Tap the forests. Oh, we're just passing. All right, never mind. We're just going to keep besieging.
Yeah, he's trying to make the counterspell in his hand live here.
Yeah, that's fair.
We'll see how much time is left and he's able to finish this off. Now he's got to play at just lightning speed.
Yeah, James with no basics left. You saw I didn't search off of the Passeju there. But the thing about this turn is James has more than enough mana to fight through two counterspells. Or excuse me, to fight through a counterspell. He can just slam two threats.
Yeah, because the scary thing is here is that most of the threats from James are really gross because if he plays them, they can have. Well, that's the double strike land, not the haste one. Sorry, thought that was the haste land. So a Titan could be extremely scary, but it does look like the counterspell is going to hit the Primeval Titan here.
Yep, and then we got, I think, 4 mana left over for James. I don't know if James has a... Did he already please? No, he hasn't played a land for the turn. So James has a castle in his hand? That would give him access to 6 mana. I know he's got a castle in play. Yeah, castle would give us 6. Looks like this is not a castle, that's a garrison.
The Boros Garrison, it looks like. Yeah, it's going to pick up a Growth Chamber. So it looks like a clue is going to start happening.
Yeah, probably sack the clue. Or what's this? Dryad? Dryad. Does he have the Valakut in hand? That would actually be kind of huge.
I was about to say, is there a Valakut? It doesn't look like it. All right, second land. Gonna make another clue.
Also, worth noting, the red and 6 is just casually on 8, so that's probably going to happen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if there's Bolt left in his deck anymore, but he does have quite a bit of sorceries in his yard that are good. The thing is, like, again, it's the clock. Like, I just don't think Rossum can finish this game.
We got to be in time here, right? There's a die at the very top. You see the die right below James's name. I think that might be the turn clock.
That's the amount of clues that he has.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I think that's a clue token, yeah. Because I saw him tick it up like when he put the lands in play.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I would believe the same thing.
We got to be pretty close though.
We need the little time tokens that SCG has.
Yeah. I do enjoy
the hourglasses on them. Yeah, I really enjoy that stuff. They were always. Did you ever go to their area where they had everything? They have one of those like 1,000 count boxes of like every token you could ever possibly need, all the dice you could ever need, and everything. Like the floating mana stuff. Like just it was amazing.
Ooh. Hey, this card might win. This card might end the game pretty quickly.
Is that an Emrakul?
This
game might actually end
the
here.
Promised End. Yeah. Now we have to get it. We have to figure out how many turns left. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we're at extra turns and Emrakul takes an extra turn, so let's say James is turn 1.
It counts one.
It counts as 1, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Every turn that is played is counted as one of the 5 turns.
I see. Okay.
So if you're taking James's turn, James technically gets 2 turns in a row. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be of the 5.
Gotcha.
Does 1-0 give you the same score as 2-0 in Swiss? Yes. If this game ends in a draw, James wins the round. I think James is talking about that right now. I think you were just.
Yeah, I understood 30 to 40 seconds left. Did we hit time yet, Anu?
I'm assuming if not, we're gonna hit time here.
Oh wait. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, so he can't pack. Yeah, because if he packs now, then obviously James can just pay.
Also, I don't think you could choose to not pay for a pact when you're controlling a player. If you can pay for it, you have to pay for it. Like if there was a pact sitting in his yard, that he had played. So all right, so he's gonna cast. No, you can't choose to die. Like you have to pay for the pact if you have mana up.
Oh, okay.
Chalice is on 0, so we can't pact.
Oh yeah, we can't resolve pacts anyways, so that's actually a really good point.
I was thinking down your line too. There's so much going on that I was like, wait, why didn't he pact here? And I was like, oh yeah, he can't. Yeah, you cannot choose not to pay if you have the mana. In fact, like that's the ruling of it now. Like let's say you have mana to pay for your pact and you go past it. If you and your opponent catch it, they actually back the game up and make you pay for it. You don't lose. You keep playing.
Okay. Raph said he can choose to die. Yeah, that's what I thought it was too.
You can choose not to pay? Holy, I did not know that, Raph. Wow, okay, I'm wrong.
Because you're technically controlling every decision from
I guess
that
so,
player,
yeah, I guess so. I thought you were not allowed to do that, but there we go. Okay, so he goes and gets 2 Valakuts with that in play. I think he Valakutted himself. Was it enough triggers to kill him this turn? Because I just saw a handshake. Maybe they're taking the draw. Or did Rossum, let's see. Primetime is lethal here. Wow, yeah, I was going to say, because he played Primetime, got the 2 Valakuts. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Okay. He could find a win here, yeah.
So, and just Valakut James. Okay, so that was a draw then.
Get 2 Valakuts, play a land. That's a lot of damage. So, and it does look like we do have a backup match as well. Those are 2 of the guys that we're gonna have. Okay, I think they're gonna be doing Jonathan SUKENIK, and okay, well now that is Jonathan SUKENIK and okay, there we go. There we go.
I was like, Tannon, you look really dapper today.
I was about to say you could say that Reid Duke's a more handsome man than me. I know that's where you were going. It's fine. Speaking of BCW, there you go. Those are from my BCW days. I miss it quite a bit. Thanks, chat. I appreciate it. Chat's got my back up. Oh, look at these
wild Bryant Cook.
Oh, this is the Bryant Cook.
Has appeared.
Oh, okay, so here's the thing. Bryant Cook plays some dirty decks. You know, he plays some really out there decks sometimes. And speaking of looking dapper, by the way, Bryant always looks amazing at all his events. Always a really well-dressed man. But he's playing Neoform. This is going to be against Golgari Yawgmoth in the hands of John here. And I got to ask you, who wins here in the battle of just the absurdly good Magic playmats?
Brainstorm, obviously.
What? Yeah, I lean towards Brainstorm too, just because I'm a Legacy player. But like, you got to respect one of the best one drops of all time, and just that was the biggest Grand Prix of all time. That's not Vegas, right? I believe.
That is true.
It
is true.
Sure, it wasn't just the biggest anyway. I think it's the biggest non-Vegas.
Was it bigger than? Was it bigger than the Jersey Legacy one?
The Jersey Legacy one was very large, but I don't think. I think Charlotte was over 3K, and the Jersey one was, I think, 2. I was at the Jersey one. I wasn't at the Charlotte one. Chat, give me some votes. I see Jarvis over here voting for Brainstorm. Which playmat do y'all have? Oh, Jersey was 4K. Holy crap!
Yeah,
man,
I remember Jersey being huge.
Jersey was unreal. It was. I kind of blacked it out because it was just an awful experience. But we got multiple votes for Hierarch. Did Tannon just say he's a Lexi player? No, not a Lexi player. It's a different game. Let's not talk about that one today. We got a bunch of votes for Hierarch so far, like a lot. Yeah, that Jersey.
Chat also likes the Hierarch.
That event was unreal, dude. The Jersey Grand Prix Treasure Cruise was legal.
That was the cruise format, yeah.
Yeah. So I was just playing Delver with Treasure Cruises. Oh, it was some fun.
I played Delver and I played against Bob Huang, and he very, very swiftly defeated me. It was I got absolutely humiliated.
He is the GOAT. So this looks like we're gonna have attack for 4 from a Stranger Geist with 2 ignoble Hierarchs in play. And did Brian Cook go first here this game?
He did.
Yeah, let's say. Does look like he's just got the 1-lander, and he's probably just either 1 land or 1 card away from just going off. So like this may look bad to people at home, but Bryant Cook's deck is the kind of deck that wins in like 1 turn. He doesn't need to do multiple things. I am not up to the minute on Neoform. I know what it's done in the past. You know, I've actually seen him tweeting about this quite a bit. I should go try to find his Twitter real quick, see if I can get like an updated list or something here. So let me look real quick.
Yeah, I'm guessing most likely if Brian draws a land, the game's probably over.
If he kept this hand, yes. Brian's a very, very good and accomplished combo player. Speaking of combos, that's a Yawgmoth. Excuse me, I was trying to hold in the coughs there. Is Twitch chat still voting, by the way? I saw a ton of Hierarch votes. And we got a couple Brainstorms, but I think Brainstorm is way behind.
Yeah, I think I saw mostly Hierarchs. There's a few Brainstorms, but mostly Hierarchs.
Yeah, I think it was like 80% Hierarchs. All right, you take over for a minute because I'm going through Bryant's socials right now trying to find this deck because I know he was talking about it.
We're cycling a Veil. That's not a land, but John did finally cast a black spell, so we can cycle this Veil of Summer, which is main deck Veil of Summer, by the way. Let's see if Brian found a land. I assume if there's a land. Okay,
this is an Abundant Harvest. Now, when you're playing
find us a land.
Yeah, when you're playing main deck Veil, you really want it. Like you're trying really hard.
And as you talked about earlier, Brian's deck is gorgeous.
They always are.
Just stunning.
They're always foil, non-English, and like signed from the artist.
Yeah.
So here's the problem. His deck is very difficult on coverage because it's always like alternate art, or as you can see, like that's a gemstone mine for everybody at home with 3 counters on it. But like you just never know that just looking at it, you know. All right, I'm trying to here. I've got the deck list. I'm on his YouTube channel right now. So shout out to Bryant Cook's YouTube channel. It's the Epic Storm. And this looks like it's got like Mox Amber in it with like Heritage Druid and some other stuff.
So you want to know what the kill is?
It is Allosaurus Rider with Gristlebrand and Shoals and stuff. What is it?
So the kill is Allosaurus Rider happens to be an elf. So what happens is you basically, like, once you've drawn through your entire deck, obviously you go put a Gristlebrand into play, draw 7, gain life with Shoal, draw your entire deck, you go 3 Allosaurus Riders, or I guess 2, and then you can go Mox Amber, Springleaf Drum, tap the Gristlebrand for green, play Heritage Druid, make 3 green because you now have 3 elves, play Thrasta Tempest Roar, which has that's the 12/12 haste, whatever it's called, and then you go.
Yeah.
There's another card. I don't know what it's called, but it's card creature gets +X until at a turn where X the amount of life you gained or something.
Fortifying
I don't know.
Drought or Fortifying
Yes, that
Drought, I
card.
think. Oh yeah. Yeah,
It's
so you
it's
just
a
nursing
wild
shoal to
combo
kill
kill.
them. Yeah, so you nursing
Yep.
shoal to kill them. It's Thrasa Tempest Roar. It's a 7/7 with trample and haste. But it has
7/7.
but it costs cheaper for every other spell you've cost this turn, so it gets to like storm off. Yeah, this is whew. I gotta say this. I know we like kind of joke with chat a little bit. I am super impressed with chat right now. They are on it with this deck. Like they got the list. They knew the card names like immediately. Like chat, you should
We
be in
found the
booth for
Neoform
this
players.
Yeah, we found the Neoform players.
All right, looks like John did actually assemble the kill here. We got Blood Artist, Yawgmoth, and 2 guys.
Looks like we got a gut shot here.
Gut shot! Wow! Gut shot of the Blood Artist. No way!
We've seen some sweet gut shots in our day.
Dude, that's awesome.
I'm looking
so
through
sick.
his list, and I don't even see gut shot in this list. This is a last minute addition. It looks like. Is this game 1? I'm assuming this is game 1.
This is game 1.
Oh, no. This looks like this might be game 2 actually.
Because John's up again.
Yeah, we've got to win. Yeah, it looks like we've got to win on John's side. Okay, because it does look like the Veil of Summer's in the sideboard. Say again.
Chat's saying it's Zulaport Cutthroat. I thought there was the new art for Blood Artist. Maybe not. Okay.
Yeah, there is new art for Blood Artist too, so it's so hard. Oh, he's playing Cutthroat. Okay, that's what they're saying. Yeah, I haven't actually seen that art. Is that like a side commander art? It's a secret lair Zulaport Cutthroat apparently. Okay.
Gotcha.
I'm usually pretty good at this. So usually my casting partner is Joe, the set, and he's really bad at the alternate art stuff. Like, just never knows it. And like, I'm usually pretty on with those, but this one is beyond even my powers.
Yeah, because I know they just did a recent. I think Blood Artist
just got reprinted in Double Masters. Yes, it is.
And I think there's like a full art version of that one. So
there's also like the one that was in Secret Lair secretly. So is that actually a game for John here? And
I'm guessing
for the match?
So yeah, I'm guessing that's what happened. I think we might have still had enough to kill.
Yeah, really yikes of a start here for Brian. Not how you want to start out your day. It looks like it's going to be a swift 2-0. Thanon didn't really get there. He probably had a really, really good keep. We didn't get to see the exact 7 that he had, but if Bryant kept it, then it was right, in my opinion. Like, he knows these decks really, really well. He's way better at this kind of deck than I am, or most people are. He's a very accomplished combo player, and it's like you said, if he drew a land on like turn 2 or whatever, he's probably going to go off like immediately. Plus, it looked like he had multiple sideboard cards in his hand, so I can see why you keep that hand as well.
Yeah, Veil, Gut Shot, all that stuff.
Yeah, love a gut shot in 2022 has been called in the chat. I absolutely do too. I missed that card. I still remember the first open we played when we got to play Phoenix for the first time in Modern. Like Ross Merriman is my teammate, and he's playing Phoenix, and like everyone was trying out these weird versions. There's like Mardu and all this stuff, and we just played straight Is It Phoenix. And one of the things, like I will say this, I was a non-believer right at first, like looking at some of the deck list, because they had like Crackling Drake in it. I'm like, dude, this is Modern. You can't be playing Crackling Drake and stuff, right? And then the first game I watched him like turn 1 use like do a cantrip. Then on turn 2 is like cantrip, looting, gut shot your Noble Hierarch, attack you for 3 or attack you for 6. I was like, okay, this deck's busted. And like that was the secret of why that deck was so good, was the format hadn't moved past gut shot yet. And this was the most busted gut shot deck that I had ever seen. Because every deck was like humans or something of Noble Hierarch or like Inkmoth Nexus. That was like a large majority of the format. And you just had 3 or 4 gut shots main. And it was actually just good in your deck. Like, I can't tell you times you just gut shot at somebody's face for 1 just to attack with like, multiple Phoenixes in a turn.
Remember the Delver standard format where that was all about gut shot too? That was a fun standard format.
Yeah, I know that we don't have video here. I think Honorog is working on that. I don't know if we can bring the video to us, or if we might just have to have a stagnant video of the table. I'd like to have something other than the fade to black here. I feel like we're in the infinite nothingness here, Doomwake.
It's the end of time.
I was like, this is what's waiting for you at the end. Let's just get really macabre,
Prepare yourself, chat.
Yeah. Chat, we're in the end game now. Sopranos vibe. Yeah, I love it. Voidcast. God, Chat is on it today. You know what? I gotta give another shout out to Chat. Y'all are keeping me in check here today a lot. Like, I don't know if y'all can hear it. I'm exhausted. I could not sleep last night. I was so excited coming into this, opening my double masters packs and stuff. I was like a kid Christmas morning. There we go. We at least got something on the screen. I love it. You see your beautiful mug. I love it. You know, it's really funny. I actually wanted to call you
Hello.
Kevin O'Donnell for some reason. Is that like an actor or something? I feel like Kevin O'Donnell's like an actor or something.
Maybe.
I
I've
was
heard of Kevin
I was
O'Donnell.
trying to remember your
24?
name earlier, and I was like, I knew it had some alliteration to it. So I was like, you know,
Yeah.
because I just always call you Doomwake, obviously, but
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Kevin Smith.
there we go. I don't know. Kevin O'Donnell sounds like it sounds like some actor from like The
Hey, TANNON?
Sopranos or something like that. So
Testing,
yep.
testing.
Hey, what's
Hello?
up?
Yes.
All right. Round
I'm
2
on chat.
literally just went up. So if you
Okay,
guys want to,
nice.
if you guys want to take a quick 2 minutes, and I'm just saying this to everybody, while players are getting set up and stuff, do it now, and then I'm gonna go set up stuff in the back end for us. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Cool.
All right, looks like we are straight into the match here for round 2, and looks like is Jonathan Rossum getting another matchup versus Amulet here?
It looks like it. Yeah, more Amulet. I think that's T West, right? Yeah, there's a growth chamber.
Yeah, I actually have a friend that we call T West for like you like freaked me out for a second. I was like, is that him? I had to like look up and check the names, but that is Shane Flanagan here against Jonathan Rossum. It looks like we're gonna have a discard here of I think that's an Azusa. I'm not 100%. Looks like a green creature, but that is a Simic Growth Chamber in. And we've got a Renin 6 going here. We've got some lands and abundant growth on them. So all kinds of mana here.
Kind of funny that there's another Amulet player in the draw bracket. I wonder if they also played against 4-color round 1.
Yeah. It's like, Ross, I hope you're ready for this strap in. This might happen to you multiple times today, buddy. There was a season during the SCG tour where I played blue-white control that had like one way to win in like the 75, and it had, what was it, Elixir of Immortality? I don't know, do you remember this?
Oh, I do.
And
yes.
The worst thing possible for you was to draw in like the first 4 or 5 rounds, and like I would actively just concede to my opponent instead of drawing because you just didn't want to play the mirror in the draw bracket because one of you was probably playing too slow, if not both of you. All right, let's see what we got.
Better start for Jonathan here with turn 2 Renin 6. We got that going, which is nice.
Yep, and this is going to be an Urza Saga into a Dryad of the Elysian Grove. I think there is a counterspell in Jonathan's hand here.
Assuming he just fired that off. Yeah, he just kind of want to keep the board clear. It also means that Shane can't play an extra land, which doesn't threaten a Titan next turn. If we were to have, like Shane plays a forest this turn and then a castle next turn could threaten a Titan. So,
is that important for you if you're on Jonathan's side, just to kind of like keep the board as contained as possible until you start to do powerful things?
Especially when it comes to Dryad, because one of Jonathan's better answers is Solitude, and if there's a Dryad in play when a Primeval Titan is cast, you're put in this awkward spot where if Shane gets Valakut, you're kind of priced into Solituding the Dryad, but you really kind of also want to Solitude the Titan. So it's, that's specifically when it comes to Dryad, yes, I think it is important to answer that one.
Rock Chalk for Life is asking what legacy deck I would currently be on. We all know the answer to that. Come on. Also, go Jayhawks. I would be casting 1/1s for 1 blue.
Fugitive Wizard?
Yep. It's pretty much that card half the time.
Yeah.
The other ones are just better. They have text on them.
So there is the castle, as we kind of alluded to last turn.
It looks like we got a cycling of a Triome here from Jonathan Rossum. This is a much slower and just containable start from his opponent's Amulet deck here. This game for Jonathan, he's probably thinking to himself, yeah, see, like this is how it should be. Unlike my opponent doing 17 things a turn like they did last round. The old cycle of a Triome, get it back into my hand of Renin 6 trick, eh?
Works every time. The Ren's already at 7, so.
And yeah, this is pretty scary if you're on Shane's side, right? Like, you don't want something like an ultimate of Renin 6 happening here when you've just got nothing going on.
Yeah, Ren plus Counterspell is going to be a lot to fight through.
We'll see. Maybe this is the turn Shane pounces. Yeah, it looks like we're going to... Yep.
Amulet.
It's going to get an Amulet. So there's a mana floating. Now we have an Amulet in play, like you said. So if Shane's hand had some fireworks in it, this is the turn we're going to see it most likely, because this is what he's been setting up for. And since he hasn't been doing much else, you kind of assume there's some good stuff behind this, right?
Yeah, especially that
he didn't make a construct here, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, didn't make a construct, floating mana. Definitely kind of have to assume that Shane's got some way towards a Titan this turn.
It looks like we're going to time this one correctly. I think this might be a dress down in response to the Azusa here.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that means Shane can't play an extra lands, and yeah.
I have been utterly impressed with how good dress down has been, because it's one of those cards, we talked about how impactful MH2 was. Almost everybody missed how good dress down was. It's just been super impactful in Modern, Legacy.
There's just so many spots where it just does something that Dress down should die, by the way. But there's just so many spots where it just does something that you didn't expect, Yeah, look at how quickly Jonathan just snap ultimated, which...
That's the fastest game action I've ever seen him take in my life, by the way.
Wonder if he has another Ren. Looks like he does.
Yep, just kind of getting his mana correct here, because Ren here plus any land in his graveyard is just counterspell for the rest of the game here with the Ren emblem.
Yep.
So this is a setup, like you said, it's gonna be hard for Shane to fight through this. It's you're gonna need a Cavern sometime soon.
Yeah, and then even with Cavern,
good.
Even with Cavern, Shane does have different creature types. Like he has, they have Cultivated Colossus, Primeval Titan, Dryad, which all have different creature types, so can potentially fight through Counterspell Lock with that, but still going to be good at stopping what, Shane gets to resolve one type of card, you know what I mean?
It looks like we're gonna have the Prismatic Ending here on the Azusa. Make sure none of the shenanigans happen with that next turn. Azusa plus Amulet can do some really, really nasty stuff.
Could even flash back the Prismatic Ending if he wanted to.
Oh, that's true. Kill the Amulet. Yeah, I think it's something he might be doing here. So what are they pointing out here? Or is he trying to say that like you couldn't get 3 colors? Because you could, right? It's green, white, blue.
No, I think Jonathan might have already played a land for the turn. Yeah, I think Jonathan played the plains.
Okay.
Played the plains, cast the Prismatic Ending, and then played the Wooded Foothills.
Okay, so there we go. Yeah, it looks like we're getting this cleaned up. This is something that I was talking about earlier. I don't want to know how sloppy I'm going to be the first time I play like a real paper event back. I've played like some drafts locally, of like Flesh and Blood and Magic. I don't know if I've played Constructed since we've come back to playing Paper Magic, and I'll tell you this right now, I will be so sloppy. Okay, so it seems like they're talking it through, and the Heath was played last turn.
Okay.
Yeah, chat's going back and forth on this, so it does look like we're gonna resolve this. It does look like the land's gonna need to come into play.
Oh yeah, because Jonathan was in the play,
Right.
and Shane cracked the Urza Saga plus
He's
played a
lost
bounce
2.
land. So Shane,
he's lost 2
does
lands, right? Yeah, because he's lost an Urza Saga and he's done a bounce land. Yeah, okay. I was just counting that up myself. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah. Okay. Someone said classic Rossum, always playing 1 land per turn. At least it's not Jess Guy.
Can chat hear the players?
Yeah, Anurag, we can hear you and the players a little bit. I don't know if chat can hear that. It seems like they cannot. Okay. Okay, good. Thanks, chat.
Just double checking.
And it looks like we might have a little bit of a video glitch here. And there we go. We caught back up. Okay.
Now we're back.
And we're back. Yeah. It looks like we had another Urza Saga over on the Shane side. Shane's draw, not an explosive one early. Had a couple good things here in the mid game, but Rossum's been up to the task here. And for everybody at home, you see the card with the writing on it. Rossum has a Renin 6 emblem in play right now. It's something that definitely needs to be stated, because that might start happening here. Like you were saying, if there's some extra lands here, I wouldn't be surprised to see. It looks like this is what's going to happen right now. I'm going to go ahead and just fire off and kill this amulet. Am I saying that right? Is it amulet or amulet?
Amulet.
I think that's what the kids say.
Here's the Renin 6, which is now going to give us a land drop every turn, which is going to
a Ren emblem token there. Nice. Let's get this board
and now
state correct.
And now with the Ren ticking up every turn, that's going to give us access to the sort of lands that we need to be able to retrace these counter spells. So yeah, without something like a Cavern of Souls, it's going to be pretty rough sledding here for Shane.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to cast one of... Oh, and this is a really sweet thing. So he's got Delirium. He's going to go ahead and find a creature out of his deck here. But he can cast this every turn, by the way, that he has a land. So he can just get a new creature every turn. And that's a lot of card types in the yard there, Devin. And that's an Emrakul. We've already seen what Emrakul can do in this match. We saw Rossum use Emrakul last round to kill his Amulet opponent with his own cards.
With the Dryad Valakut, yeah. So I think we have Sorcery, Land, Planeswalker, Enchantment, Artifact, Instant with the counterspell, that's 6. Yeah, I think we're just missing creature. Obviously, Jonathan doesn't play tribals in his deck, so I think we're just missing creature, so 6 types. Which would mean Emrakul costs 7? Math checks out. Yeah, we're going to have 7 next turn.
Well, here's one of the big first steps that we were talking about. Here we go. Here's a Titan that's uncounterable off Cavern Assaults. This is a big play.
Shane did have the cat. Okay. Well, it is, but the problem is Shane knows that Jonathan has the Emrakul in his hand, so you kind of have to be a little careful with this Titan, because if you go for, like, let's say, you know, a Valakut and a Teleria West, if you pick up the Teleria West, Jonathan might just be able to kill Shane next turn by transmuting the T-West, getting a Dryad, playing the Dryad, attacking with Titan, getting Valakuts, and Valakutting Shane. So you got to be a little careful here for Shane's side. Because as we talked about, Jonathan does have 6 types, which means you know that he's going to be able to cast the Emrakul next turn with land number 7.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I wonder how many Emrakuls we're going to see today. If we're following Jonathan a lot, there's a chance we see one almost every round.
Especially if he's got it main deck.
Yeah, I believe he does. I mean, like, I think I saw it main deck in the list that Daryl Ayers was posting, and I have to assume that Rossum is either on that list or something very, very close. They're all friends with the same people and the same kind of groupish. Not 100% saying, you know, that's what happened, they worked together, but I would not be surprised if that were the case.
Right. Yeah, we're just going to go Omnath, Fetch, Emrakul, and I think that might just be game. Did Shane cast a Pact? Or did he just hard draw that Titan?
I think he hard drew the Titan. I can't see his yard because they're still talking about it in the chat, by the way, if you can do that or not, and like what the ruling was. But
I know Raph said you can. I'm fairly certain you can just fail to pay.
If Raph says something is right, I'm gonna go with him because I'm pretty sure he's a level 3. And you know, I don't argue with level 3s. I don't argue with judges anyway, but I'm never arguing with a level 3. Because like I'm like a -2. So.
But I mean, we should be able to just set up
Wargate. We truly are playing Commander.
A Wargate, holy crap! Yeah, it is.
We truly are playing Commander.
Jonathan should just be able to kill him here, right? You just pack for Dryad, attack with Titan, get 2 Valakuts, Dome Shane, post combat, play land. Yeah, this game we should be wrapped up here.
Billion, yeah. Okay, so yeah. Do all this. I've done this before. This song and dance. So yeah.
Yep. Play the Dryad, attack with Titan, get 2 Valakuts. That's 12 damage to Shane, and then Dryad gives you extra land drops, which you can just play the bounce land twice, and that's going to be 12 more damage.
Blocking. I would definitely be like no blocks. You know, at this point, I'd be like you could have this 6.
Yeah.
So people in the chat are asking what happened to Bryant round 1. He kept what looked like a tight hand in game 2 that needed a very specific thing to kind of, like, he looked like he needed to draw land to go off, and he didn't draw the land enough time, and he got comboed out by Yawgmoth. So it looks like he lost in round 1.
I think Bryant may have been on a mulligan to 6, if I recall, but yeah, I kept the 1-laner, likely just needed a single land to be able to, probably had the combo rolled up with the land, so.
Bryant is playing Neoform.
Neoform, yeah. To the, you know, for those of you who know Brian, probably to the surprise of none of those people. Brian's all about the wacky combo decks. He actually, I played against him once on Magic Online a few months back, and he, I think he turned to Gristlebrand me. He went like, you know, turn 1, it was like a Lightning Axe or something, or maybe he otherworldly gazed the Gristlebrand and then Goryo's Vengeance it, and I lost that game.
Yeah, you don't usually win that game. I'm trying to think the last time, or if ever, I've really seen Bryant play like a fair, like quote unquote fair deck. And I can't, like,
has he ever?
You're not gonna see, like, I want to sit down against Bryant one day and like mulligan a hand that's like not good against a combo deck, and then like keep it, and then he's just like Plains Mother of Ruins. I would throw my deck across the room. I would get so mad. Or he just goes like Forest, you know, Wirewood Symbiote or something. I'd be like, what happened? Who hurt you? You know, like,
yeah. What have you done with the real Brian Cook?
Yeah, he says, you know, Brian, Jarvis is pointing out that he has an SCG Open top 8 with Azorius Elixir. Yeah, it's kind of the joke, you know. Obviously, he's played some fair decks. So it's just he's everything that he's known for. In Standard, there's not really, he doesn't really have the choice of like, yeah.
You can't really
gotta
play
do what
Brian
you gotta
Cook
do.
decks in Standard.
Yeah.
True Brian Cook decks.
Yeah. when your name is the Epic Storm and you like came up with that deck, like we're not doing fair stuff. Yeah. Looks like a mulligan here for. Is that a mulligan for Awesome, or was he just putting in his sideboard cards? I saw a hand, but I'm not sure.
I think we're just shuffling. I don't think we've presented yet because Shane doesn't have an opening hand. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't look like it. Awesome showing his awesome dexterity here and shuffling his entire deck at once. A feat not often done by some of these Yorion players, but I think he's single sleeved this weekend, so he's a very smart man.
Yeah, if you're playing Yorion, if you're specifically this 4-color deck, you kind of have to single sleeve it. I mean, it's too much of a hassle.
I mean,
I've tried it. I've been there. Not doing it again.
So I've been doing a decent bit of casting lately. It's almost always modern, and some of the people that have this deck, they have like the coolest version of every card in the deck, right? Like, foil, extended art, encased in gold, 24 karat, blah blah blah. So I'm like, I get the double sleeving there when your deck's just $1 billion, but
right.
Somebody saying somebody at their LGS has this deck triple sleeved.
Oh my god.
You've got to really want it there. They really want it. So these amulet players have had some pretty good starts these games against Rossum. I think are they 4 for 4 on turn 1 amulets? And is this also? I think he might also be 4. I think he's at least 3 for 3 on answering it with a prismatic ending.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Just where this is just kind of business as usual, right?
Right.
We just expect
this
it.
Is just what. Yeah, this is what's supposed to happen, right? You have this 1/1, and I have this 1/1. Like that's just the way it works. So it looks like we're gonna have
might as well just start on turn 2, right? You just put the cards in the graveyard and pretend that we started on turn 2.
It looks like Arboreal Razor is going to let the Simic Growth Chamber come into play for free here, quote unquote. Let's keep going. This looks like 2 mana into a Wrenn and 6 game, looking very familiar from the last ones. Except Shane's on the play here, so he's going to start getting a lot more mana, but no amulet here, so the explosiveness definitely turned down a little bit here.
Yeah, we could see something like maybe a Triad here. Is this a Karn?
This is the Wargate.
Wargate for amulet. Okay, that's nice.
Soon.
That's kind of cool.
This might be an amulet. It looks like. Wait. Wait, that's not it.
Because he did it for 1.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming there's an amulet coming, right? He's doing it for 1.
Well, maybe there's something we don't know of in here. It's been a while since I've seen Wargate, by the way.
Yeah, and if you're playing Wargate, I assume he probably has some sort of like small tutor package, like maybe a Pithing Needle for Wrenn, but he's going to go for the amulet, which makes sense.
Right. I mean, yeah, like Wargate for 1 makes sense in a deck that has Urza Saga, right? Like you probably just have like some really good diverse targets in certain ways.
Yeah, and you can kind of double that up, right? With you can Wargate for them or you can Saga for them.
So people are mentioning your deck over here in the chat about Wargate and the
Tameshi deck. I got my playset of Wargates. I bought the cards for that deck. It's a sweet deck, but needs a little bit of work.
That's an FNM deck for sure.
Ooh, maybe Shane has the Tameshis in the sideboard. Maybe he's like Amulet game 1 and boards into Tameshi. Can you imagine?
That would be really cool.
Just like put Wargate in your deck because that's good at finding Amulet, and then you're like, psych, boarded Tameshi Bloom.
Got him.
Alright, so I assume we're casting a Growth, because we don't have Counterspell mana up. I don't know if I saw a Counterspell in John's hand, but probably would want to represent it anyways. So we'll get a land back. I saw a Boseiju. Question is, what are we doing? Do you target the amulet or the bounce land here? I think it's pretty close.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close. Part of me wants to go after the bounce land, but like maybe that's just wrong. Like amulet's just the super explosive card, right? Yeah, I think you have to go after amulet, right? Because that makes Titans way worse.
Well, he probably has Counterspell for not doing it, or Dress Down.
Or Dress Down, which is technically Counterspell for this turn. So.
Yeah, because you basically it's one of those things where if we wanted to go after the bounce land, you probably would do it with the bounce land with the amulet trigger on the stack with the other bounce land, which is kind of cool because then Shane has to basically pick up and land, and you still lose the bounce land. But because we had the Dress Down, we just wanted to kind of buy ourselves a turn on the Titan. Now it does quote unquote answer the Titan, but it is still a 6/6 that can pressure this Wrenn and 6, so it doesn't answer it all the way,
I think I see a Solitude in Rossum's hand as well. So there is a Solitude, there is a Boseiju here. So lots of ways to clean up some of what's going on the board. Does he have everything he needs here? All right, so here comes the Solitude. Going to pitch a white card. Looks like it's the Fairy. So Solitude's going to come into play. It's going to go ahead and Swords to Plowshares the giant 6/6, like you were saying. And then we've talked about, there is a Beseiju in Jonathan's hand. So if he wants to use it here, he can use the Rin's ability on it, but he doesn't have to do that this turn. He can get back a land that he actually wants to play this turn. So it looks like a Wooded Foothills getting added here.
And I believe it's Shane's covering up his lands, but I think Shane has, what is it? Bounce land?
It's Temple, Bounce land, and then some other normal land.
Slayers, okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm wondering if we Beseiju the bounce land, I think we can cut Shane off of a Titan this turn, right? Even if Shane has a bounce land, because you Beseiju the bounce land, Shane gets a forest. That's 3 mana plus bounce land is only 5. So
this is actually
Shane
really
needs something else to Titan.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point. This is a really clean express generation for Jonathan here. It actually hit a bobble, which allowed him to play a spell this turn while putting a spell in his hand and still hold up Beseiju here. It does look like he found a Chalice. So draw step, just in case he draws one of the basics here. Yep.
We're going to go after the growth chamber, which I do like because that means you put the onus on Shane to have something else besides just a bounce land to Titan here. Whereas if you, like, let's say you wait and you go after, well, I guess you could just go after the bounce land with the amulet on the stack, because then bounce land dies, Shane gets a forest, and then you still only have 5 mana, so it's kind of the same thing either way. But you just want to kind of make sure that, or maybe he's going after the Slayers. Also reasonable.
Just take away one of the combo pieces. Slayers.
Yeah, because these decks usually only play one copy of that card, which means now Shane basically can't haste any Titan or any creature for that matter for the rest of the game.
Yeah, you don't really want to draw multiple of that card.
Yeah. The only thing that I'm kind of concerned with this line is now if Shane has a bounce land, we can just slam a Titan.
He's still Titan, yeah.
Yeah, which can pressure the Ren and 6. It kind of depends on what John's leftovers are.
Is there another Solitude in Jonathan's hand? Well, see, I think I see a Solitude possibly at the front of his hand, so maybe that's what he's thinking. Because it does look, here we go. Here's the bounce land, like you were saying. So this looks like a transmute of Teleria West.
So I'm guessing he picked up the forest, right? Okay. Yeah. Because he got a forest off the Beseiju, right? So he must have picked up the forest.
Yeah, I think he tapped the forest for mana, picked it up. Looks like he's going to go get a Pact. So this is technically a copy of Titan, but not this turn.
Funnily enough, the card that I saw Jonathan pick up off the Bobble Draw was Chalice. So
yeah,
this is a little awkward.
He added the Chalice to his hand. So he's going to get to like kind of get all of this, right? Like he gets the Chalice for 0 here. He can kill the Simic Growth Chamber again with the Ren and 6 activation on Beseiju. Yeah. I think there's another Dress Down in his hand too.
Dress Down too.
This might be too much for Shane to come out of.
I have a hard time seeing John lose this game.
And yeah, I don't think he's actually going to. He might not ultimate this Ren 6 the first chance he gets either, because he's going to want to make sure it stays around to keep using Beseiju every turn, or for at least the next couple turns in a row.
Yep. Also, there's like Jonathan's hand is really good. There's not a ton that he needs in his graveyard to be like. Is Ren and 6 flashing back an iteration better than just Besiegeing every turn? The answer to that is probably no, right?
Yeah, I know, right? It's a weird spot to be in and to actually think about, but like, I think you're just right.
So now I wonder, Shane's probably going to get a Beseiju here. Yep, to answer the Chalice, which will turn on the Pact like that. The start.
Yeah, tight play from Shane here. I love that full art Beseiju, by the way. Looks gorgeous.
It's a nice one. So we're going to just do it now. Okay.
Yeah, Ross.
I guess because the mana was floating. Well, you could have just held it up, right? Could have just held up the Temple Guard in the forest. I wonder why he did it main phase.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because the awkward part about doing it main phase is because with Chalice on 0, Jonathan can't play a second Chalice, but if Jonathan does have a second Chalice, now he can't play it.
That's actually a good point.
Gonna snap ultimate, which leads me to believe that Jonathan probably has another Ren.
Yeah, this screams having another Ren.
So we're gonna start with ending on the amulet. It looks like, yep, flashback that. I keep saying flashback, it's retrace, but you and I both know what we mean.
Right. It's flashback that can keep happening. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually it's probably better to actually say flashback for people at home, because like retrace might not be ability. More people know what flashback is than know what retrace is.
Probably.
Yeah, flashback's actually been reprinted. Retrace technically hasn't, even though it's besides Rin, but it looks like an expressive iteration. Looking for some stuff here.
And likely just, 2 lands and a card he wanted to keep or something. What's going on here?
So they were trying to figure out what the bottom card of the deck was, and it looked like he left a card from the bottom of his deck on the table, so that the card had to go on the bottom from the expressive iteration. And Jonathan looked to check. And he's like, no, it's that one. So he may have seen an extra card at the bottom of the deck, and it should technically be randomized, but I think he's saying, hey, I'm gonna fetch this turn or whatever. So like the deck's gonna be randomized. Don't worry about it. They're just shortcutting, it looks like. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Throes of Chaos, exactly. Like they technically reprinted Retrace, but not in like a standard set.
Core set.
Like like Flashback has been reprinted multiple times in sets that are like not ancillary sets. All right, looks like another War Gate.
Gate for what's this? 3? I think 3.
Oh, there's 2 bounce lands?
What are we getting? So Shane hasn't yet played a land.
Flashback and Escape are 2 different things. But
yeah, Escape is a little bit different.
Yeah, Escape is similar. The thing we're talking about here between Flashback and Retrace, the real reason we brought this up is Flashback, when you bring the card out of the graveyard to cast it again, it's exiled. Retrace does not exile. So that's the important part. With the Rin 6 emblem, he can just cast the same instant or sorcery out of his graveyard over and over again as long as he has lands in his hand. They're all slightly different variations of Flashback. All of the abilities that we're mentioning are all variations of Flashback.
Right.
That was the OG. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, Jinx.
Yeah, they've definitely tried to do a lot of riffs on Flashback, but that's mostly just because of how successful it was. Yeah, exactly.
Flashback is one of my favorites of all time.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I like cards that are like Flashback, like the typical Flashback cards, because they're slightly overcosted for their effect, but like they're good and long. They're kind of games that I like. The scrappy games where you have to like play a bunch of turns and get a little bit of value
Firebolt.
And stuff. Yeah, like Firebolt's my
Firebolt
jam.
Limited,
yeah.
So it's such a sweet
very
limited
good
card.
Yeah.
Yep. I think we got a rip sleeve here from Jonathan.
With as much what's the right word here? With as much moving back and forth from different zones and stuff as all these cards do and shuffling you do, I'm surprised this doesn't happen a lot. And it being an 80 card deck, you might run out of sleeves pretty fast. You usually only get them in packs of 100. Unless you get some really sturdy sleeves, like some.
You have to use 95.
Yeah, like some BCW Deck Guard Elite 2s, Oh, yeah. Can we go ahead and say that one out there? Hashtag shill. Are those Dragon Shields? I'm not sure. They look like they might be, but
possibly. It's hard to tell from here.
Yeah, with no art on them, it's harder to tell. There's no discerning thing other than the color. Someone said, remember when sleeves used to come in 80? Yeah, that was the worst.
Bouncing Abundant Growth with the Fairy, just a free divination.
Gotta love it.
I am a big fan of the dual matte sleeves. Those are the ones that I've been using a lot.
Oh yeah. So here's the thing. I've actually been playing with Dragon Shield quite a bit again lately, and just been refalling in love with them. Dual mats are great. You can't really go wrong. There's about 3 or 4 different sleeves that are just utterly amazing on the market right now.
Yeah.
It looks like we're gonna do some Omnath shenanigans here. Some extra lands coming into play. All Fountain coming into play tapped.
So we'll get some mana off the Omnath. Pick up the Orion. Jonathan, I would imagine, probably has this one locked up.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but sure. Yeah, I'm along the lines of it's going to be very hard for Shane to get out of this, and it would be very impressive if he does. Now, this is this 7 mana? Well, this is not going to be 7 mana, but this looks like 6. Looks like we have another Titan.
Insta counterspell.
Yeah,
or maybe the Dress Down.
Some blue card, right? Some mono blue card in the deck. It's either dress down or counterspell. Do they have another mono blue card in their deck? Whoa,
so.
That's a mountain.
It's definitely not counterspell.
Does he have a? He has a blue fetchable, right? It is green red. I mean, he has a breeding pool in his deck, right?
Breeding pool? Yeah.
Yeah.
Should have breeding pool.
Yeah, so this might just be dress down. Yeah, it's just dress down. Okay. I know I said it again. Dress down is just really impressing me the more and more I've seen it, especially in this deck. Did he draw a card off the dress down? I think he
so.
might have. I think he drew the Unholy Heat. I think I missed it.
It's pretty quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Growth.
If you like drawing cards and doing a bunch of like medium stuff, this deck is for you.
1 mana, kill your Primeval Titan. No big deal.
Yeah.
Get it out of here.
Delirium.
Yeah, and we still just have access to.
That's actually. Yeah, I need to see the deck list, but I'm assuming they're actually not playing bolts in the deck anymore. They're just playing Unholy Heats now that you're playing a Delirium kind of thing. That actually seems like an upgrade in the deck to me. That's awesome. I like that a lot.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a big reason to play the Delirium stuff, not just the Traverse.
I didn't even think about that. That's awesome.
It's kind of a whole package, right? Like Traverse gives you access to more stuff going long. Bobble gives you so many more like good iteration turns, because if you hit a Bobble, it's just a free roll, and then getting to play Heat over Bolt is also a pretty big upgrade too.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think about that until just now, because this is the Traverse thing is still relatively new for 4-color, and I remember people were talking about it, and they were like, "Yeah, it's just better. You should just be doing this." I was like, "Yeah, I believe you." When people say that to me, and now like seeing it in action, I'm like, "Yeah, this is actually awesome." Are we following 4-color all of it? We're not sure yet, but for the first couple rounds today, we're going to be following Jonathan Rossum playing 4-color, and we're following Bryant Cook as our backup match right now, which is, excuse me, he's playing Neo Brand. Which Traverse? He's playing Traverse the Uvenwald. Good luck trying to spell that off me saying it.
Anu was pretty close.
Yeah, I think there's a V in it.
Anu was close enough. It's fine.
There we go. There is a V in it. I see 4 different spellings in the chat right now, and I'm definitely not trying. It's Uvenwald.
No. Sounds like a German word.
There we go.
Now Anu's just trolling.
Yeah.
No, now I think yeah.
Uvenwald. Yeah, I like that one. Chat, don't ever change.
Yeah.
Yeah, all these decks now, they're newfangled Uvenwald stuff, like they're either getting Death Shadow or like, this deck getting like, all these fancy Omnath stuff. Back in my day, we went and got Grimflayer with it, and we were happy.
Mindwreck even?
Yeah, I don't think yeah, Mindwreck. Yeah, I don't think he's listening or if he's here, but Brendan DeCanto's randomly tuning in. My teammate. I've watched him. I've watched him traverse for some truly bad creatures. And be like, really? This? Like, we're playing a tutor, and this is what we're getting? Surely there's got to be something better. Ishkana, there we go. That was a good one. All right, so maybe a possible way of trying to get out of this. We see the double Valakut coming in on Shane's side here from the Titan back to the game.
Wait, there's a game going on?
Yeah. There is no way to make these lands into mountains just yet, though, so that's the thing that we're looking for here. And it does look like there's another Heat in Rossum's hand here, but it looks like he's just going to go ahead and play a Solitude, kill that. You can gain some life. I'll beat you down eventually. In fact, Rossum actually has quite an offensive board set up here. He's got 11 power in play right now with a Renin 6 emblem.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty fast clock.
Yeah, you can like pitch a land here to kill the blocker and make sure to get through. Try to make it a, what is this? What does this almost be a 2-turn clock? This is 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. And if you add another creature, that could possibly be a 2-turn clock.
It would be a 2-turn clock if Jonathan played a fetch land here and didn't crack it, because then you could go fetch, get the 3rd Omnath trigger next turn. So you'd have 11 plus 11 is 22 plus the 4 from Omnath is 26.
Yep. Sounds right to me. So it does look like we're going to go ahead and remove the... Oh, no, this is Expressive Iteration. Okay. So it was a land getting pitched to retrace the Expressive Iteration. See some blue cards, I think.
I can't really see a scenario where Shane gets out of this. I mean, obviously Shane's best draw is probably Dryad with the 2 Valakuts in play if he's got a land left over, specifically a bounce land, because then you can go bounce land, bounce itself, bounce land to get a bunch of triggers, but...
That's also a Chalice for 0 from Jonathan. So that's actually going to cut some of the outs here. It's going to stop any packed shenanigans that Shane can go and find the Dryad with, so it makes it where you have to actually draw an actual factual Dryad now. And there is a counter spell in Jonathan's hand here too to kind of make sure
that should be enough.
Yeah. Without the hand would have to be a Cavern of Souls into a Dryad into a land, so it would be extremely specific. All right, looks like we're gonna pay for. Yeah. I mean, he could still possibly do that this turn.
Well, without Jonathan playing the fetch land, I guess maybe Shane gets an extra draw step.
What is that?
Is that a Tasha's Hideous Laughter?
That I think it is.
Wait, what?
This. What?
What? I guess the plan post board is to like hope that the 4-color deck draws too many cards and you just mill them out.
I'm with it. Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't counterspell this. You have retrace going, but like,
yeah,
what? That was.
I guess that's like not a horrible plan.
No,
right?
not at all. That was just not on my radar at all.
It's just kind of weird against like the Emrakul. Like the average converted mana cost of John's deck is pretty high, right? With Furies and Solitudes and Omnaths and stuff like that. So
he just has an Emrakul in his deck.
Yeah, the Emrakul too. If you hit that, then we're just gonna stop at the Tashas.
Yeah, you're gonna get like 3 cards.
There's got to be something spicy that like makes it make sense with the Wargate. I'm trying to think like Wargate for grab or something and just mill them out.
So people are saying it might be pretty good against Hammer too.
Yeah, that one is good against Hammer. That one's definitely good against Hammer.
That gets like what 40 cards from them usually. Speaking of Emrakul, how many times does Jonathan get Emrakul's opponent today and kill them with their own land triggers? Please just draw the Dryad.
Well, if Shane's got a Dryad. Yeah, if Shane's got a Dryad.
So bad.
No, not the Pact.
Well, the Pact doesn't work. The Chalice is on 0.
Yeah.
I mean, he could put him to
Fetch
3
Shock.
here.
Can Fetch Shock go to 1.
So he's going to do this.
The Pact. Take a peek.
Let's see if he attacks. A Boreal Grazer does not have Defender, so let's see if he remembers to attack.
I think I saw 2 more Tashas in the bottom, so that might just be a 4 of Enchained sideboard.
All right, yeah. So he's gonna go and find another pact. He's gonna cast all the packs into the Chalice. He's gonna fetch, fail to find, put him to 3. Jonathan, you better attack this Boreal Grazer. You better attack this Boreal Grazer. I'm not letting you forget this if he doesn't do it. There's a Boreal Grazer lives. We're gonna have words.
Oh no, he didn't do it.
Pulling up the messenger right now.
Disaster.
He's getting DM'd.
Absolute disaster.
It could have been a flawless victory.
Could have been. Well, besides the lands, I guess, but it's hard to blow those up.
No, this is one of the moments where if I'm in Jonathan's seat and doing it, or if I'm in the ambulance seat, I'm actually doing it for them. Like I'm attacking with my Grazer, and they'd be like, "What? Like this can attack? You're attacking with this?
Yeah.
You kill me. You kill me properly.
Don't forget. Yeah, don't forget this.
Absolutely. Because we've actually seen an Boreal Grazer attack today. I think it was in this match possibly as well. Like he kind of like just jokingly attacked the Boreal Grazer because like I think the 4-color decks just don't play Ragavan anymore, especially the Delirium version, and so you're not really fearing the Ragavan attack back because like I've actually seen people do that jokingly before, like attack with like a Bird of Paradise or a Boreal Grazer and like get punished for it somehow in some really roundabout case. But there's not many other than Ragavan I think that get played in Modern.
I guess maybe Hammer if there's like a Nexus in play, you could like aid plus Hammer or something. But
I think they're not doing that though in that matchup. In the 4-color matchup, you're kind of just like, oh yeah, it's like whatever. Their cards are just kind of all stuff.
I'm always down for a troll Grazer attack.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Someone's asking. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. Chat, I think you can hear me as well. Hey, real quick, guys. I'm going to interrupt these 2 lovely commentators to just bring you a real quick shout out to our sponsor. I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but Metafy is pretty sweet. Check them out for sure, metafy.gg. Massive shout out to Metafy here this weekend because they are really just bringing together this entire stream. I would not be able to afford any of this without their help. So first of all, big on that. And if you guys don't know what Medify is, !Medify in the chat. If someone could go ahead and type that in, that'd be sweet. But basically, Medify is a coaching platform for basically all competitive, just esports, gaming, that sort of stuff. In the context of Magic the Gathering, there are some insane coaches on the platform that you should definitely check out. Two of our casters today, actually, and myself included, are all coaches on the platform. REID Duke, JARVIS HAIYUE. If you want to learn about Magic the Gathering at an accelerated rate, if you want to get better faster, check out medify.gg. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'm going to ship it back to these guys. But I think the agenda now is to really quickly just take a quick break. I think the next ad is scheduled to run in 45 minutes, so maybe I have time. And then we have the backup match as well. What I do need to do right now is switch my batteries out. So why don't I do that? We'll take like a real quick break, and then we'll come back with the feature match backup, which is Brian Cook. All right. Sounds good?
Yep.
Cool.
Sounds good.
All right, looks like we're going to be back for coverage here of the 30K going on in SCGCON Syracuse. Shout out to Anurag and his channel here doing this awesome gorilla backpack coverage, whatever you want to call it. Just getting out here, doing the Lord's work, bringing us paper magic. Devon, Doomwake, we're about to have another match here from round 2. We're having the backup match of Bryant Cook here. He's going to be playing the deck. I was saying this during the break. Thank God you know how this Neoform deck works, because when I looked at the deck list, I just went cross-eyed.
Well, if you watch Bryant's round 1, it doesn't do anything. So
yeah, it does
hopefully
nothing.
We'll actually get to see some fireworks here.
And it looks like we're going to be going into game 2, and Bryant's up a game and with a mulligan. It looks like Jeskai Murktide is what he's playing against the other Tide here. So this is kind of like what we saw early when Murktide was becoming a deck in Modern, and it kind of has been eschewed just for the blue-red version. But it looks like we're back to Jeskai. Usually this is for stuff like Prismatic Ending, which I think I actually possibly see in Tim Ripley's hand here. I'm trying to think of the other white cards you use, maybe some sideboard cards, but usually Prismatic Ending is one of the ones that really jumps out to me.
Teferi too. I think a lot of these.
Teferi,
I think that's a lot of the reason they wanted the splash for it, because it makes them, pretty good in the mirror, because it stops counter spells. It like prevents your Ragavan from dying at instant speed, which can be pretty important. So yeah, it's usually Teferi and Prismatic Ending. Yeah.
Sorry for cutting you off there. Speaking of what's important, someone just pointed out something that's really, really important. Bryant keeps losing the playmat battle every round because he just keeps queuing into people that have awesome playmats as well. This is unreal. I have to believe these are set up. These have got to be set up from Anurag, right? But it was different though. No, because I don't know, because the last one was different, and I wouldn't put Bryant past using the Brainstorm mat. You know what? True. I gotta give Bryant a gift. I don't know if he still has them. At that Grand Prix, the New Jersey Grand Prix, you got this playmat. You also got, if I remember right, a deck box and like sleeves that were the Brainstorm stuff. I'm pretty sure I still have them unopened.
Really?
Yeah.
It's probably worth a pretty penny if they're unopened.
Sure. One of my favorite unopened things that I own is for Magic. I own a deck of playing cards. Like poker cards, like Ace,
like
Deuce,
the old school ones, right?
I have a sealed one that I bought in like 2001 or whatever. Yeah, they used to be like $5, and I should have just bought like all of them. All right, and for everybody at home, that is a Flooded Strand. I got it, Devon. We're good.
I have 4 of those. I know that one. That's like one of the few alt-art lands that I actually know.
That's an Abundant Harvest. It looks like it's saying non-spell, and it looks like a shoal here. And if you like foils, if you like bling, this is a match for you, it looks like, on both sides so far. Both these players really showing off.
Tim's deck also foiled out. I know we already saw Bryant's deck last round. But.
The thing, Bryant's deck is usually non-English, foil, and signed by the artist if possible. When you talk about like people who like really customize their decks and like make it their own, Bryant's are a pure labor of love. Like Bryant goes through so much for his stuff. Yeah. Like he truly loves the game and to customize his deck.
I think his brainstorms are foil, Japanese, Mercadian masks, and then also signed.
Yeah, he has some of the most absurd ones. That is that Void? What's the name of this artifact?
Void Mirror.
Void Mirror. Okay. Yeah, that is a Void
Mirror. Player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to play it, counter it, which is very, very important at stopping Nourishing Shoal, because you don't spend mana to cast that. It's an alternate cost. So that one actually quite good against Bryant's deck. It is going to Brian's going to have to answer it before he can go, set up the combo turn for sure.
It's really funny that he just revealed a Nourishing Shoal to an Abundant Harvest, right? Because this is a card that shuts it off. So,
yep.
Real big feather in Tim's cap here. I got to ask you this too.
Allosaurus Rider is another one it counters.
Oh, true. That's good. That's true. We're gonna have a Dash Dragavan in here, and I'm assuming it's gonna hit. We did see a Gut Shot earlier. It looks like that's just an Endurance.
But that's
counterspell. Really nice counterspell. I gotta ask you this: when all the cards are special, are any of the cards special?
I mean, they still all are, right?
Yeah, I know, right? It's just like every card here has just been so. This better be a foil Gut Shot. I can't tell, but
I can't imagine it's. Oh wait, is that not? I think that's a non-foil Gut Shot. Oh, Bryant, what are you doing?
Oh, Bryant.
I think it's English too.
Oh, Bryant.
Well, now because not everything is special, then everything else is special, right? Except the Gut Shot.
Yeah, something like that. I think the Gut Shot should be in exile here. I'm trying to remember exactly how these are cards I don't see very often and haven't seen in a while. I'm trying to remember. God,
Unless Tim cast it, but Tim had no
He might
reason to
have
cast
cast
it because
it.
it would just well, it would get countered by the Void Mirror, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, that one did go to exile, so I'm guessing maybe Tim did cast it.
Yeah, he tried to cast
We
it
put
apparently.
the Rider in exile. Yeah.
A lot of corner case fringe stuff happening here, and this is when we really there he is. I'll say this is really we need Ref Sputin in the chat. There he is. Ref, we're just gonna put you in the payroll, all right, buddy? Look, another Dash Ragavan coming in. This is pretty funny. I don't know if this Ragavan can like cast a spell in Brian's deck. Like I guess he can cast Neoform. He can cast Neoform.
I mean, we got 3 treasures. Allosaurus Rider does cost 7 mana. I'm just saying.
If we get the 4th treasure
That's a big boy.
If we get the 4th treasure, we might see a Gristlebrand hit play.
Oh, that too. Imagine.
Imagine Gristlebrand just. Can you imagine walking up? The player has nothing but red, white, and blue lands, and there's a Gristlebrand on play on their side of the board. You'd be like, "What happened here? This is not the Command Fest. That's going on the other side of the country. We're playing Modern."
So worth noting there, Bryant has he didn't play a land. We had 3 lands in play. He tapped the mana, played Harvest, and named land, and then played a land that he didn't hit off of the Harvest. So I wonder. That's very strange. You know,
it looks like Abundant Harvest going to get played here. Nice, because it'll pick up an Archmage's Charm.
You know where Brian's sitting up here.
Someone just pointed out, man, I'm wrong. Gristlebrand's banned a commander, and I'm over here talking about a commander game of Gristlebrand.
Oh no.
Raf Sputin, God, always put me in my place. Judge.
He's naming land again.
Name land again. Are we just trying to hardcast stuff? Is that what's going on?
Maybe.
Right. Gemstone Mine. Okay.
Well, it's weird though, right? Because he's naming land, but then he sacked the Waterlog Grove last turn.
Yeah, this is strange. Is there a 3rd color needed here? I was gonna say I need to pull up.
Oh no, you know what? It's probably Beseiju. That's probably why he's naming land.
He's looking for Beseiju. That is a really, really good point. Yep,
that makes more sense.
How many Beseijus does he have in his deck? I'm looking at what I think someone said this is his list, but like I'm not seeing it. I need to pull his YouTube back up. All right, and his YouTube, yeah, he has 4 Beseiju in his sideboard of his YouTube.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yep.
Because that'll allow us to get that Void Mirror off the table, which can, then at least let us start doing some fireworks. Because we can't really do anything with that Void Mirror in play.
Looks like some books are going to get torn up here. We got the Ledger Shredder. Second spell of the turn.
The Bird Lawyer.
The Bird Lawyer, yep.
I just want Ragavan to hit Gristlebrand now. Now that you mentioned it.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna like hit it this turn where he can't cast it, and then I'm gonna get mad. I'm gonna be very disappointed.
Yeah.
Still over on Tim's side of the board here. Working with a full grip. As you do in the Murktide decks, almost all the cards replace themselves or are just very efficient threats.
Yeah.
Extra copy of Ragavan getting binned here.
Makes sense. Don't really need a second one of those. This is probably going to be a dash Ragavan. Yeah, get in for 2. All right, please no Gristlebrand. Please no Gristlebrand.
Oh, here's the gut shot. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we can't pay that for free, but we can tap a mana for it.
One of the treasures is getting used. Some of the treasures getting used up here. It looks like
2 of them for Murktide.
Murktide. Okay.
I think we got 5 spells, right?
I would assume. I think he's gonna leave some too, though. He's gonna I don't know if he needs Delirium or something. It doesn't look like he removed possibly a land here. So we'll see if he puts 5 counters on this or not.
I think you definitely want to make sure that you can present lethal next turn. Yeah. So we got 8, 10, and then a Ragavan would be 12. Yep. Okay, Brian's off it. Yep.
Yeah, Brian is a man that he values his time and his opponents. So when he's dead, he's just going to go ahead and pick him up and move on to the next game. I appreciate that about Brian. That's what I appreciate about him.
I'm maybe known to concede a little bit earlier than I maybe should have, but
there's a few players that that do that. I don't usually concede too early. I will shame concede when I mess up really badly. I'm just I'm just off it. I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah. I just want to go and hide and save
misclick on Magic Online, and I'm just I can't even pretend that I still want to play this game. I'm too embarrassed.
I am definitely a misclicker. I'm also I play slow on Magic Online because I just don't play enough.
Yeah. Yep.
And so I'm like, I like to cube and stuff on there. I'm not allowed to play with certain cards because it'll just time me out. See if Bryant can keep us. If Bryant keeps a 7 here, I'd be a little worried if I was Tim.
Just turn 1 kill you.
Maybe not even turn 1 kill.
We can do it.
Be a strong hand, right? You know.
You could, I mean, depending on whether, I don't know if Tim has access to Force Negation, but you could see, like, you know, reveal Chancellor, play land, Allosaurus Rider Deoform, off to the races.
Looks like maybe we got mulligans from both the players here. Oh, I was supposed to say, I think
no
we
Chancellor.
got to skip forward just a little bit, so that was nice. Do a little movie magic. All right, looks like we're gonna have a bobble trigger. Let's see if you can remember to draw the card off the bobble here this time. It looks like he's gonna miss it yet again. Nope. That's a little unfortunate for Tim here this round. If he comes back and watches this, Tim, you know, it's maybe a little thing we could have done differently.
I can't remember if they miss it and then they figure it out later. Is the ruling that they can just put it on the stack, or how does that?
It comes down to Bryant. If Bryant wants to put it on the stack or not.
I gotcha. Which obviously he wouldn't.
Yep, he didn't need it last game, so you know, he's just on hard mode. You know, like he's like, I don't need this.
No. Deny the extra card. I think we're having some
a little bit of
video technical difficulties.
This caught up pretty fast last time. I'm assuming it's going to again this time. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. It's going to move real fast for a second. There we go.
What we got for Tim? Holding up Counterspell, most likely. So Bryant didn't have the turn 2. Now that could mean he's either setting up for... Well, maybe not. I was going to say maybe setting up for an Eldritch Evolution or potentially Neoform with the Veil of Summer backup. But looks like we're going to go ahead and do nothing here.
Yeah, also, I was going to say, I think this is either he has it like rolled up and was setting it up, or he might have already had some sideboard cards. You know, he might have like already had a Veil of Summer or 2 in his hand, like something where he's missing one specific thing, you know, and when he finds that thing, then he could probably go off.
And
also, he's not really getting... Good.
One thing that I will mention, and I know that I've watched a lot of Brian Cook in the past, and I'm sure you can probably attest to this too. Brian is, when it comes to combo decks, he's not going to do anything until he feels like the very last moment when he feels very pressured to do something. You know, it's just going to set up, and then once, you know, then he'll try to go for like Neoform with triple Veil up or something like that. You know what I mean?
Exactly. He'll try to cover all his bases. So he's a legacy player at heart, right? And it's like the old adage of like, when do you brainstorm? No, you brainstorm later than you even possibly think. Like you wait as long as possible to brainstorm. Like that joke. Also, it's a good thing to point out that he hasn't really been under any pressure. Like, you know, this is the first time he's about to get attacked. It's turn 4 from Tim here. So he hasn't really like had a need to really rush either. Oh, gut shot off the top. A lot of gut shots today.
Gut shot, I feel this is like the second time where gut shot's been, you know, 1 card deep essentially, where he would have just rather had the gut shot, but
I was like, no, you didn't dash. That stays in play. There
didn't dash. Did not dash.
It looks like he's been leaving up Counterspell the entire time from Tim's perspective here.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty easy read for Bryant as well.
Fireworks.
I think there's going to be a turn where 4 or 5 spells hit the stack at the same time.
Probably, yeah.
It's gonna be like Counterspell, Veil again. You know, do a bunch of stuff. Possibly.
Back to negation.
Yeah, force of negation, something. Because like we don't know how many counterspells are in Tim's deck either. Like he probably has the card Counterspell, but does he have any of the free ones? You know, it's a little harder for him to have the free ones with white cards in his deck. You know, that's a deck building thing that has to come into play when you have extra colors in your deck. Looks like we got an end of turn bolt getting fired off here. Try to get this clock up a little bit.
Tim just wants to use his mana too, because like you said, if we're gonna have that one big turn where Tim's gonna have to use all or most of his mana on a counterspell fight, he wants to make sure that, you know, no mana gets left unspent, basically.
So I got to shout out the fact that Allosaurus Rider is in the actual chat right now and is actually rooting for Bryant. I'm convinced that this is Bryant on his alternate Twitch chat account rooting for himself. That's what I'm convinced.
there's a Neoform cabal out there. You know, there's some Neoform enjoyers.
There's dozens of them. There's dozens. they're all here in this chat to give Bryant their energy.
We got a Murktide here. Brian's gonna crack a Waterlogged Grove.
He's gonna sort of get up to a lot of cards here, so you might be getting your wish here sometime soon.
Yeah, this is close to a 2-turn clock, right? Brian's at 14. We got 6 power currently. You know, we can maybe throw a bolt into the mix. That'll be a 2-turn clock. So Brian's likely going to do something either this turn or next turn.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's been a bolt cast to this game, so like it has to enter your mind, right? Like there's possibility there's more bolts still left over in this deck.
Yep. All right. So next turn, I promise, chat. Next turn is going to be the turn where Brian is going to cast some spells.
Apparently, the
Neoform I'm wrong,
ball is
I'm wrong.
The Neoform ball they're representing from the chat right now. So we get an attack from the Murktide and not from the Ragavan here.
Guess playing around Endurance, but interesting.
Looks like we get another Waterlogged Grove getting cycled for Bryant. He's at 10 here, so you're gonna do something.
Surely this is the turn. This is the turn.
Well, we say that we know there's a shoal in Bryant's hand, so he doesn't have to do this, but he can shoal for a bunch of life here and fight over that possibly during Tim's turn.
Yeah. Can you just like hard cast shoal and just cast it for 2?
Just pay 4 mana. Someone in chat is talking about this. You promised, Devin, that there was going to be fireworks, and now there's not.
I did promise. Well, Brian hasn't said go yet, so, you know, come on.
He might have 8 cards in his hand, so he might just feel like he should do some of it now. Like, if you're going to discard, you might as well shoal now, right? I know you want to like, do it during your opponent's turn. But...
My reputation's on the line here. Yes! Oh, no, it's just an endurance.
Just casting it. You're like, oh my god, he cast a spell. Yeah.
Hey, that's the first spell that, well, not the first spell, but that's the first time that Brian has committed more than 1 mana on his own turn. I'll count that as fireworks.
Yeah, a non-cantrip, like, cycling of a land.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we got a expressive iteration here.
Chat says no endurance trigger. Well, I don't... I guess he maybe want to endurance himself to put more cards into his deck, because like there gets to be some weird counts with Gristlebrand. You kind of have to have like an exact certain number.
Yeah, I should ask chat, what are you hitting with endurance here yourself? Because your opponent doesn't have a graveyard. So
yeah, the way that the way that it kind of plays out is Bryant will eventually get a Gristlebrand into play, and he needs to have like a specific number of cards in his library to like either draw exactly enough with Gristlebrand to like draw through his entire deck. Because I think the way what ends up happening is there's endurance loops where you like endurance yourself, endurance shuffle the cards back in,
yeah.
pay 7, draw the endurance again, and you just basically keep going through that loop to get the storm count up. But yeah, something like that.
It also looks like he didn't block here as well, going down to 6. This is only a 4/4 Murktide, so you can take a hit from this.
Yeah, I guess hypothetically Bryant could also chump block next turn to not die to bolt, because I'm assuming that Bryant wants to just not die to bolt.
That would be an awkward way to lose this game. Is like you just randomly die to bolt, and I wonder if he's gonna maybe fire off a shoal here. He's thinking about something here. He's counting.
I think he's counting cards in deck. You see him counting cards in play.
Yeah. Someone's asking how is he going to block the Murktide. I don't know if you've read Endurance before, but it has reach. Look, I know I missed some stuff, but you can't miss it too.
Recycling a Veil. Recycling a Veil. Okay, chat. Surely this is the turn. This has to be the turn.
I don't know if I believe you, Devin. I've been hurt before. Trusting you.
Brian, please. Okay, we're casting a shoal.
Within
Step 1.
Or Gothatarnian worm, or however the hell you pronounce that.
I'm not even gonna try.
Yeah. the big old worm.
Yeah. Big old worm.
Autocron is something like, I don't know. The big old worm.
Step 1, gain a bunch of life.
Yeah, that's I'm about to say Brian's up to 21. Blackjack dealer.
Well, this is actually bad because now Brian's not going to do anything.
Yeah, I know, right? This gives him more turns to do nothing. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh man. Well, I tried.
Devin, he played a spell. He played a spell.
He did play a
You-
free
you-
spell.
You asked him to do something, and he did something.
He did.
Yeah, you guys with all your pitch spells and your endurances, how about gain 15? You know? What's up?
Yeah, we just restart the game basically.
Yeah.
Bryant's now ahead of Tim in life.
Oh man, this Neoform deck is wild. Look like Brian's just gonna
It's
take
like
this forward here.
There's those games where you're just like, oh, I had Chancellor, you died on turn 1, and then there's these games where it's just like set up, just don't do anything.
Yeah. I wonder if Chancellor's in his deck after sideboarding if he has to bring in a ton of stuff in this matchup.
Yeah, that's a good point. Might not be. Although on the play, I still think it's.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
I feel like you still want them on the play.
Yeah. I mean, probably. I'm just saying. I think there's possibly a chance. I mean, it's also another expensive green card to pitch to Shoal and like pitch to Outsource Writer. So like, there's probably a certain amount of green. Like, if you're bringing in Gut Shot, it's hard to take out a green card, right? Because you need a certain mass of green cards in your deck. So, look, I'm not gonna say that I'm a Neoform scientist. Okay, I don't know the numbers here. I haven't played a lot with this deck. This wasn't part of my preparation for this event. Thanks, Bryant. Thank you. I should be watching his YouTube. I should be watching his YouTube video right now so we can learn. Yeah. Again, that's the Epic Storm on YouTube right now. If you want to watch Bryant's video about that, a little shout out for our folks. He was nice enough to volunteer for this. We might as well shout him out and shout out his YouTube stuff. Make sure you subscribe and like all his videos. That's the thing to say on YouTube, right? Subscribe and like.
Like and subscribe. You said
like
in the wrong order.
Oops, sure. I think he'd rather subscribe than likes, but sure.
That's a fair point. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Get that sub train going, I know it's not the same thing, but all right, another attack for 4 from the Murktide here. A little take from Bryant. Like you said, now he's incentivized to do less. Oh, we could have maybe Murktided main phase 1 here if we're playing the second Murktide. It does grow the first one.
Yep, grow the first one.
He gained life, chat, off of Nourishing Shoal earlier. So.
Yeah, Nourishing Shoal pitching. Okay. The X equals 15.
So it looks like Tim might not know that it grows the first one. Is that like something that has to happen, or is that like a trigger? It's probably a trigger, right?
It's a mandatory trigger, so I'm assuming it's one of those things where like
nothing we can do about it, obviously. Yeah, like this is a time shifted match or whatever you call it. Like this has already happened. Yeah, Rasputin saying you can miss those triggers.
You can? Okay.
I figured you could.
Like you said, I'll trust anything Raph says.
Yeah, I'll trust anything Raph says, yeah. Rasputin is God in this chat when it comes to rules. You will not question him.
No. All right, Bryant is still doing nothing.
Well, he's incentivized to do something this turn, be it block or
or die,
gain some life.
Probably gonna take a block here. Take 6, go to 3. I mean, I'm assuming Brian probably has another Shoal. He's gone through half his deck at this point. He has to have found another Shoal.
Yeah. All right, just confirming the power, it looks like here. So if he has another Shoal, he gets to eat the Ragavan here. I would assume there's a second Shoal or something of some kind here, but we'll see from these blocks. If he hasn't tried to go off yet, and he doesn't have a Shoal here, I'm trying to think of what his hand is from this spot. It'd be the most okay. Does look like a Shoal for a lot. There is a Chancellor, like we were talking about. Okay, so there's a counter spell. Okay. Stuff's about to happen. A lot of things are about to happen. I'm assuming there's at least one deal. Okay.
Another Shoal?
Another Shoal.
Okay. So his hand was just like all Shoals and okay. So maybe his hand was just terrible the whole time.
Yeah, maybe his hand has just been that bad, yeah.
So I think we're resolving one Shoal. It is just some small sequencing here. It is nice for Brian to cast the Shoal before it blocks, because if you lose the counter spell war over Shoal, like imagine if you like block the Ragavan and then go for the Shoal and lose the counter war, then you're taking lethal. So you want a Shoal before it blocks. If you win the fight, then you can choose to block the Ragavan and give yourself more information that way.
Very good point there.
It looks like we did resolve one of the Shoals. So we gained 7.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, I didn't
Now,
see the card that got pitched. Yeah.
I think it was another 7 drop. Or actually, was it an evolution? Because he was at 9, right? Yeah, I think
it might have been the
he
Edric
just gained
evolution.
3.
Yeah,
I think it
I
was
kind
just
of
for
saw a
3.
green card. I couldn't tell what it was. It was so fast.
That's rough. That is rough.
Yeah, that means his hand is bad. Yeah.
At that point, you might as well just hardcast if you're gonna do it for 3, right? Because you have 5 mana.
Yeah, he has so much mana up. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, looks like he's gonna eat the
Block
Ragavan.
Ragavan. Take 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go to 3. So still dead to bolt, right? Okay. No bolts. Okay, well, I promised fireworks for like 3 different turns in a row, and I guess Brian's hand was just terrible the whole time.
It'd be really unfortunate if Brian. I think it does look like he's conceding. This is really unfortunate too that like we haven't seen Bryant win the games that he's won. All the games that we've watched are the games where his deck has just done nothing. So we haven't actually seen his deck in action and do its thing. And I really hope we get that on camera at some point in time.
Just at least once.
I'd be very frustrated if I was him, not just because I'm losing in the tournament, but also I'm just like, yo, my deck's better than this. Like, this is cool. I want to show this off, and like I just can't get it to happen on camera.
Yeah, it's just like his deck is not even functioning, and like he saw a lot of cards that game. He cast a lot of cantrips, cycled a lot of lands, had a lot of looks at cards, and just found 3 Nourishing Shoals and a bunch of garbage,
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, he probably played the game really, really well from the spot that he gave himself the best amount of chances to win. But unfortunately, that happens sometimes when you're playing a combo deck. You're trying to arrange all these specific cards together in a certain order at a certain time. That's going to do it for round 2, everybody. It does seem like round 3 is up really, really soon. So we'll be having more Magic for you as soon as possible. I believe that we're going to take a small break. I'm waiting to hear from Anurag.
Question mark?
Super small break.
No, I'm not
super
sure.
If
small not, break. It means we're going into round 3 really, really fast. So don't go anywhere. There's about 800.
Can you guys hear me? Hello. All right, so I'm giving you guys an update right now. It's actually kind of a messed up situation. The paper pairings have not been printed. I don't know why. I will leave that to the SCG crew to figure out. But you find out who your opponent was?
Circus.
Okay, I'm gonna catch that up for you a second. But there was one judge who was basically just like giving. There's like a pool of players like in the corner who don't have access to like the website or something, and there's no paper pairing. So one judge is like manually giving one by one to each player.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So that is the situation update. After this, I'm going to pass it off to TANNON and Devon. They're going to add Phil, and then I think for a while, I mean, the next round should start soon. So my fingers are crossed as I see some players are like dispersing. So, all right, take it away, you guys.
And we're back. Hi, I'm Tannen Grace. I'm joined by Devon O'Donnell, aka Doomwake, because probably about 99% of you actually know him by. The streamer himself. How you doing today, Doomwake? I didn't get to ask you that earlier.
I'm doing good. You know, woke up, had some breakfast, had some coffee, and
what's it like
ready to commentate. You know, it's pretty good. I would say it's averagely rated. You know, not overrated, not underrated.
Oh, nice. I like that. That's a good reference there. Let's say it's been a good day so far. I'm actually I haven't hit the wall yet. Like for if you don't know what we're talking about at home, I for some reason just could not sleep last night. I was like super excited about this, a couple other things. I was watching some TV shows. I was like ending a binge watch of a show that I was like catching up on. And you know how that is. You're like, oh, just one more episode. Oh, just one more episode. And then you're like, well, the next one's the finale. Like I gotta watch that one, right? And so like you're just stuck. And before you know it, it was like before I know it, it's like 5 o'clock in the morning. Like I could see the sun coming up a little bit. And I was like, I gotta be up in like 2 hours to cast, or like an hour and a half to cast. And I was like,
yep,
it's not even worth going to bed at that point.
No, at that point you just stay up and, you know, just run the gambit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Somebody's asking what show in the chat. I don't know if I should tell them.
You dox yourself?
I just dox myself. No, it wasn't anything like crazy. I just watched like everything that comes out. Like obviously I finished watching The Boys. You know, catching up on all that stuff. I don't know if you watch a lot of television or ever watching that. And then there's like a new show that came out on Amazon called The Terminalist. I think I watched that and stuff. I just watch everything because, you know, I work from home, so got the second monitor up. But anyway, we've seen some sweet magic here today. We're following Jonathan Rossum as our main match that we've been following. He's playing 4-color. He's played against Amulet, both of his 2 rounds so far. And then we've been watching a backup match. Unfortunately, for a backup match player, it's been Bryant Cook playing a really cool, innovative Neoform deck that has been very shy today. His deck has been very, very shy. Every time we've had him on camera, his deck has not really wanted to perform.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something before we caught a little bit of glimpse of Jonathan talking to Anu about his, I think his round 3 opponent. Said Bailey, who is actually a local player to me, he goes to the same local game store that I go to. So I don't think we're going to be seeing some Amulet next round. I won't spoil it, but
is this a mirror? I see a Yorion.
So, okay, so I know that the last couple FNMs, Bailey has been playing this blue-white. It's like Urza, Stoneforge, Thopter stuff combo, like Thopter combo with the, you know, Urzas and Yorion and all that kind of stuff, like Thought Monitor, like kind of like Blue-White Affinity, similar thing. I don't know if he's still playing that or if he's just playing, you know, 4-color, but we'll see.
Oh, is it like the Thought Courier, the Thought Monitor deck as well in the blue-white deck you're talking about? Yeah, that deck's sweet. I've seen that deck a little bit.
Yeah, it's got the Thopter combo. Yeah. It's got Stoneforge Mystic. It's got Yorion with Solitude.
Looks like we have a snap mulligan from Bailey here, and I think Jonathan's keeping his 7. Something we haven't actually seen him do too often today. We've seen quite a bit of mulligans, but again, we've talked about this. If Bailey's deck is the 4-color deck, which his deck looks like it's more than 60 cards to me. So I think
there's a Yorion up there.
Yeah, I was gonna say we see the Yorion. We were talking about that earlier, but I was gonna say I think this is more than 60 cards. So I think you were saying this earlier that I think I just saw Fury go by.
I saw Fury.
Yeah, and you were talking about you think this is a really good mulligan deck, right? A deck that mulligans well in Modern.
I do, especially, you know, with Ren and 6. Just the 4-color deck in general, even outside of Ren and 6, has so many cards that replace itself. Has Icefang Codal, has Abundant Growth, and you just like you can keep a lot of these hands that are just, you know, 2 lands and 3 cantrips and just kind of cycle through and eventually just get, you know, your cantrips find you closer to your good cards and stuff like that. So. Yeah, and Bobble too. Bobble plus Fetchland is really good on a mulligan.
Yeah, you can see, is that a land? Do I want to keep it? Or is it a spell because my hand is land heavy? Yeah, lots of cool things you can do here. Jonathan's got a draw on the stack, I think, here from Bobble. Yep, there we go. So untap. Takes a turn here and draws up again. Yeah, I think he's just saying, yeah, that was for the Bobble. You know, like the draw, just making sure, you know.
We have a Ren? Looks like we do. Definitely the play you're looking for in the mirror here. Definitely the card that you always want to see on turn 2 for sure. Well, just in any matchup, not just the mirror, just every single matchup.
Gotta believe he's going to get like a forest here. I don't know if he needs to get a dual land, but say, oh yeah, it does look like he's gonna go get a dual land. He's gonna get a breeding pool, making sure that he's got access to all these colors. So he's got all 4 of those colors so far, and Bailey getting kind of a mirror playing here, getting the Ruggerian Triome, so the Jeskai Triome in play, as I like to call it. I'm old school. Forgive me, but red, white, blue is Jeskai.
It is. Yeah. Well, did you see the new ones aren't even called triomes?
Yeah, they're called like something else. Like, whoa.
Whoa.
Hey,
That is not traditional 4-color. That is a wave sifter. Okay. I think I know. Do you know what's going on?
Is it what's the name of the card? The suspend card?
Glimpse of Tomorrow.
This is Glimpse. Yeah. So if Bailey does the thing that his deck is supposed to, there's going to be just a billion permanents in play, right? Like we're gonna roll the dice. Yeah, this is really, we've seen some cool decks today.
Even has the Teferi to basically force Jonathan to cast the counter spell. But yeah, we can jam Teferi here. If Teferi sticks, then if we have a Cascade spell next turn, we get to Glimpse, and I kind of assume we're gonna win the game if that happens. So
there's a Cavern of Souls in play on its side too. This is wild.
Yeah,
this is wild.
So the Glimpse deck plays Cavern because the newer versions of Glimpse is way more elemental focused. So they have Season Pyromancer, they have Risen Reef, and obviously Fury. I don't know if they have Solitude, but maybe with 80 cards they do have Solitude. But there's a lot more elementals in Omnath, obviously. And what ends up happening is you cast a Glimpse, which basically shuffles all the permanents, and you flip that many cards and put that many permanents into play. And you get all of these like Risen Reef triggers, Omnath triggers. Omnath gets you mana, draws you cards to find you more Cascade spells. You do it again. You just basically keep going. And what ends up happening is you end up with this loop where you can endurance yourself to put your glimpses back into your deck and then cast a Cascade spell to then cast them again. Because obviously at some point you run out of Cascade spells, right? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the end game here. That's how Bailey's going to win.
Yeah, and you think that is this deck, and he's not just playing 4-color elementals? You think this is Yorion Glimpse?
With the Wave Sifter, 100%.
Yeah, with the Wave Sifter, that's just such a telling play, right?
Yes.
And we got a shock land here, and the shields are fully up here. There's a Teferi in place. So there's nothing Rossum could do. In fact, the Teferi is going to go down to 1 here to pick up the Omnath, and I have to believe this is going to be some big play. Yep. All right, here we go.
Oh yeah. So we have 1, 2.
I like how Rossum is just leaning forward now. He's like, wait, so what's going on? I wonder I assume he's seen this deck, but maybe not in paper.
So we got 8 permanents. Okay. So right 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 8 permanents. And we have 1 mana floating off of the Glimpse.
We have a mana floating. Yeah.
Yep.
I was supposed to say that's important. Mm-hmm. All right. So let's explain one time what's happening for everybody at home.
All right, so Glimpse of Tomorrow says it's one-sided. You shuffle all of the permanents into your deck, and you reveal that many cards on the top of your library. And from there, you put all of those permanents into play. So basically, you don't get to flip, like if you flip a Glimpse or a Violent Outburst, those don't count towards putting it into play. So basically, Bailey's going to look at the top 8, put all of those permanents into play. Now, everything comes into play at once, which means that Omnath will trigger off of lands. As you see, there's an Omnath here with some lands.
Oh, so. God.
It's only 7? I thought it was 8. Maybe I miscounted. But yeah, so basically all these are going to come into play at the same time.
We're going to get probably.
Oh, maybe.
Because the physical token and then the dice on top of it. Yeah, it's possible.
Yep.
But yeah, I see what you're saying. Sorry, continue. Because there's a bunch of stuff happening.
So we're going to get 3 Omnath triggers, which means we're going to gain 4, make some mana, and dome Dome Jonathan along with the Ren and 6. We are also going to get a Fury trigger. We're going to get, we already resolved the Endurance trigger. And with the mana from Omnath, this is how you kind of get to see what we were talking about, where you just get to keep going if you have more Cascade spells. Because you're going to draw a card off the Omnath, and then you get the mana from Omnath to then go again on the Cascade spell.
It looks like we're having a judge call something with the endurance thing has happened, but I'm not sure. Like maybe he's forgetting I'm not sure. I think maybe there's still some triggers on the stack and this one hasn't fully resolved yet. Not sure. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, we resolved the Fury and the Endurance trigger. I would assume.
I think they're saying apparently the Violent Outburst is AWOL. It should be in the graveyard, but I think it might be in the deck. Apparently, is that what it is? Yeah, it should still be on the stack. Yeah, apparently. He accidentally shuffled into his deck. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, the Outburst should be in the graveyard.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. All right. That one is still on the stack.
Yeah. So all the Omnath triggers are going to happen here now. It looks like.
Yep. We're gonna draw a card, and then we get 3 landfall triggers. So we're gonna make mana, gain some life, Dome Shot, Jonathan, and the Ren 6. That's the mana that is floating.
And he can do all this again, right? Like this isn't all he's going to do this turn. He could possibly keep doing more, or even glimpse again this turn.
Right, yeah, because if Bailey has more Cascade spells, because the mana floating will let him cast another Cascade spell. Also worth noting that if and when Bailey does cast another Cascade spell into Glimpse, Omnath is the way that Omnath works is if there's a new Omnath in play, that one you get basically they reset the triggers. Right, so if Bailey were to cast the Cascade spell, shuffle the Omnath and flip another Omnath with some more lands, he's going to get those Omnath triggers as well.
All right, looks like we're going to go ahead and just play an Endurance and pass, I think is what just happened. Well, maybe not. Hold on, we might not be done yet. All right, so let's look at Ardent Plea.
Done.
We're not done. It's Ardent Plea with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 permanents here. So
now it's 8.
Let's go again. We go again.
I guess you couldn't, because I was going to say one small thing is, so with Violent Outburst specifically, what you want to do is you want to play the Endurance, and with the Endurance trigger on the stack, you want to target yourself, Endurance trigger on the stack, cast the Violent Outburst, so that when the Endurance trigger resolves, the Glimpse is in your graveyard, because again, what you want to keep doing is make sure that you shuffle that Glimpse back in, to make sure you can keep cascading into it. Obviously, you can't do that with Ardent Plea, because you can't flash it in the Ardent Plea,
right?
But it's something you can do with Violent Outburst.
Yeah, Jarvis, you was just pointing out. He's like, unfortunately, Ardent Plea will be on. Like, where are these glimpses?
They're
Come
somewhere.
On, there we go. All right. So this is for 8. So make sure they go in the right spot
of Bailey's deck.
Yeah, make sure they go. Yeah, let's make sure they go in the right place this time. So the glimpse is technically still in the stack. It's not actually in the graveyard yet, right?
Yeah.
Or no, the glimpse is in the graveyard.
The Glimpse is
on the stack. Yeah, the Ardent Plea is on the stack. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry, there's so much going on.
There really is.
We've seen some wacky stuff today.
And I think that die is representing 1 mana floating from Bailey?
Yeah, possibly. I think so. Oh.
That's not a good start.
These are some real big misses.
That's not bad. 6, 7. Omnath?
Yikes.
No. Okay. That's a pretty bad one.
Yikes. Colony Garden's going to give him a token. He's going to take 2 damage here.
If Bailey does have another Cascade spell, we can go again because the lands do come in. You can put the lands into play untapped off of the Glimpse.
I've got to believe that's what's happening here. So there's the 2 clues.
We did shock in the Steam Vents. So yeah, 2 clues off the Wave Sifter. We get a plant token off of the Colony Garden.
Now the Ardent Plea is going to resolve.
Plea resolves, yeah.
And I assume we're going to go again.
No, we're going to use the mana floating and Psychic Clue.
Okay.
That's not what Bailey did. Definitely not what Bailey wants to do. Yeah, we're going to pass. Okay.
Yeah, Rossum's got to be breathing a big sigh of relief. That turn could have been really, really bad for him, and that was not a good one on the second go around.
To be fair, Jonathan doesn't really have anything going on, and if Bailey just untaps and plays with a Cascade spell, then we're probably still in a pretty good spot for Bailey. So
to be fair.
Omnath can maybe change things a little bit. You can see Omnath, Fetch Land, Fury, clean up 2 of the permanents.
A Heat was drawn in the hand too as well. Maybe, shoot something off here in response as well. Clean up, at least a permanent here.
I see Artifact, Land, Planeswalker, because Heat's actually really important to be able to kill the Omnath. I guess it's not that important, though, because if Omnath comes into play with other lands, the triggers go on the stack before you have the opportunity to Heat anyways. so it's not like you really have a good window to heat the Omnath before the triggers happen.
Card next to Ardent Plea, people are asking in the chat. It is a 0/1 plant off Colony Heart.
Yeah, and then the one next to that I think is Wave Sifter.
Yeah, and then there's Wave Sifter, a Shardless Agent, and a Clue token.
Yep.
So the thing that's the weird looking token that's not a magic token, that is a 0/1 plant that his land put into play. Bailey's gonna play all the cards in his deck that don't affect casting costs, so he can cascade that give him extra permanents.
Wave Sifter is basically Muldrifter at home.
It's actually better than Muldrifter in this deck, though, specifically, is the funny thing. But
for sure.
Saying we have Muldrifter at home, that's actually the best way I've ever heard that card described. That is awesome. I'm going to use that. Right. Can I steal that? I'm going to use that in the future.
I guess.
If I ever cast this deck again, I'm using that, which the likelihood is very low.
All right, we're fetching a Triumph at a turn. See if Bailey has another Cascade spell. Also, I guess we don't have enough mana. I was going to say you can go tap, bounce the Ardent Plea, but we don't have quite enough mana to do that. That is a cool line that you can do, though. All
right, looks like we're going to draw another card here. So the Clue tokens are gone. We're at, what, 10 permanents here, I think? Now, if he attacks with this Wave Sifter, this does get blocked and traded with the Quaddle.
Yeah, we do have three Snowlands.
So it looks like Bailey's thinking better of that.
Going a fetching. Tapping 2, so not a Cascade spell. Just Evoke Wave Sifter, maybe? Oh, the hard mode. Suspending a Glimpse.
The suspense will kill us.
Surprisingly, one of the more, I guess, quote-unquote castable, because it's relatively cheap. It's only 2 mana, and the cool thing about Glimpse is the only thing that Glimpse requires, like, it doesn't require a lot of setup. You think Living End, where you have to have like a graveyard setup if your opponent can play around that, just having permanents in play is a lot easier to set up than having a stocked graveyard. It's a lot harder to interact with this, this many permanents, especially lands and enchantments that are harder to kill. So.
Someone's asking in the chat, says today the Rossum show. The way this works for the first few rounds, we're going to be following Rossum and I said Rossum. Yeah, we're going to be following Rossum and we're going to be following Bryant's Cook for as much as we can for the first few rounds. And then there's a possibility that we change up some stuff later today. But we have 2 players set at specific spots and we have the camera set up to watch them there. So it looks like we are going to be rotating some people after this round, though. So we have an attack here from Rossum. It looks like we're going to have a chump on the Omnath. So Bailey's going to go down to 9 here. Protecting that life total just a little bit. Want to make sure that he gets to that turn where the Glimpse comes off the suspension.
Yeah, Bailey is surprisingly low. I think the turn where he did resolve 2 Glimpses, we gained 4 off of the Omnath, but we did shock a couple of lands into play, so I think that's why you see Bailey's life total be this low at this point.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have the Yorion Blink thing happen here.
Yep. Draw a couple cards. That's the real Muldrifter.
Yeah. No more Muldrifter at home. That's just an actual Muldrifter. Has to actually discard to hand size as well.
You know you're in a good spot when you're discarding the hand size.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Rossum has a counter spell set up here, that's in a really good spot. Did we forget to take a counter off of Glimpse here? To start with 3?
We did.
Ooh, yikes.
I don't know. You can't. Can you miss that? That one might be different, right? We might have to get a ruling from Raph here. I don't know if you can miss that.
I think you're allowed to miss it because, man, I don't know.
I guess it
anymore.
Is a triggered ability.
Yeah, you're probably allowed to miss this.
Raph will tell us.
Judge, you can miss literally any trigger ever. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was getting at, but I was like, man, the rules changed so much so fast. All right, it looks like that is going to actually be lethal here. For Jonathan,
I don't think it mattered.
From Bailey, yeah. So it looks like it didn't matter. Yeah. So he's showing the camera for right at home. It was gonna be Fury down all your stuff, attack you a bunch. And yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. That Yorion, if it wasn't a different sleeve, was going straight in the deck. And that's something I would definitely do quite a lot.
Okay, I actually have a question for Raph because this came up this came up when we were talking about this last night in our LGS. Are you allowed, in terms of like a competitive tournament setting, are you allowed to have the companion a different sleeve? Because there are situations where you like it dies or you discard it and then endurance it back into your deck.
You just have to
and in those situations,
yeah.
So I don't know.
You're allowed.
I'm just curious.
I don't see why you wouldn't be allowed to have it in a different sleeve. It's just weird. Somebody in the chat was asking, what's up with the baubles? Is there a Delirium payoff? Yeah, there is a Delirium payoff. It's like they're playing Traverse the Uvenwald in the 4-color Yorion deck. This is kind of like the new tech that's been coming out. You are until it becomes relevant. Yeah, that
does make sense. Okay.
And that's how I would have figured. That's kind of where my brain went, but I didn't say it as eloquently as our judge here has been putting in so much work today, as eloquently put.
Raps on the clock.
Rap, next time I see you, first drink or some food or something's on me, all right? Oh, you a beer, buddy.
All right, so sideboarding here. Obviously, we don't have deck lists, but I would imagine we're going to see a lot of counter spells. Both decks probably have access to something like a Mystical Dispute. Jonathan could have maybe some Flusterstorms. We did see Jonathan play earlier, had some Chalice of the Voids. That one's pretty good against the Cascade deck, trying to resolve that Glimpse of tomorrow. But yeah, that mostly we're just going to see a lot of those cards. Counter spells, Chalices, Flusterstorms, things of that nature.
And I don't know how much experience you have with this, but do you know anything about Bailey's deck and his sideboard?
No, I have absolutely no idea. I mean, I could look at just the regular Glimpse decks, but I don't know if because Bailey is playing Yorion, if that changes the equation in terms of what he might have access to. I assume it does, but if we just maybe take a look at find a Glimpse deck here. Glimpse combo. So normally the sideboard is Force of Negation, Leyline of Sanctity. This one has Fury in the sideboard. We saw Fury in Bailey's main deck, but yeah, some counter spells. Leyline of Sanctity, not doing a whole lot here. Let's look at one more list real quick. Yeah, Disputes, Foundation Breaker, Subtlety. Subtlety could be okay against opposing Teferis. Foundation Breaker if he expects Chalice. Dispute definitely coming in which I assume he has access to Dispute, so stuff like that. All right, what do we got here? Doing some shuffling. Jonathan with the classic pile.
It's 2 Yorion decks. The shuffling is going to take a little extra time.
True. As if one Yorion deck wasn't enough.
At least they're different Yorion decks. We could be playing the actual mirror here, but
which I thought we were for a minute, but I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, same. I'm pretty excited that we got this deck on camera. The matchups today have been pretty sweet. I mean, I know we got the same one multiple times, but like we've seen some hot decks today. Some left field decks, if I would say. Not one of the top 5 or 6 that you think you would be seeing.
Yeah, no Hammer, no Murktide. Well, we did see Jeskai Murktide, but no Hammer, no Living End, no Shadow.
Right, Jonathan doing one of your favorite plays here is going to bobble himself here on turn 1, and since he doesn't want the card on top of his deck, he gets the pseudo scry here. He's going to go ahead and fetch up a card here, and then if he remembers, which I think he will, he's going to draw an extra card here off this bobble as well.
Oh yeah, big fan of that, especially like I used to play Death Shadow a lot, so that came up a ton.
Yeah, when the small differences like that over the span of a tournament can go a long way, like a very long way, because it's like a pseudo scry. Every little tiny bit counts. I played a lot of Delver in my day, and the little things, fetching with the Delver trigger on the stack and your upkeep and stuff like that. Little bitty things can go so far in a tournament, especially when you're playing like 13 rounds.
So we got turn 2, no Red Insects from Jonathan, and turn 3, no third land from Bailey. So no Wave Sifter, no third land. Kind of a rough spot for Bailey here.
Yeah, I'm wondering what kind of hand we got here. Another really good Express Veneration from Jonathan here. If there's a land behind this as well, it does get to play the free spell. It does look like there's a land from here too.
Yep.
Yeah, nice, clean, expressive.
Yeah, being able to hit the bobble and the fetch land, hitting the free spell, giving you the extra look with the foothills.
Yeah,
definitely where Jonathan wants to be for sure.
Really clean turn here.
Yeah, I would have to guess. So if Bailey kept a hand that was a 2-lander without a Wave Sifter, I have to imagine Bailey's hand has probably 1 or 2 Cascade spells, probably a Teferi, and probably a Dispute amongst the cards in his hand, because those are some of the more important cards in the matchup in a hand that, you would think you're more likely to keep a 2-lander with all of those like really, really good cards in the matchup. So yeah, I would kind of expect Bailey's hand to be something along those lines.
We'll have to see what happens if he draws a land here. The shields are kind of down. There might be a Flusterstorm possibly from Jonathan. I'm trying to think of like what he's representing by shocking here. Maybe he's bluffing. Is that a
It's a
breaker?
discard to hand size.
Yeah,
Yep.
discard to hand size, yeah. Another elemental
Rough
that
stuff.
could be added. Yeah.
Yeah, Jonathan could also maybe have Dispute. I see a blue card. I think
That's
that might be a
possible
dress
too.
down.
Possibly Dispute as well.
Yeah.
Alright, so it looks like we're going for an Omnath, yeah. And it just resolves.
No
Dispute for
dispute.
Bailey.
Okay.
Wow. No dispute,
Wow,
no
that's rough.
counterspell.
Yep.
Also, I like the patience from Bailey here of not fetching with his Misty Rainforest, making sure that extra land is just staying in his deck. So he has that much more of a possibility of drawing. Ooh, that stings a little bit. Finds the land, but it's one of the ones that comes into play tapped. Unfortunately.
It's a land. Okay, we have a Solitude. That's good.
Yeah, I like this timing on the Solitude too. Playing around, the counter spells and stuff from Jonathan. Solitude
for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to let Jonathan just run out of fetch land too.
Also, I think you're obligated when you're playing the Glimpse deck. Your cards have to mismatch. You see the 2 different Solitudes there. You got to have some mismatching cards.
Why is that?
When you're playing a deck like this, right, that's so funky and like does all these things, it's tilt factor for your opponent. Like you got to have.
Oh, sure.
It's like the mono red players that play the 17 different mountains and stuff.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, I knew that gets you, so that's why I brought it up.
Nothing that triggers me more than mismatching basics. Even Jonathan, we got like the old school forest and the MH2 or MH1 mountain. I'm just not having it.
Yeah, it's like his snow covered land is like Ice Age, I believe. I think that's actually Ice Age, and then it's MH2 basic mountain.
Yep.
Like, I mean, obviously, it's a snow mountain, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it's like they're from different sets, but they're the same thing. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Have some respect.
We got a Teferi from Jonathan, which is definitely rough for Bailey because that is going to prevent Cascade from being on the table. And so with Bailey's deck, because he's not, he's playing a Cascade deck, which means that we can't, every card that we Cascade into, we always want to hit the Glimpse, which means we can't play stuff like Prismatic Endings. So that's not an out to Teferi. Fury. I can't play Heat. Fury doesn't touch it because Teferi's at 5. There's not really a lot that Bailey could even have here. Maybe something like an Otawara to bounce at end of turn, but there's not a ton here.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is like almost a hard lock for Bailey here in this spot, which is unfortunate. All right, let's go to Risen Reef. We have a trigger.
And the thing is, so typically, obviously, Bailey's plan, quote unquote, against Teferi is likely just play the fair game. Right, but because Bailey is A, down on mana, and B, staring down an Omnath where he doesn't have one, playing that fair game is going to be nearly impossible from this board state. Also, funnily enough, because of Bailey's lands that are in play, you'll see 2 Colony Gardens, which means Bailey, even if he has an Omnath, can't play Omnath plus land.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, his land's kind of betraying him just a little bit here. I wonder how explosive his hand would have been had he hit that 3rd land on time.
See, it's weird though, because with a deck like Glimpse, so with stuff like when you're talking about Rhinos, they just want to cast a Cascade spell as early as possible. They don't really care about the setup. With something like Glimpse, you don't really want to play a Cascade spell just on 3 lands because you're very, very likely to miss. You know what I mean? Because you only get 3 permanents. So there's a lot more setup in terms of like you want to have Gardens and Wave Sifters and things of that nature prior to the Glimpse. So maybe Bailey had a Teferi or something like that. Maybe he could have went like Reef into Reef prior to setting, prior to Cascade spell. But so we get an uptick from Teferi, attack with an Omnath. Yeah, but because of that Teferi, Bailey's likely just going to be relegated to playing quote-unquote fair Magic for now, up until the point where he maybe can answer the Teferi. Okay, second Reef, we get some triggers.
Looks like we might have a prismatic ending in response here. Or no, it's just going to be a dress down. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm reached for the prismatic ending for a second because he could technically play this at instant speed. So, all right.
Well, oh, yeah, because he plus the Teferi.
Yep. So it looks like we're going to attack for 1. Teferi stays at 5. There's a possibility of Omnath attacks next turn. Depending on blockers, that attacking with 2 Risen Reefs plus a Fury might be able to get this through. Very low possibility, but
potentially. Yeah, Bailey's mana still, as we talked about last turn, you still can't cast the Omnath prior to playing a land, which is kind of devastating. Because there could be a setup where, like, let's say hypothetically Bailey goes, Omnath, play a fetch land, cross fingers, hope that it doesn't die. Next turn, play another fetch land, crack both, deal 4 to the Teferi, stuff like that. But that's kind of off the table given, Bailey's mana situation.
Also, I mean, that life total is getting low, too. Bailey's at 10 here. He's going to start jumping with permanents. Every permanent he loses is relevant, too, because that's part of his plan. And speaking of his permanents going away, there's all of them. Fury is a messed up Magic card.
They are all gone.
Should that Fury be in the graveyard?
No, he hardcasted.
He hardcasted? Okay. I thought he just...
Yeah, I think we went fetch...
the mana off the Yorion, yeah. I mean, the mana off the Omnath and, Yorion at the end. Yep.
Yeah. So this is representing lethal. Got a Teferi, which can potentially bounce an Omnath to buy him a turn, maybe bounce Fury. But Bailey's in a rough spot here for sure.
Yeah, I think Rossum might have fetched for a land incorrectly here in the last turn. I think he got...
he fetched Stomping Ground with Flooded Strand.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That is not a legal target. I assume he probably has plenty of targets, right?
Right, yeah. He's so used to Legacy where your fetches just get anything.
Do these decks play a Sacred Founder anymore? Because he has the Steam Vents in play, so maybe he doesn't actually have an untapped red source he can fetch with that. I don't know. But all right, play the Omnath. Take a peek. Assuming Jonathan's got a fetch land rolled up here. Get some triggers with the Omnath. Yeah, we're going to ignore Teferi, which I like. Teferi on 1's not doing a whole lot here, especially when you have your own Teferi at 7. And you really know that Bailey can't really have anything to answer that Teferi, so.
So Renin 6 is going to get added here, finish off that Teferi. This should be all she wrote. I don't see how Bailey possibly gets out of this from here.
Yeah, no, we're definitely done here.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, and about that fetch mistake from Rossum there, I'm pretty positive he had like 2 or 3 other lands or fetches in his hand, so I'm pretty positive it was just... Obviously, it's just a mistake from Rossum, but it's not like he couldn't cast the card. It wasn't
I think he also...
source of red.
I think he left a red source untapped, too, so he could have just had a different land.
Yeah. I mean, we've all been here. I mean, I've done this on camera before. It's going to happen. Especially when you're trying to play as quickly as possible to like not have a clock infraction, and there's a bunch of stuff going on with complicated board states. Things happen.
We can finally cast the Omnath.
Yes. Sorry, I'm late to the party, boys.
Yeah, Bailey's mana just did not cooperate at all this game.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. It looks like it's going to be a handshake. Jonathan Rossum's going to move up to... He's still undefeated, technically, for the day. He's 2-0-1. Bailey's got his back against the wall here at 1-2. So he's probably going to have to win out for the rest of the day, possibly, to make it in. I'm not... Let's see. I think there's 350 players. I'm not a mathematician. Jarvis, I'm looking at you in the chat to figure all that out.
What's the count? Is it X2 or better day 2, or does it go by placing? Do we know that?
It's probably whatever's bigger, placing or X2. Yeah. That's usually the way they do it. So... they said it's around 350 players, and it sounds like we're ready for the backup match as well. So, Honorog, if you want to get us going, we can see if Bryant Cook's deck can actually do something on camera. So,
all right, this looks like game 1, I think.
So there must be a Chancellor revealed or something here because we're seeing something get played without mana.
Yep. So it looks like
Chancellor revealed. Chancellor of the Forge is red.
Tangle.
Tangle. Okay, Annex is white. Yeah.
Dross is black, and I've never actually seen the blue one in any deck ever, so I don't know what that one is.
Is there a blue one?
There definitely is.
I know. I'm just like it seems like there isn't with the way that's all going. So it looks like we're seeing. Is this possibly another? I think that's an amulet that just got played. It looks like a secret lair amulet to me from the 1/8 that I can see. Yep, and this does look like it's going to be amulet.
Player West coming into play on tap definitely confirms that.
Yep. Looks like an interesting
let's
start
see.
here from Isaiah Bullock.
Oh
boy,
the fireworks.
Here we go.
It's the first time we've seen this on camera.
Yep.
Allosaurus Rider is on the stack.
You might want to read this one. This is when we get to use we've got a reader joke, because no one plays these cards. These cards do not exist in Magic until someone randomly plays this deck. All right, Neoform. All right.
Also, it's hilarious. It's hilarious because Brian's deck is entirely Japanese.
Yeah. There's like no English cards in this, and they're all so. Oh boy. All right, Bryant. All right, Doomweight, take it away. Bryant, take it away.
So Neoform. We are going to sacrifice. Neoform says you can sacrifice a creature, and then you get a creature with CMC 1 mana greater than the creature sacrifice. It also enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. Not too relevant. But Allosaurus Rider is a card you can play for free. It's a 7-drop, so you sack the Rider, get a Gristlebrand, and so you see Brian at 17, which means he can only, right now he can only activate the Gristlebrand twice. So Brian's going to draw 14. And then after Brian draws 14, we're going to cast Nourishing Shoal, which Nourishing Shoal says you can play it for pay it without paying its mana cost if you exile a green card from your hand and you gain X life. So if you X is the mana cost. So if you exile, there's a card in Brian's deck that I still don't know how to pronounce. It's some kind of worm. It has no relevant text outside of the fact that it's a 15 mana green card. So basically you pitch that to gain 15, which lets you draw 2 more times with Gristlebrand. So you pay 14, then you do it again, pitch the thing, gain 15, draw 14, basically go through your entire deck. And the kill is there's a card called Thrasta Tempest Roar, which is a creature that has haste. I think it's a 7/7, has haste and trample, and it costs, so I think it's originally 12 GG, and it costs less depending on how many spells you cast. So basically you can pay it for 2 green. It's a 7/7 haste. I believe it also has hexproof if it entered the battlefield this turn. Wait, Jarvis is saying he's playing Gutshot Loop Kill. What is the Gutshot Loop Kill? That I'm not familiar with. Jarvis is going to have to help me on that one. Normally they go Thrasta, play the Thrasta, and then give it, it has haste. So there's a card called Fortifying Draught, which gives a creature, I think it's +X/+X, where X is the number of life you gained. And because you cast the Shoal 3 or 4 times, you basically just attack with the 60 power creature. But apparently somebody's chat's saying he's not playing that kill. So that I'm interested. We're gonna see what happens here.
Loop the deck apparently with Endurance and Gut Shots for the win.
Okay. Well, this is new to me. I've never seen this kill, so we're gonna figure it out together. It's me and you here.
Well, don't count on me for much here. I'm starting to hit that wall. I'm getting a little tired. I'm paying attention right now is difficult because I don't know what's going on.
We did see him cast Gutshots, Jarvis, but I know that was in post-board game, so I don't know if it's like Gutshot was more of a sideboard card or if that's actually part of his kill. That's that. We'll have to see. What? That is a Zurin Orb.
Okay, so he's going to be gaining more life. He can sacrifice lands to gain life here. This is a really old school card, by the way. Zurin Orb was played in my day, like 94, 95.
But now it's technically an MH2 card, right?
Right.
So we can kind of just lump it in with the MH2 stuff.
Aren't they all technically MH2 cards?
Yeah, they probably are. Yeah,
Bryant counting his deck because he's got most of it in his hand. You want to make sure he doesn't kill himself that way.
Yep.
I like how someone in the chat saying, yeah, it's a pretty easy kill. Nothing about this looks easy to me.
Jarvis said he saw his deck in Discord. Okay, so we're gonna get to see the Gutshot loop because I'm curious to see how exactly you loop it. I guess you just you get down to like no cards in deck. Wait, no, because then you're limited to how many green cards you have, right? Because then, so I can imagine a world where you go, okay, Gutshot you, Endurance, shuffle the Gutshot back in, along with all the shoals that you cast. Draw 7 with Gristlebrand, draw Shoal. Shoal, pitch a green card, Gutshot, Endurance, pitch a green card, which you can keep doing over and over again. But you're eventually going to run out of green cards, right? And every time you go through that loop, you then have to pitch 2 green cards. So for basically, when you have your entire deck in your hand, for every 2 green cards, you deal 1 damage. But I don't know if you have enough green cards to go through the loop, unless I'm missing something. So there's an endurance.
He's got the endurance. He's going to loop an endurance here.
Yep.
But see, does the endurance hit itself, right? Because it goes to the graveyard as part of the. You can stack the triggers.
Oh, multiple gut
triggers.
shots. Yeah, I also hadn't thought about multiple gut shots. Okay, yeah, that makes it a little bit easier then. So you like gut shot 3 times, go through the loop. So then you're dealing 3 damage for every 2 green cards. Yeah, that you could probably get enough out of. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. I'm with you, chat.
Also, I mean, I don't think he's going to let it happen because he'd have to discard, but, like, you could attack with Gristlebrand in this matchup. Like, he didn't have to draw his deck right now. Like, I don't think Amulet can kill a Gristlebrand, right?
He cast a pack this turn.
So he cast a pack?
Definitely can't say go.
I didn't know that he cast a pack this turn. Okay.
Yeah. At least 1. Might have cast 2. I know I saw at least 1.
Yeah, trying to keep up with everything. So it looks like maybe he's going to try to shortcut here.
Yep. So we're going to cast 4 shoals. Oh, and you can also get to exactly 7 cards in your graveyard, I think. Because you go 3... Oh, he's only going to cast 3 shoals. Because what I was thinking is you can go... I guess you go 3 shoals, 3 gut shots, and an endurance. And then you stack the trigger so that you resolve the evoke trigger first, then shuffle the endurance back in. That's 7 cards. Yep, okay. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. We're going to go 3 gut shots, 3 shoals. Endurance, stack the trigger so that you resolve the evoke first, which puts the 7th card in your graveyard. Shuffle all of them back in, which is exactly 7 to draw with Gristlebrand, and you just do this over and over again. That's kind of sick.
Yeah, he's explaining to him right now. I'm going to do this again and again and again and again and again. All right, so it looks like Bryant's going to win game 1.
Nice.
Finally, Bryant's deck does something on camera. I felt so bad for him so far today. Kirby Rocks from chat says, I'm so confused. Don't worry, Kirby. You're not alone. It's not just you.
It's kind of cool, too, that we finally found... So I know that a lot of people have been experimenting with Neoform in different win conditions. It's kind of cool that they finally found one that gets to play with defensive cards, right? Gutshot can kill Ragavan. Yeah, it kills Ragavan, kills Noble Hierarch, kills Dragon's Rage Channeler. So just the fact that we've been able to incorporate a kill into this like really decent interactive card is kind of sweet.
All right, so it looks like we're going to go ahead and move forward. And it looks like we're into a little bit of game 2 here. A little bit of better start from Isaiah Bullock, it seems, this time. He's got 2 amulets in play. I don't think he's got a bounce land, though. I think I see an Explorer, a Pithing Needle, and something else.
Castle, Saga, double amulet, I think. That's in play. And then, yeah, I don't know if I saw a bounce land. But if we're resolving a Saga trigger, we can always get a map with the Saga trigger. And then, depending on how much mana we have floating, map can get the bounce land.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to make a Construct instead, though.
Interesting.
Getting the threat into play.
With the Explorer in hand, I wonder if it's just better to go float mana, get map, crack the map, play the bounce land. Bounce land with 2 amulets, float, so you have 4 mana, explore. Then you can replay the bounce land, which is 4 more, which gets you to 6. And then from there, you have 6 mana. So interesting. Interesting to see a construct token here.
Let's go get the map, though. Does agree with you there.
Yep.
All right, I've seen the same person complaining multiple times in chat. I'm trying to explain this. Why are we watching O2 players? So the way this works for coverage, we don't get to have like a feature match area and pick a new match every round. We're following 2 players for the first couple rounds of the tournament. We're following Jonathan Rossum and Bryant Cook. So you're going to get all of their matches for the first 3 rounds of the tournament. After the 3rd round, we're going to be switching up players into some players that have, some winning records like Rossum and maybe somebody else. I don't know. We're going to stick with Rossum, but we're going to go with some different people. So that's how it's working today. And that's how it's going to work for the duration of the tournament. Also,
yeah,
Brian's deck is really freaking cool. And I want to see it. I want to see it do its thing. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw Brian on camera the first 2 rounds, didn't really get to do anything. So now actually getting to see his deck do stuff is kind of a treat.
And we're getting to watch one of the best players in the room getting to play a really cool deck in not his hometown, but his home state. I don't remember if he's from Syracuse or not. I know he's from somewhere upstate New York. I can't remember. I feel like I should know this. I've been told this and I can't remember. But he lives in Syracuse. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So he's sleeping in his own bed. Something I've never gotten to do for a Magic tournament in my life. That's like a bigger one, and I'm very jealous of.
Yeah. Yeah, I get to do that for the Worcester tournaments, SCG or Worcester.
So yeah, someone just pointed out in the chat. This is a rough way to like possibly lose a game here. He's got a needle in his hand, and he's about to get Gristle branded a lot. This is unfortunate for Isaiah here.
Because he could have fetched it, but he couldn't fetch it.
He couldn't fetch it because it was in his hand. Yeah, exactly.
Well, he could have just cast it instead of making the construct, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Isaiah could have done something a little bit different there. You know, he could have like floated mana with the 2 amulets, could have cycled the explorers, plussed on some mana, played them both, maybe had some mana left over, and then if you miss, play the needle. But yeah, I would have personally liked to see map for bounce lane and then kind of do some stuff there. But
yeah, all right. Looks like we're getting 45 here. Was that what it is? Those are 15 apiece, right?
Something like that. I mean, I can't count that high. I don't have the abacus out, but
yeah, it's more fingers and it's more than fingers and toes. Yep, chat. I mentioned it again. Sorry.
You can't say the T word on Twitch.
You can't
chat just goes berserk.
You can't show them. Chat does go berserk. Yeah. So TOS.
I mean, TOS is only missing 1 letter, right?
True.
To just be like the actual word.
We need like the conspiracy music behind that when you say that. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah.
Maybe that's where TOS came from.
You need like the unsolved mysteries music. Chat's having a lot of fun with this. I love you, chat. Don't ever change.
Yeah. All right, Bryant drawing down to 3 cards in library. And I think we're going to explain the loop again.
I would like to demonstrate a loop.
A loop.
So it looks like we have an endurance in response.
Wait.
Ooh, is this something that could get Bryant?
I don't think this does anything. I don't think this does anything because he wants to cast the endurance anyways, right? Like, isn't Brian trying to endurance himself?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, this doesn't actually do anything. Oh, he wasn't searching. It was his hand. Yeah, that's his hand. He's got 30 to 40 cards in his hand. This Gristlebrand has been activated, I think, 5 times this turn, or like 4 times this turn, and he's still at 22.
Yeah, because he gained 40. I think he said he gained 45 off of the 3 worms. The only thing that is a little awkward is because, okay, so the loop is very specific in terms of you have to have exactly 7 cards in your library. So you have to kind of finagle into this position where you like, okay, so I think if I look correctly, Brian's got, I think, 5 cards in library, maybe 6. So basically what you want to do now, yeah, so he's going to go endurance, stack the trigger. That's going to be the 7th card. Now we have exactly 7 cards. So now we've essentially established the loop, basically. Mm-hmm. So we draw the entire deck.
Yeah, endurance can't break this up.
Nope.
Let me consult one of the 3 different piles that are my hand.
Because so there could be like a situation where hypothetically, so I think what Isaiah's trying to set up is like, okay, so imagine a world where Bryant goes cast the 3 shulls, cast the 3 gut shots, 6 cards in graveyard, plays his own endurance, that's the 7th card. Isaiah can respond to Bryant's endurance by trying to endurance Bryant's 6 cards back into his deck, which would kind of break up the loop. But Bryant can also just respond to that with another endurance.
Yeah, with the second endurance.
So then endurance goes, that's the 7th card, shuffles him back in, activate the Gristlebrand. So I don't really think there's a way that Isaiah can break this up, but
when you did that, I was like waiting for you to add in the like to do it as the trailer guy, you know, in a world where Bryant only has 6 cards in his graveyard and you have an endurance. Yeah. But it looks like Bryant Cook's deck is going to do its thing twice here this round, getting him on the board. So, hey, his back's against the wall, but he's not out of it just yet. Unfortunately for Isaiah Bullock, I think that takes him out of day 2 contention here. So he's going to be 0-3. Brian's going to move up to 1-2. And I'm really glad that we got to actually see his deck do the whole thing on camera. And the thing I think I'm most thankful for today is the fact that you were in the seat next to me when this happened, because I would have had no idea what was going on.
Well, I mean, I thought I knew it was going on until Jarvis pointed out the fact that we had a gut shot kill, and then from there I lost it. But we kind of, we put some pieces together. Yeah, we put the pieces together.
Yeah, I'm just here to
but
talk. I'm not here to figure things out.
It was kind of cool to finally see Brian's deck actually do his thing. We watched him the first couple of rounds. Brian had some unfortunate mulligans and some unfortunate draws, but his deck seemed to just kind of move along pretty effortlessly. Wasn't a whole lot of resistance.
No, absolutely, it looked great. And then Rossum is technically undefeated, the other player that we were following today. He does have a draw on his record though, but he is 2-0-1 on the day, playing 4-color Omnath with some spice in it, a little bit different than your traditional builds. He's got Mishra's Bauble in it to kind of make sure that he can get Delirium as soon as possible, because he's playing Traverse the Uvenwald to be able to search for those silver bullets, the Emrakul in his deck, or making sure that he has Omnath on turn 4 at all times. Just really cool deck, really cool version of the deck. I'm a fan of it. It's definitely what I would have been playing this weekend if I was playing. So I will try to get Honorog to let us know what's going on here. I think we're going to go to break, get the other casters in here, and then he'll let y'all know who you're going to be watching in the next couple rounds as well. Doomwake, absolute pleasure having you in the chat today with me.
It's a blast to be here. Thanks for having me.
What's up, Honorog?
Likewise.
Hey, perfect. You guys can hear me. Oh, I am loud. 1 second. All right, yeah.
Also, everybody, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, yeah, we're going to take a little bit of an extended break right now as we swap out casters and players. So we're going to have at least Alex Rubin coming in 3-0 right now with Grixis Death Shadow, which is going to be sweet to watch. And then coming into the booth afterwards, we're going to have HAIYUE and JARVIS, and they're going to be killing it for the next 3 rounds. And I'm going to find a second...
Killing it.
Yeah. I'm going to find a second backup match that we can watch. Looks like they just called time in the round, so we'll try to figure that out. But yeah, thank you for also bringing that up, Tannon. Yeah, !Metafy. Want to say mad thank you to Metafy for sponsoring the stream. If you haven't already, be sure to click the links, check them out. It's basically the premier coaching platform for any sort of esports gaming, Magic Online, Magic Arena, other games too, FPS, this, that. But on that note, Tannon, Devon, it was a blast having you both here. Thank you so much. You guys also did an incredible job. I think we'll pan to break. Be sure to follow these 2 handsome commentators at @VTannonGrace, @Doomwake on Twitter and everywhere else. You know where to find them. All right, we'll be in break and we'll be back a little bit later. See you guys. Hello. All right, chat. Can you hear me? I hope so. Okay, sounds good. And then let's see. So studio mode. I will turn this off. All right, sweet. So we have updated the cast here. So massive thanks to TANNON and Devon. Now we have HAIYUE and JARVIS. And yeah, you see that little crown there? We'll talk about that a little bit later. But HAIYUE, JARVIS, how are you guys doing?
Doing very well, thank you. How are you doing, Anu?
It's been a stressful day. I will not lie about that. It's been a stressful day. Round 4 players are starting to get seated. Are you at 24? Okay, you're on this side, and I will update the clock for you. So you're on this side, right here. Yeah, perfect, cool. Sorry, yeah, players are getting seated, so I have a lot of stuff here. So I'm gonna hand it off to you two, and I also need to edit Jarvis's face a little bit, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh God, my face is being edited now?
Already?
Wow, see, the bullying is already happening and
We've
it's not
only
even
just
you.
gotten started. Look, Jarvis, the people have spoken. Your face, it requires editing.
It's probably too red or something, I don't know. Anyways, welcome everyone. We are at SCG Syracuse round 4. My name's Jarvis. I'm joined by HAIYUE.
That's me.
So yeah, that's you. It's you too. We're the
It's you
the
too?
band. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We're like putting songs onto your iPhone without your consent? Was that you too?
Oh God, it is. It is.
Wow,
The Apple,
what a
the
reference.
Apple, what is it? Songs of Innocence is the one that always
It's
plays
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite bad. Anyways, I'm excited to watch some matches. We are apparently switching our players around from John Rossum and Bryant Cook to Alex Rubin and Eli Cassis. We do have a good idea of what decks they're playing. Alex Rubin's actually a small child from my area. He's actually not that small anymore, nor is he a child. But I'll keep referring to him as a small child.
Jarvis, compared to you, everybody's a small child.
He's not a small child. Well, he's definitely taller, that's for sure. And
Wow, your story is just unraveling by the second.
oh yeah, I guess so.
All right, Jarvis. So what is Alex on today?
Grix's Death Shadow. It's had a resurgent. It's had a resurgent lately, mostly due to Canister doing well in MTGO challenges, I believe.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about this list that most people are playing. I think anyone who's been playing Modern in the past couple of weeks will probably have run into this list or similar. 3 copies of Death Shadow in the main, even though it's the title of the deck. What do you think about that?
So it's funny you bring that up because when Canister played it, he changed the name from GDS to GLS. And do you think of why he could do that?
Is it Ledger Shredder?
Yeah, and yes, we have people in the chat starting to spam Canister emotes. There's a lot of loyal Canister fans out there. I will agree that Ledger
Jarvis,
is definitely the better card, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you gonna risk incurring the wrath of the legions of Canister fans by disagreeing with the list?
No, I mean I would just play 4th Death Shadow and 1 less spell, but that's not a big deal. I just think there's a lot of matchups. Say like you're playing against a red deck, Death Shadow is your best card, and Ledger Shredder just kind of dies to a bolt pretty easily.
Do you think people are too worried about Solitude? Too scared?
When I played the deck before, I didn't find Solitude to be an issue. You just had to make sure you didn't play 2 Shadows out ever, or you had to make sure you didn't have you had to make sure you didn't have like a 3/3 Death Shadow, because then Solitude on your DRC would kill it, stuff like that. It just required you to plan a little bit more carefully. But I think at the end of the day, I think everyone can recognize that Ledger Shredder plus Mishra's Bauble plus all of the cheap cards is an extremely powerful combination.
For sure. Just trying to pull up this pairing. I believe Eli Cassis is on the other side of the battlefield. Did we get a look in on what Eli's playing?
So we were told by Anu in the dark that he's playing Is It Breach, which I believe is a deck championed by Jesse Robkins, aka Titty Pills on Twitter.
Jesse does quite a lot of writing, I think.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember the last few events Jessie played, she actually switched from that deck to Living End, then Four Color. I think she made top four of the last event she played in with Four Color and NRG in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of interesting to think about if the person who made the deck has switched off it, it seems kind of interesting to then pick the deck, is how I would put it.
Well, if we look at the metagame though of today, of this particular tournament, four color has really fallen off. Only 4% of the field on four color blink. Is it Murktide by far the most popular deck at 11.7%?
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. I think Ari and Dom, who do a wonderful modern podcast, have been talking about Warcore's positioning in the format, and they say the last few weeks it feels like the deck has been targeted by MTGO. So I think we're finally seeing it reflect in paper for this weekend as well, that people feel like the deck is targeted, so they're shying away from it.
How can you really target a deck like four color, Jarvis?
So the way I think four core tends to lose a lot of its matchups is like hyperlinear decks, say like Living End, Calibrated Blast Burn, tend to be pretty good versus it. And also decks that just don't care about getting their creatures removed from the board. Say like I think Urzatron and even Wish Scapeshift, like we saw with the MOCS, are pretty good choices to all target the deck.
Okay, all right. So it looks like there has been a little bit of a mess up with the pairings. It possibly we're gonna have a repair during the event, so it might be a little bit before we get round number 4 up for all of you. In the meantime, Jarvis, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about what the kind of, we've touched on it a little bit already, but if you are turning up to a 30K, a 10K, whatever it is, an RCQ in your local area this weekend, and you're playing Modern, what are you likely to run into? What should you be prepared for?
Great question. I'm also in the process of figuring that out myself for some local qualifiers come up, as I'm sure a lot of people are. I think there are 5 decks in the format that you absolutely cannot ignore. 4C Yorion being one of the most important ones. Then probably is it Murktide and Grixis, however you want to put it, Ledger Shredder, Grixis Death Shadow, however you want to put the deck. Living End, Teamer Rhinos, and I think the last one I would put in that category is Azorius Hammer. It's had a bit of a resurgence. If you're not prepared for those decks, I think it's going to be difficult for you if you get deep into the event. You're almost certainly going to run into those decks at almost any level of tournament.
Hello.
Yeah, so I actually, Jarvis,
Sorry, 1 second, guys. I just
hello?
have. Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
As a quick
loud and
update, the pairings got a little bit skewed. So basically, in an effort to update our total matches and things like that, what ended up happening was I think our players may have been accidentally dropped from the event. Something mentioned melee. So right now, logistics are trying to figure that out and trying to get them back in the event and paired with their opponents. We should still have um, a feature match or whatever it is. But I just wanted to give you all a heads up. All right, I'm out.
Okay, so was it specifically our feature match players that got dropped?
Yes, and also Rossum, who was on the feature earlier. So melee is a little bit complicated, just in the sense that, well, the software is just it's interesting. I don't know more to say than that, but I think it should be fixable. Ely, you're still in the tournament, right? Okay, yeah. So Ely's saying an opponent's coming to him, which is going to be pretty good. And then, yeah, we'll try to get that resolved as fast as possible. Appreciate everyone being patient. So, yeah.
I mean, you have to give it to the tournament organizers. It is not easy to run tournaments of this size. I know SCG very experienced, they've been doing it a long time, but stuff happens. Stuff happens, Jarvis.
Yeah, I have some horror stories from back in the day. I remember GP Charlotte 2015, which was modern. It was a big tournament run by SCG in the South. Apparently, the complete tournament got deleted, so they had to reconstruct pairings. and they also just started. They let people buy out of the tournament. I think essentially getting like a free like play all of the events pass. If they wanted to leave the tournament instead of waiting for like round 4, you could do that or something like that. It was quite a disaster.
What?
Yeah, I mean, you play enough tournaments, you hear these stories, or you sit there with Reed and play like 4 hours of like Jeskai, Dark Jeskai versus taking turns for 4 hours in a row, which is what I did instead.
Okay, I mean, was that a transcendent experience for you?
Oh, it actually was a helpful experience because in round 6 of the tournament, I got paired versus taking turns. I previously thought the matchup was pretty bad, but I figured out some tricks to play the matchup during that like 3 extra hours of playtesting or whatever.
Honestly, Jarvis, this is why you're, one of the someone that I just always so look up to because you have such a good work ethic. Like, if I had 3 hours where I was waiting around for a tournament, I would be like, you know, in the casino next door. I'd be playing Pai Gao with my friends. I'd be getting a sandwich. But no, Jarvis is like, I'm gonna drill down. I'm gonna work out this tough matchup. The
Yeah,
grind set.
well, I think Reed also has a similar work ethic. So, we both believe that working harder matters a lot, but obviously working smarter is better than working harder. Working both hard and smart is the best.
But what about being lucky? Where does
Uh,
that sit on the ranking?
well, then if you get all three of those together, you get LSV. So then it's like kind of
Wow,
dangerous.
luck, skill, victory. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know.
So,
I don't see the words working hard in the luck, skill, victory acronym. I'm
well,
joking.
so
I'm
you have
sure
to
these
work
folks go ahead.
hard. You got to work hard to get some skill, and then you get the victory. But you also need some luck. So
Wow.
there you go. Yeah, I don't
Okay.
know.
All right. I just wanted you, Jarvis, to come down on a side of whether it was better to be lucky or whether it was better to be good.
Oh, I guess if I literally had to pick one, I would pick luck.
There you have it, my friends.
Yeah.
Magic the Gathering, a game of skill. I'm joking. We all know, of course, this
Mhm.
game very complex. It's why we love it. It's why it's the best game in the world. And hopefully we'll get to watch some of that best game in the world as we go into this round number 4. So Jarvis, to give you and chat an idea, I've come to Modern pretty recently. I will admit, Mani and I did coverage a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago now, I'm gonna say, of the last of Dreamhack Dallas. And then after that, I actually went to play a Modern face to face. It was my first big Modern event. I played full color. I did not draw from shuffling, so that was exciting. It was an achievement for me. But actually, what I found out was that even though I'd done all this preparation on Magic Online, Jarvis, and I'd played against all those 5 big decks that you were talking about, I had a good sideboard plan. I knew what I was doing against those decks. What actually happened on the day was I played against like Burning Inquiry, Goblin Lore,
I
Hollow
see.
One Asmo,
Yeah.
and then I played against Elves, and then I played against Bogles. Like, I just played against all this huge variety of crazy decks that I would not have run into on Magic Online. So do you have any advice for people going into a tournament? Maybe like me, this is their first Modern qualifier season and they just want to, really know how to deal with all the huge variety of decks that they can run into when they're going into that scenario.
Yeah, this is a great question. I also get this question a lot in Legacy because there's a similar sort of feel to it at times. Whereas the MTGO metagame is a lot more spikier, I would say, than IRL. And there's a similar thing that sort of happens in Legacy where people have their one deck because it's expensive to switch decks, so they don't switch.
Mhm.
I imagine the same is true in Modern, that people just have their one deck that they've loved playing forever. Although Mox Opal bans, over the years, stuff like that have force people to shift. I think there is an idea that, okay, I'm going to play my deck. I'm going to play it the best I can, even though it might not be the most competitive deck. And those are the people you're going to run into in the early rounds of a tournament. And my advice for you for playing those sorts of matchups is to try to sort of identify the macro archetype rather than the micro archetype. And what I mean by that is try to envision what their end game is going to look like for them to win. So if I was playing like 4-color versus elves, well, it's pretty clear that Fury is probably the best card possible, right?
Right.
Killing a bunch of their creatures. Whereas if I'm playing against something like Asmo or Hollow One, probably something like Solitude is more important, or even something like Teferi 3 plus Supreme Verdict on their turn to avoid getting hit by haste creatures or whatever. So it's more about trying to develop plans on the fly based on what you expect their end game to look like.
See, that is some pretty great advice. Let me just check in with production. I think pairings are on the way, so we will be getting our featured players pretty soon, Jarvis.
Yeah. So to ask you, have you enjoyed your modern experience so far? I imagine for you it feels like jumping in off the deep end after. What's the best analogy for it? Because I know you weren't entrenched in modern for a long time, right?
No, I started playing like in 2017.
Oh, okay.
And then I just kind of hands off modern for a long time. I
Right.
play a lot of limited, and I play a lot of standard. I played a bunch of arena formats for a while,
Right.
and then the problem is that when you're thinking about joining a format like modern, right, especially a few years ago, I think it's actually a bit different to now versus a while ago, because the when I was thinking about getting modern the first time, it was really like all the decks had been around for a decade. So the idea of facing against all these players who had 10 years of experience on you was really daunting. But now I think the landscape of modern has changed enough that it's actually a pretty good time to get into modern. Is that a weird thing to say? Like all the new cards from the Modern Horizon sets came out, and I played a bunch of Modern Horizons limited, so I kind of knew a lot of the cards, and it feels like it's an easier time to get into modern than it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
I think I agree to that with that to some degree. There's a meme or a joke that saying modern has become modern horizons block constructed. I think that's true to a certain degree because the cards are just kind of pushed power level rise, so it's sort of forced a rotation in some way. But
Mm.
the thing is, like, there is some charm to being able to play your one deck for 10 or 11 years straight. Although obviously, like, Affinity without Mox Opal is not so good. Some people have been playing Tron for that long. I remember when Green Tron broke out in like 2012 or so. Um, it's kind of
Wow, yeah.
interesting
So
for me.
really a full decade.
Yeah, I remember when some of the decks did break out when they were like new. I just saw a
Ah,
message in the chat from our producer.
it's
Some of
time.
our featured players have been paired against each other.
Okay. Well,
Uh,
so we're gonna see Alex Rubin against Ely Cassis, and there you see it. Grix's Death Shadow against a blue-red breach. Jarvis, quickly, what is blue-red breach? What does it do? How does it win?
So, is it Breach? A deck, its namesake card is Underworld Breach. So the goal of the deck is to assemble Underworld Breach plus Grinding Station plus a 0-drop artifact. I think you also need just a bunch of cards in your graveyard to start with. And I think ideally you would get an Emery to play at some point as well. So basically you start looping Mox Amber with um, Underworld Breach plus Grinding Station, which allows you to sack it each time, floating a mana each iteration, and then eventually you mill your entire deck and cast Thassa's Oracle.
I see. Okay, so this is kind of should we say, a Matt Nass deck? Like,
Yeah, it definitely is. It
not
definitely is.
not of course that Matt Nass necessarily had anything to do with making it, but you know what I mean. I'm sure the the thought patterns. We do see Ragavan come down on turn number 1 for Alex. Pretty good start for Death Shadow.
Yeah, I think Ragvan is kind of one of the best cards for any of these sort of blue-red baseline decks versus combo decks, because generally you just want to develop with mana, hold up counter spells, cast threats at the same time, and just Ragvan on the. I guess it's really hard to everyone's seen Ragavan by this point, right? It's just kind of an egregious card in some ways, is how I would put it.
One of my favorite things to do is to show new cards to people who have maybe older Magic players who have left Magic.
Oh yeah.
And it's the most fun. Like I've had friends who I showed Ragavan and they were like, "This is made up, right? This is a Photoshop."
Wait, I don't think Alex Rubin knew what Eli was playing, but Mox Amber gives away so much information if you're familiar to Modern.
Okay, so if you're in Alex's seat and you see this Mox Amber come down with the Ragavan, how does your mindset change? What's your focus? What's your priority?
I believe Alex will 100% know it's Izzet Breach. Alex has been paying attention to tournament results. He's a young blood. He wants the wins. He does his homework.
Here it is. Thoughtseize. Let's have a look at the hand. It's 2 copies of Urza Saga, Island, another Mox Amber, and there's the Breach going into the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, now, even if Alex didn't know for sure, now he knows, right?
Yeah, it's pretty inescapable now. We see Yuli actually playing with the hand up. Urza Saga coming down. And let's see what Alex can do here. It's going to be in with Ragavan.
Yep. Oh, wait, Alex offered the trade with Ragavan because he just had a second one hand and he knew Eli would take the trade basically 99% of the time, you know?
Yeah, you got it, right?
Also, my favorite thing about the Thoughtseize turn was Eli just immediately placed the Breach in the graveyard for Alex because he just knew Alex would do it. He just saving a little bit of time.
Is time that much of a consideration in this kind of matchup, though?
No, but if you're playing 4C versus, I don't know, yeah, I think you're right. It's not going to be an issue.
Oh, and here's Croxa. And Eli's ready again. Just immediately knows. Second copy of Mox Amber, that's not doing anything right now. Away it goes.
The really good thing about Alex is he doesn't have a fast clock right now, and in fact, the Ragavan's going to be bricked by construct tokens. But he does have Croxa ready to go if he has a 4th land. It can be any land in the deck except Mountain. If it's Mountain, he can't cast it.
I think it's unlikely, although we don't actually know. Can't get a good look at Alex's hand right now. Is there some thought, Jarvis, if you're Ely, to not trade the Ragavan so you can make mana with your Mox Amber? I guess he had a lot of land in hand.
I think you try to trade, or oh, interesting. Mox
What a
Amber
flip!
Mox Amber kind of gas here for
So
Alex.
sweet. That's a land.
Yeah, and also he has the second black off the treasure token. For those of you who are wondering.
Right. Just trying to figure out exactly how to make this. There we go.
He finally realized he had to sack the treasure, I think.
Yeah, you can't make black off that Mox Amber when.
But now you
only
can.
Legendary. Well, now you can, but you couldn't before when your only legendary was mono red. 5 cards getting exiled to the escape cost. Croxa coming down onto the battlefield. And Jarvis, every time I see someone escape a card in paper, in my mind I have that arena sound playing.
Well,
the chains.
The chains, right?
Yeah, it's the clinking of the chains.
Well, they're escaping from the underworld, right? That's the flavor of it.
Yeah. And actually, this is a very flavorful matchup because on the other side is the underworld breach through which they are escaping.
I believe the Croxa Titan of Death's Hunger, I believe is the name of it.
Yep.
Is more powerful than Underworld Breach at this current time.
Wow. And if you would like more shattering insights like that, you can look up Jarvis on Metafy.
Ooh, Aether Spellbomb.
Aether Spellbomb.
That's sort of a
what does that do here? Just delay this Croxa?
Yeah, I don't think you really have a better choice. I mean, if you don't bounce that Kroxa, you're going to get killed extremely quickly and have no hand.
It kind of looks like you're going to have no hand anyway, even if you do bounce it. But I suppose resetting the escape is something.
Yep.
And it kind of just looks like this breach deck isn't really doing anything, having had its hand taken apart by the Thoughtseize, plus a couple of Ragavan hits.
Yeah, I think that's a problem for the Is It Breach deck versus some of these highly interactive decks. I think it struggles versus both Grixis Death Shadow and Is It Murktide, because the creature removal is not dead from those decks either, because you play your own Ragavans and Emeries. And also the discard and counter spells are just extremely, extremely good at stopping your synergy pieces.
And here he is again.
So I think Kroxa made Eli discard. I think that's the blue-red pathway.
Yes, maybe.
By a cool trick Alex pulled, he floated a black with the first Kroxa dying on the stack, let it die, then cast a second Kroxa, then also cast Death Shadow.
Wow, that's sweet. Like that.
Yeah.
Okay, and hit.
Sorry, I've played against Alex IRL before. Definitely solid kid. Knows how to play. We've had a lot of discussions about Magic over the last few years as well.
Definitely seems like he's like very clear in his communication. You know, very just everything in the right place, and I really appreciate that. Obviously as a caster, but also as a player when you're sitting across from someone. I think one of the most off-putting things that can happen is when your opponent is doing something very complex and they're not clear about what they're doing.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the Reed Duke style of play. Make sure everything, all of your ducks in a row, everything's clear. Just don't leave anything unclear.
Right.
Ooh, I think there's only one
Okay.
Thassa's War, and
Yeah,
you conceded.
Can't win without that. Let's go to game number 2. Grixis Death Shadow in the hands of Alex Rubin, taking down the first game.
So it's funny that happened, because I think what Eli realized was the only way you can win from that position is to full on combo. But if your combo, like your end condition combo piece, is exiled, then that's actually shut off, so he's not even gonna waste time.
So it's pretty funny that there's only one copy of Thassa's Oracle in the deck.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think the idea is to minimize the amount of so-called bad cards or useless cards you have to play with. Try to minimize your combo thing, so if necessary, you can just play like an Is It mid-range deck, sort of like a watered-down Is It Murktide deck in some scenarios. Even like, I think more accurately describing this deck, I would describe it as an Is It Saga deck. Ooh.
Right.
So,
Was the
Alex,
dress?
yeah, and I think that one's coming in. It's not a great one to flip over, but Eli has done his homework. He knows that 99% of Grixis Death Shadow lists are dressed down in the sideboard.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's available. So it looks like it's going to be, so for Death Shadow, the dress downs, Fluster Storm, Spell Pierces, Dispute, Unlicensed Hearth, Terminate, some Graveyard Hate in the form of Soul Guide Lantern, and the Hymn to Turak guy, Turak Dread Cantor. So what do you think Alex is going to be? Yeah, what do you think Alex is going to be bringing in?
I think if I were Alex, I would side in. So this is the list he showed me a few days ago before he left for Syracuse. That's how I have the list, or what I think is the list plus or minus a few cards. Personally, I think I would side in 2 dress downs and engineered explosives, Mystical Dispute, and K Command. Maybe the Spell Pierce as well. And I kind of think you don't want to overload on either your removal or your Drown in the Locks, personally. You want a small number of Drown in the Locks, but you don't want... It can lead to issues, especially if something like Relic of Progenitus is tutored up. Well, not Relic necessarily, but... Actually, maybe since it's the Underworld Breach deck, Eli can't actually exile his own graveyard to counter a spell from Drown in the Lock. I hadn't thought about that. Because it's just kind of dysenergy. We do not have the Is It Breach list, so I'm guessing to what is in Eli's deck post board. There's usually
Yeah.
some graveyard
I'm
hate. It's usually
looking at
sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Jarvis. I'm just looking at some lists kind of floating
Mhm.
around the internet. Tormod's Crypt seems to be present in a couple of them. Metallic Rebukes, Engineered Explosives, some counter spells, Spell Pierce, etc. Maybe possibly some Spreading Seas.
Spreading Seas. I don't see that one that often. I also don't think UI is going to have Spreading Seas in versus the deck that has
Yeah,
play
maybe
only
not.
one. It's kind of funny because Spreading Seas is good for Shadow, since so many of the cards cost 1 mana with specific color requirements. Oh, they're checking the deck for the Mox
Oh,
Hammer.
oh no, they have the same sleeves as well.
I think so. I think
Nice.
Alex just looked through the deck real quick and there was nothing out of place.
Okay, great. All right. Here we go. Game number 2. We're gonna have Ely on the play with Is It Breach? Underworld Breach combo.
Yeah,
And let's see how this one plays out.
if I had to guess, I think EY needs to be more mid-rangey instead of more comboing the matchup, because it's just really easy for Grixis to break up the synergistic combo pieces.
And here is Dragon's Rage Channeler on turn number 1. Jarvis, I feel like the stock of this card, like if you had interest in how popular or not popular cards are doing in Modern, I feel like Darcy is kind of slipping down the ranks, should we say, a little bit of popularity these days.
I think other people like that card way less than I do, but I do agree with you. That's a Goblin Engineer. That's interesting. You don't see
Oh,
that one too often.
and what is that going to get?
Well, it's like Grinding Station was the
Grinding
pickup.
Station. Okay.
So that indicates to me that EOI at least has a small portion of the combo in his deck still. Maybe not full on combo, but definitely some portion of the combo is still there. The
Oh,
first is in.
wow. Nice. That is unlicensed Hearth.
Again, it makes sense for Alex to side that one in. It's just good versus Underworld Breach. And I prefer this way of keeping track of hers. Instead of putting all of the cards underneath it, just put counters on it. Because it's really, really, really inconvenient otherwise.
Yeah, you just end up with a giant like stack of cards underneath this artifact that has to tap and untap every turn. Here is Emery. She's gonna mill 4 cards, and I think that's Saga, Breach, a land, and maybe a Pithing Needle there.
It is Pithing Needle. God, I remember when Pithing Needle was first printed in Saber's Kamigawa, and I had to look up what the word meant. It was it grossed me out when I learned what it meant.
As in pithing.
Yeah.
Usually I'm good at what words mean. What does it mean, Jarvis?
It's to
Teeth
like to
nature.
drill. It's like drilling a hole in someone's head, right?
Oh, like that kind of like surgery when they, I
Yeah.
don't know, go in.
Yeah. Oh man, look at this turn. Shredder into I think Unholy Heat on Emery. Wow, this is
Oh
and
wow.
there's a DRC trigger and a Shredder trigger. This is Grixis Death Shadow at its best. Sometimes this is Murktide at its best, but right now it's Grixis at its best.
Okay, so connive a Shredder.
Surveil away
Put a land in the
Mountain.
graveyard. Yep. Is this just a terrible matchup, Jarvis, for
I
Breach?
think so because the mid-range plan is so unlikely to work because Alex is going to leave enough removal. Again, all of Alex's cards are basically good here, regardless. Like all of the angles he's attacking on are good. Graveyard removal is good. Counterspells are good. Discard's good. It seems
Mhm.
quite hard for me to envision UI getting out of this one.
Yeah, get the Pithing Needle, get the Emery, Huss up to 4. Let's see what Ely has. going to start with a fetch. And Jarvis, I've just looked up the dictionary definition of pithing. There's two
Yep.
definitions. One, remove the pith from, which is, you know, in oranges, there's like the pith, which is that white stuff, which is the definition that I was thinking about. And then number two, pierce or sever the spinal cord of an animal so as to kill or
Oh,
immobilize it.
maybe it's not drilling a hole, but the art of pithing needle looks like there's a hole being drilled.
Yeah, it's you apparently just insert a needle into something's brain to kill it. So
Yeah,
very
that's I'm not for it. That looks like a Karn sign of Ursa for Eli. That is a
okay.
card that could get him out of it. That's sort of the mid-range plan I was referring to. I don't think it's going to live very long because of the Shredder.
Right. This construct on the ground is just a 2/2 right now. Here's a Thoughtseize. Darcy triggers.
I think that's going to give Delirium. There's creature, land, instant so far, so the
Yeah.
Thoughtseize will be sorcery.
Yeah. And then looks
That's
like
an engineered.
yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of close if you want it or not. Ooh, Eli's just left with a single land. So again, the Shredder's just going to clean everything up.
Yeah, Thoughtseize. There's Delirium. Darcy's now in the air as well. And it looks like it's going to be iteration, perhaps.
Yep. And nice thing for Alex, he knows that the Thoughtseize is useless, so it's basically the easiest thing to connive away, you know?
Yep. There it goes. And all Ely can do is sit there and kind of shrug, just a land left in hand. We finally get to resolve the iteration. This deck is so sweet. It just smooth like butter.
Yeah, I think that's why I think this is one of the best decks. It's quietly one of the better decks in the format that people thought got killed by the worst ban. It just took time for people to rebuild the deck for it to be functional again, I think is what happened.
Do you think it's worse now than before, or do you think it's just as good, if not better?
I think it's definitely worse than before. Lure just is such an egregious card compared to Gigantha, the Wellspring. I don't think it's.
Wow, you take that back about my elk beast thing. Okay, so Shredder's coming at Khan, Darcy's coming at you. Khan goes down, 3 to the face, and I think that's still an Unholy Heat in exile from the iteration, so that can be cast this turn, and we're going to see Alex fetch off that Scalding Tarn.
He's definitely doing the engineer, just in case if something weird happens. Like, what if Eli just casts like engineer searching up an ensnaring bridge and turn Mishra's Bauble into an engineer?
Right. Into a bridge.
So
2 dress downs in hand.
Well, to be fair, what also is going on is that Goblin Engineer doesn't matter versus the Hearse. So Eli would probably need something like Expressive Iteration, kill the Hearse, do something else. It seems extremely hard to get out of this, really, is what's going on here.
I'm gonna see the bauble. Bauble you.
We have no idea what it is. The angle that Alex put it was completely perpendicular, so we couldn't see it.
Yeah, maybe we should get some instructions down into the feature match area. Like, can you show us as well?
Ooh.
Soul Guide Lantern.
Soul Guide Lantern.
Okay, I mean that can take away Delirium, but
Oh, look at this cheeky attack.
Get in for 2 while it's 2.
Yeah.
Cycle the Lantern. It looks like land, Unholy Heat.
Nom nom nom. The hearse is growing very quickly.
Munching away at the graveyard. We'd love to see what's in Neely's hand. That is 2 copies of Dress Down in Alex's hand.
So last card, Ledger
Along with,
Shredder? Yeah, it's a
yep,
Shredder.
I think so. Do you ever use Dress Down to make your Death Shadow a 13/13?
It's funny because I think that when the deck was first built by Aspiring Spike, that was like one of the main tenets. Then people just realized that you didn't really have to do that. It was actually just better to use it to like kill constructs or like shut off Solitudes or shut off Furies, you know.
Mm-hmm. This construct not really a threat right now. Just a little 1/1. So Jarvis, what would motivate you to bring a deck like Is It Breach to a tournament? Like, what's the thinking behind that?
Well, I think the thinking for Eli is he's always played sort of weird off the beaten path decks personally.
Yeah.
So I think that's his motivation. I think generally, if you're talking metagame considerations, is if you don't expect a lot of Death Shadow or Is It Murktide, and you want to prey upon, say, the 4C decks, which might not have that many counter spells or answers to your combo, it might be a better position for the deck.
Makes a lot of sense. Here is heat on the shredder. just make sure, Delirium. Just have a little count.
Yeah, I
Just
think
want to
Alex
make sure
is.
that.
think
Sorry,
he's
go
trying
ahead.
to, I think he's trying to see if he can shut it off with the hearse, right?
Right.
And it looks like he can, right?
Well, he can get rid of the planeswalkers, and now there's going to be instant creature land enchantment.
Oh, maybe you
I
can't.
believe.
Yeah.
I don't think so, right? Because of the enchantment. Because there's 2 creatures. Yeah.
So 2 enchantments, and there's 1 planeswalker.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it doesn't have Delirium, right?
Doesn't the Unholy Heat resolve?
The Unholy Heat's on the stack, right?
Oh, sure. So it doesn't count itself. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
So Eli was baiting out
So
a.
here's Breach.
Okay, so we're going to cast something for. So basically, he was forcing the hearse activation so Breach could do something, I think is what was happening here.
Okay. So can you get back from? Oh, and it's Dressed Down.
Wow, not with Dressed Down, I think. Ooh.
Oh, and that kills the construct engineer. Yeah, and that's gonna do
Yeah.
it. A valiant attempt, I think. Let's call it. In that last turn by Ely, but ultimately Grix's Death Shadow too strong.
I think it's funny. Oh, it's not funny. It's unfortunate for Eli that because of those 4 players were the dropped ones and were repaired against each other, I think 2/3 of the matchups he could have faced were not good for him. Because he could have been paired versus either Neoform or Grix's Death Shadow. And the only 1/3 remaining match of four colors, the matchup he would have been fine with.
I think could he have been paired against Neoform? I think the Neoform.
They just randomly paired those people within those 4, right?
Oh, with each. Oh, that's what.
Yeah.
That was the fix. They just paired with a feature match.
Bad fix.
Oh my goodness. That's.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hopefully, as we go into the next round, at least there will be, we'll go back to the regular programming in terms of pairings. But we'll go to the backup match now.
So this is what I mean. This is the other pairing that had to happen because those 4 were dropped, right?
Right, exactly. So it is Neoform against 4-color Yorion. It'd be interesting to see how this one plays out. And I think.
Okay, hey, this looks like a turn 1 for Bryant.
Okay, Jarvis, talk us through it. Let's go.
Okay, so the way Bryant has constructed a deck, which I believe is the deck list that I saw in Discord via whatever shenanigans you want to call, it involves looping gut shots and drawing Gristlebrand. Or sorry, you Neoform into Gristlebrand off of Allosaurus Rider, use Gristlebrand to draw a bunch of cards, and then start looping gut shots. Now, the one problem that could happen to Bryant is Solitude could be a way to break up the combo, right?
So you Solitude the Grizzlebrand?
Say with the first draw 7 on the stack, right?
Right.
So
Okay.
hypothetically, Bryant could end up in a board state where he can't win because he can only draw 7 one more time in response to the first draw 7. So he has to be very careful. He also has to initiate because he casts Summoner's Pact this turn for Allosaurus Rider. So there's like literally no option.
Okay, well, here's the draw 7. It looks like that's gonna resolve. So I guess no Solitude, or if there is a Solitude,
I don't think there is one. Because
Rossum not
Rossum also knows.
choosing. Yeah,
Yeah, both Rossum
he
and
knows.
Hook know that if there was a Solitude, it would have been put on the stack so fast in response to the first draw 7. And look at that. I can see he's just like he's putting his hand in his the posture. Hand in
Oh,
your
there it is. It's done. We're done.
Yeah, we're done.
Let's go.
We're done.
Let's have a look anyway. I know there was some discussion earlier, Jarvis, about Brian Cook's choice of cards, and I would like to say that I am fully in support of the full foil Japanese Neoform deck. Let's go.
Yeah. So
You know, if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna style with your deck choice, you can also style with the cards that you actually put in.
Wait, actually, I'm being told from chat that he bricked and didn't draw a nourishing.
Wait, what?
Shoal. Is that
That's
real?
what happened?
Oh my god, that's so annoying. Like, yeah, if that happened, that's very unlucky because obviously
Live by the shoal, you die by the shoal, Jarvis.
Yeah, well, live by the Gristlebrand, die by the Gristlebrand's probably more accurate way of putting it, but Rossum's just like, I can't believe that happened. Like he's like, imagine the roller coaster swings when you play against that deck, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just
it's pretty
just,
funny.
It is. I do think it's funny that endurance in these decks is just a weird way to make sure you can keep redrawing your deck instead of like a normal 3/4 flash creature or graveyard hate. It just it allows you to do so much nonsense that is not like in the normal purview of normal Magic, right?
Right. Because it hates your graveyard by putting it on the bottom of your deck instead of like exiling it, like other graveyard hate. We saw it earlier in that Glimpse of Tomorrow deck as well.
Yeah,
with the endurance just puts the glimpse and everything else on the bottom. We're gonna go to game number 2 now, and it looks like it is turn 1 Abundant Growth for Rossum, and here we go again. It's Allosaurus Rider.
So the difference this time, Brian doesn't have to Summoner's Pact. So even if he fizzles, he gets another turn.
Right. Just played out that Allosaurus Rider, just had it in the hand already. There's the Grizzlebrand.
Yep. You can't forget that Neoform puts a +1/+1 counter on it. The small
It's very important, Jarvis. It means it's 8 lifelink now. I don't know if that ever matters. Maybe it does.
So the one matchup where it matters, I think, is Burn, where your goal versus Burn is to actually just put Grizzlebrand into play and not even bother drawing cards.
Right. And you just have an 8/8 lifelink.
Yeah, I mean they're dead.
They can't really ever deal with. Yeah, exactly. In this one though, it is going to be draw 7 to start with. Is this 14? No,
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what's the first line he played.
Why is Brian at 10?
So I think what happened was I'm trying to figure out what happened. Yeah, I think he's maybe a little bit shaken from the last game where he fizzled, but also you can run into issues where you'd be much more likely to go off if you just waited a turn, got another land drop. And you can always draw 7 in response to a Solitude, so it's not a big deal.
Right.
Rossum is just hoping that Counterspell is good enough. I don't think it will be.
Yeah, let's try and get a good look on
Ooh, that's a
what's
dress
going
down
on.
in
Is that dress
response.
down?
It is.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so dress down resolves. So Bright did not draw 7 in response.
I
It
wonder
looks like.
why that is.
What's he worried about? Like,
I'm trying to figure that out. I don't
I
have a
guess the
good
thought is
answer.
that he can just wait.
Yeah, but the
Like
problem.
he already waited.
So the problem is now, if you think Rossum has Lightning Bolt in the deck, then it's very dangerous to draw 7, right?
Hmm.
But
Maybe
after,
that was the thought already.
but with Dress on the
Originally.
stack, Rossum's tapped out. So if you draw a shoal, you're fine to go, I think.
So we're finally going to see that solitude. Oh, and there's a
Capture
pact
negation.
Oh, and Veil.
Hell,
Veil of
God,
Summer.
you hate to see it.
Okay. Veil's on the stack, and that happens.
Mhm.
Veil, by the way, one of my most hated Magic cards.
Wait, are you pro Thoughtseize and anti Veil?
I'm just anti-Veil.
Okay,
Like
all right.
I'm neutral on Thoughtseize. I just don't like it when people say don't. I don't like it when people veil my counterspells. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, Veiling Counterspell is almost as brutal as Veiling Thoughtseize, I think.
It's just insulting. It's like you get to draw a card as well. Hello, for 1 mana. Are you kidding?
Yeah, so Brian's trying to figure out, should I draw 7 response, risk Dino Lightning Bolt?
Are you gonna win? I mean, if they like, if you don't draw 7, do you win anyway? I mean, clearly his hand didn't have what he needed before.
Yeah, and here's another issue with the deck. I think the deck only plays 2 Gristlebrand, so if Brian has another Gristlebrand in hand already, you can't even Neoform again. You can't get the second Gristlebrand to play, and that actually is a pretty common end state for the deck, to have the second Gristlebrand in your hand because you're drawing so many cards.
Okay, so I think that was that a shoal? Yeah, that was a
Yeah,
shoal.
it was Shoal
Oh,
pitching Auto Wind Worm is how I like to call the card, because no one can actually
what's the
pronounce the
win?
card. Yeah.
Autochthon? Autochthon? It's like a Greek word, right? But I don't know.
Is it? Interesting, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that the yeah, it's definitely Greek roots. But I unfortunately my Latin teacher did not let me study Greek
It's
when I
Colossal
was at school.
Skywhale to bounce
Yes!
the Ice Fang.
Oh, it's the turtle from Neon
Yeah,
Dynasty?
it's
Yes!
the okay.
Oh,
So
look at the oracle. Okay, no,
yeah,
I can do this. It's colossal sky turtle. It's blue green green 3. I don't know. It's a big. It's like 7-drop or something, and it has 2 channel abilities. One that's
oh
bounce,
wow.
one that's regrowth.
So
Let's
so
go.
so remember when we said the plus Muslim counter wouldn't matter? What was Russell's
Hmm.
life shuttle? 8.
Oh, it mattered. It mattered so much.
Look, things you love to see, the random plus
Oh,
Muslim counter from Neoform mattering.
this is why we do it. This is why we cover Magic. This is why we play this game, for these moments where just the tiniest things that 10 minutes ago we were like, wouldn't it be funny if this counter mattered?
10 minutes. Well, also, game 1, Bryant went off on turn 1, just didn't draw a Nourishing Shoal in 14 cards. Plus the other 4 cards he had in his opener, he just didn't have a Shoal. So that's actually pretty unlikely.
Yeah, well, exactly. So it looks like we are going to go to game 3, but what's going to happen is we missed the start of the game in terms of coverage. So we're coming in at this point, Jarvis. Talk us through the board state. What's happening here?
So there appears to be a Chalice on 0. Bryant has not cast Neoform or Eldritch Evolution. And there's a Teferi 3 and a Ren 6. So
Okay.
kind of a slog. I think Bryant's best card to start with would be Veil of Summer of his own if he had it.
Right. So here's the Allosaurus Rider. That, even though he's not paying any mana, doesn't get affected by Chalice, but is it dressed down in response?
But it's a star 1+ star, right?
It's, yeah, power and
Yeah,
toughness equal to 1
but
plus.
yeah, no, this is still correct to do because what this does is it shuts off the ability to start drawing cards with Gristlebrand this turn.
Right. So it's just getting that before Gristlebrand can come down, because Neoform is, of course, sorcery speed, and also there's a Teferi 3, so nothing can. Brian can't do anything at instant speed anyway.
You know what? It's actually 1+ star / 1+ star. I had forgotten that.
Yeah, 1 plus the number of lands you control.
Yeah. For both power and toughness, actually.
Okay, counter spell on the Neoform. And that shuts off everything this turn. Rossum is untapping. Brian's at 18. And I mean, things are looking pretty good for Rossum, right? This Renner 6 is going up. That's gonna be ultimating soon. Yeah, and that's gonna do it. It's the lock is too real. This Chalice on 0 to Very. Brian can't do anything about that, and it is Rossum with 4-color Yorion, still undefeated, 3-0-1 after round 4.
Yeah, I think it was really important that Bryant won game 1 because I think game 1 generally favors him. But obviously, like, I think he just ran bad in that game. Game 2, I think, was a show of why the deck is more resilient than people would think. In that game 3, I think Rossum just had way too many cards that actually mattered.
Yeah, exactly. Still though, I'm really glad, Jarvis, that we actually got to see the Neoform deck do its thing.
Well, we didn't get to see Rossum actually die to triple gut shot every iteration of draw 7 and making sure there's only 7 cards in graveyard to loop with endurance every time. So can you say we really saw how the deck worked?
We got to see Colossal Sky Turtle, a draft uncommon all-star from Neon Dynasty take out an Ice Fan Turtle. So I'm gonna chalk that up as a win.
Okay, you can
one
chalk
win.
It up as a win.
One win for the coverage team. We can keep track of our wins. We don't keep track of our losses though. That's not how it works.
Well, I'm gonna count Alex Rubin winning as a win for me. Just rooting the small child on from
Okay. You're just living vicariously through your friend / small child, Alex Rubin.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. All right. So we're going to go to a break while we figure out what is going on in the heads of the casters here. When we come back, we will have the next round, hopefully with normal pairings this time, round number 5 at SCGCON Syracuse Modern 30K, coming right up after this break. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to coverage of SCGCON Syracuse. My name's HAIYUE. I'm here with Jarvis, and we're waiting for pairings for round number 5 still. But in the meantime, Jarvis, I think we're going to be watching something called Dan.
Yeah, so it's funny that the word Dan is picked because when I think Dan, I obviously think of the noodles. I'm sure.
But yeah, I instantly think of the noodles. I can think of nothing but noodles.
Oh, do we have Alex Rudin in the Dan seat? So to actually tell you what Dan is, it's a blue 4/1 that has Island Home and also cannot attack unless the opponent has an island. But you played with a shared deck, and it's a mono blue shared deck with a lot of weird cards in it.
Okay. So it's a little bit like Judge Tower.
Yeah, except it's just random blue cards like
Okay.
Telling Time, like Lonely Sandbar. These are all of the Midnight Hunt islands.
The Shad, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that is a blue.
So what are the rules?
I shared deck, so that means cards like Telling Time are super weird. Shared graveyard, and I don't believe you. Maybe you can die to decking. I don't remember. It's a super weird format.
So you still start at 20 life and you just like try and is that just one Dan? That's what I'm. Oh. Okay, Jarvis, what happened?
Pairings went up, I believe, is what happened.
Oh, okay.
Pairings went up.
I was like, some combo kill in Dan? No,
it's the way the Dan deck is constructed. I believe there's just a bunch of dirtily cards and like 4 Dan, and you just try to memory lapse Dan so you can draw it, and just like you try to like, I guess it's like a weird control mirror, but you have a shared deck.
Okay, so you're both trying to get hold of the Dan, basically.
Yeah, but it's more like a control mirror. Like, I don't know. It's just super bizarre. It's hard to explain until you actually try it.
I love it. I would love to play this. Also, okay, sure.
Sorry, I actually just looked at the shared deck Dan. It is a 48. There's 80 cards total. There's 32 lands. There are 10 Dan in the 80 card deck.
Okay. Sure. And and there's basically just a bunch of other random
like card draw spells, counter spells,
blue things.
Yeah. Essentially, yeah. It's very interesting. All right. Before we get to the pairings, I have a very important question for you. Are you ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Put yourself in the seat of you're an SCG Syracuse competitor. What deck would you have registered and why?
I would have registered. Well, okay. Am I me or am I like someone trying to be optimal in Magic the Gathering, and I have access to everything? Because if I'm me, I'm playing 4-color, only because that's the one deck that I have experience with. But I'm playing Delirium 4-color for sure.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable answer, even if like, I don't think there's a difference between the two things you said. Really.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
I mean,
you're you. I'm not saying like if you're some like all-seeing omniscient god who could.
You're also a you.
Yes, we are. We are you, gang. We are you two, or 2U, or U-Tang Clan. Pick your favorite cover band or whatever.
I can't wait to play the Yube with you.
Oh, the Youth is great. I might add some more cards to it and take out some other cards. It's a work in progress.
We should find 6 other Yus to play the Yube. That's like
Muhan, aka Bino.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the same like written surname. We both.
It's not the same. No, I know.
Which is not that surprising. But I bet we could find a bunch. Although I don't know who after that offhand. I bet if we just went to like Hong Kong or Beijing, or Shanghai, it would be pretty easy, obviously.
Yeah, we could go to like some RCQ in China and just pick up 6 other U's and just go.
Yeah,
For those
okay.
wondering, by the way, as we go to the actual feature match, Jarvis and I are not related. We just happen to have the same surname, which in Chinese is kind of rare because there's so many different surnames. But it's pretty fun. We've been living off this Yugang joke for a while now. And Alex has been living off this Grixis Death Shadow deck all the way to 4-0
Yeah.
in today's tournament, going up against Ross Ronaldo. We don't know what Ross is on yet, so that'll be a fun thing to learn.
Well, some information already. There's no Yorion, so.
Okay, no companion at all.
So I think from it's hard to say, but I would say more likely to be, is it Murktide or Burn?
Yeah, I guess statistically that is pretty accurate, but I'm very well represented today. 8%-ish.
Alex got very lucky. He won the die roll with a rolling of a 4. That's just that is a mize.
So it is better lucky than good, right, Jarvis? That's what you told me.
I definitely agreed with that. If I was only allowed to have one.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so it is going to be Ragavan on the play for Alex Rubin off that roll.
Blackleaf Cliffs. Hello.
What does Blackleaf Cliffs mean?
Maybe it's Aspiring Spike Rakdos. It could be like a bigger version of Jund or something like that. It could be like,
okay,
I don't know.
Boomer Jund? Is it Boomer Jund?
It's probably not Boomer Jund, but it could be.
Maybe Zoomer Jund?
I think Zoomer Jund kind of went out of favor when they banned
Loris. Yeah, that makes sense.
But Alex doesn't really mind the Ragavan dying because I caught another one in his hand.
Okay. So we have the Ledger Shredder though on turn 2. Let's see what Ross is up to. Come on, Ross. Show us your strategy.
Well, if we see Dothy Voidwalker, I'm putting Ross on Aspiring Spike, copy paste Black Red. Just copy and paste it straight from the stream decker of Aspiring Spike.
I mean, you can't go that wrong with that strategy.
Depends on who you ask, I guess. Oh, it is in fact.
There it is.
This is Aspiring Spike Rakdos, I would say. All right. One thing is, I do hope Alex Rubin can kill that thing immediately. Otherwise, things get really weird. Because you really don't want to cast like something like Expressive Iteration into Voidwalker and then let Ross cast Iteration off of the Voidwalker.
Right. Exactly.
It does not look like Rubin has a removal spell. He's probably thinking if he wants to dash Ragavan and try to find a removal spell off the dash Ragavan. I think that's what's going to happen. Nope. Shredder.
Second Shredder.
All right.
And then just Connive.
Yeah, I guess the plan here is to just cast Ragavan, Connive twice, and just try to set up a lethal, board. Just try to beat them up with 2 bird lawyers.
Wait, did you say bird lawyers?
Yeah, they're bird lawyers.
How did I not know this? I thought they were advisors.
Okay, so Ross was about to put his hand down, and Alex is like, no, wait, I need to resolve my connives.
Wait, they're ledger shredders. They're clearly accountants, Jarvis.
Okay, all right.
Come on. Get your capitalistic services professions right.
So I think the turn should be exiled as well. I think that was missed. Basically, everything past the Delta in the first Ragavan should be exiled to Ledger Shredder.
Right, because of the Voidwalker.
Oh, Blood Moon.
Blood Moon. Main deck Blood Moon. To see that.
It's a little bit blurry. I think there's a Thoughtseize, a Delta. I'm having trouble reading the other two cards.
What are those second? Yeah.
Is that Village Rites?
It's 2 words.
Is it Village Rites?
It could be, but that is. Then we're not talking about the spike list.
No,
I
we're
don't
not.
think. Yeah, get rid of that Blood Moon.
Mishra's Bauble. Kind of interesting to play the Bauble out. If you hold the Bauble and dash Ragavan play Bauble, you can connive twice next turn.
Okay.
Whoa.
Let's just throw
Cards
some
are-
dice
cards are-
around.
Yeah, throw some dice around. Get some DQs for throwing dice at your opponent.
I love how like last round we were like, oh, Alex Rubin, this kid's so tight, everything's so perfectly
And then he's just throwing
arranged.
dice all
He is
around.
just like, okay, all right, Ragavan goes away, and now we're gonna see Ross thinking about sacrificing this. Nope, just gonna hit. Let's go. It's Shadow.
Go.
It is Shadow. That cannot be blocked by those Ledger Shredders.
Oh my god, I remember the days where Soltari Priest and Soltari Monk were good.
I've
They're also
literally never
Shadow
heard of either of those cards
Okay.
in my life.
Well, I'll just give you the quick rundown. Soltari Priest is a white 2/1 with Shadow that has pro red.
Okay.
So you can kind of see how that's a good card, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Soltari Monk is the same except it's pro black.
Okay. So just like I categorize them in that like annoying creatures that you can't deal with, but also you don't want to deal with.
Yeah. Pretty much. Basically, Soltari Priest was very good versus red decks, as you could imagine.
Yeah, Jarvis, it looks like we have the triple Ledger Shredder on the battlefield. What do you call it? What's the collective name for accountants? An office? An office of Ledger Shredders.
I was about to say a flock of shredders.
Block.
Ooh, Fury.
Oh. Okay,
But
so oh, it can only get the big one.
Yeah, but Ledger Shredders are perfectly sized versus. Oh, but there's Undying Evil.
Oh, Undying Evil. Okay.
But Ruben gets 2 loots or 2 connives from the deal.
Okay.
Problem is, it's very hard to get Delirium through Voidwalker.
Yeah, and you can't kill that Fury with Fatal Push, so pretty.
Yeah, Ruben's sad because he wants to discard Expressive Iteration.
Right.
But
it's
then
just gonna...
Voidwalker can cast it, which is kind of a blowout.
There is an Unholy Heat in hand. Can see it. Okay, and now... Oh my goodness. Okay. This is the Village Rites that you saw.
So it was Village Rites. Huh.
Yeah. So this is just like a kind of convoluted abuse Fury.
Yeah.
Kind of shenanigans. Unholy Heat's gonna target the Voidwalker to try and force it to do something now that it can't cast the iteration because of... I think not. Has Ross made a land drop?
No, but he's choosing to cast Ledger Shredder off of the Voidwalker, it looks like.
Yeah.
And there are the 2 cards from Village Rites now. Wow, a lot happened that turn.
Mm-hmm. We went from Alex having 3 Ledger Shredders to only the 1. Fury came in and out of the battlefield a couple of times. Village riots happened, and then Ross also cast a Ledger Shredder from that exile zone with the Voidwalker. But good news for Alex is Graveyard's back online.
Is there really good news? This looks like bad news to me.
Jarvis, I'm just trying to create some, some narrative suspense here. I'm just trying to give people a hook. The Alex Rubin small child fans out there. But we're gonna see Ledger Shredder jump as a chump in front of that
Hardcast grief.
Fury, and that's a grief. Okay, and I think that's
there was some
looking like
discussion.
Alex Rubin.
Yeah.
Go on, Jarvis.
There was some discussion if Heat should be exiled or not. What happened was Alex cast Heat targeting Voidwalker, then Ross sacked the Voidwalker to cast Ledger Shredder, so the Heat will never be exiled.
Okay, so Heat shouldn't be exiled? Is what you're saying?
I don't think it should be.
Because the Voidwalker was not on the battlefield when he tried to resolve.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think, it's something that you can miss in paper play. Obviously, I don't think it really affected the outcome of that game, but it could have.
All right, so Jarvis, what are we calling this archetype? Rakdos what?
I would probably call it Rakdos Evoke, because it has a lot of the Evoke elementals.
Okay.
Or Rakdos Undying, or Rakdos Flicker. Because Undying Evil and Malakir Rebirth are sort of like flickers in the reverse way, right?
Rakdos Blink. You heard it here first.
It's a very, very it's very thin, is what I would say to call it that.
Well, Jarvis, you know what they say, thin to win.
What? Do they say that?
Yeah, don't they? Don't you say that?
I've never heard that until now.
You never heard thin to win? It's okay. It's more. It's like, when you're flooding out, and you're like, okay, well, I may as well fetch a land. Thin to win.
You should probably stop doing that. Yeah,
slightly more of a percentage point to draw a spell.
Hold on. Don't you play with 4 Omnath in your deck?
I didn't say it was good, Jarvis. I just said it was a thing.
Yeah, basically
it's not just in modern. It's really from limited, I think.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense, but sometimes that 1 life point really matters.
Yeah, of course. Arguably, the last life point's the only one that matters.
It's true. And Onark has a good point. Isn't it spin to win?
Look, we're all inclusive. All right, we're arguably win-clusive.
Are we? We only include people that win? That sounds really, really meritocratic to me.
No, I'm saying that the definition of win includes many concepts such as thin or spin.
Okay.
Or luck.
Oh, or luck. I see. Anyways, I think this is a matchup where Alex probably hasn't had a lot of practice. But if I were him, I would be trying to get those dress downs in. Because they're pretty effective versus the, Malakir Rebirth sort of shenanigans or whatever.
Yeah. Graveyard hate, does that matter?
I think it does, but also if you ever get your Hearst K commanded by the Rakdos deck, it's kind of a disaster. I think you're playing against Rakdos. They have to have K command somewhere.
Right. I love it. I love this style of deck. The kind of sneaky shenanigans, undying this, reanimate that, a bit of aristocrats thrown in there.
Yeah, I hadn't seen this deck with village rights before. Might be some fringe 5-0 that I didn't actually look at, possibly.
Yeah, before we did Dallas, I looked at a lot of 5-0 lists, but I don't remember seeing anything like this, but could be a bit of a brewski.
Could be.
Suddenly very interesting. This is exactly what I'm talking about, Jarvis, when you come to a modern tournament. And Ross is 4-0, so clearly it's working out.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the sort of deck that if you haven't played a lot against it, you could be taken off guard. I do think Alex is probably flexible enough to figure out a plan on the fly, because at its core, I think there's a lot of similarities of playing against this deck as there are playing against like maybe Jund or something similar. Grief.
Oh, it's kind of grief. And is there going to be an undying evil?
So Alex actually has 2 1-mana removal spells for it, because you can get Revolt from the Bloodstained Mire. So if Ross goes for the Undying Evil, it will not work out well for him.
Okay. So let's have a look at Alex's hand. It's the Unholy Heat and the Push, plus Dress Down, 2 Shadows, and a land.
I believe it's a signed Japanese Watery Grave.
2 Shadows, and a land.
Okay.
And as you say, 2 ways of answering this grief. So Ross unable to take out something that would, let him combo if he does have that Undying Evil. So what are you taking here?
Depends a lot on Ross's hand. I think. Wait. Okay.
I guess we'll resolve this first. Come on.
Yeah. Looked like he was trying to float mana, and it's just like, oh, so he's just gonna force the removal spell.
Right. So it is. Yeah.
Wait, did he not realize that this was gonna happen? I think you should just not cast it there.
I think he must have, right? Because it is Bloodstained Mire on the battlefield, so. Maybe he can go again, or just wants to protect the next thing.
But if he can go again and it's another grief, you can just take the other removal spell with grief, right?
That's true. But it could be the Voidwalker.
Yeah, I suppose. I guess a better point is
Ragavan or something.
The reason I don't really love it is it lets Alex use 1 mana that he couldn't use otherwise, right?
There it is, Dash Ragavan.
Dash Ragavan. The monkey is in. I think Alex is trying to decide if he will let the. Well, I think you should actually let it attack and then dress down, take the 2 damage, but then the other parts don't trigger because you're trying to get into shadow range. But
okay.
I think maybe what that gesturing was explaining what exactly happens with the dash and dress down, which is I think it should return every time, right?
I am not sure. Why does it return?
I'm not a judge. I just know it works that way.
You just know it works that way? Okay.
Yeah.
Can we get Judge Elliot?
Yeah, we get Judge Elliot to explain why dress down means it still returns at end step.
You may cast a spell for its dash cost. If you do, it gains haste. So haste is the ability of the creature, and it's returned from the battlefield. So it's not the ability. Dress down doesn't affect the dash, the end step part, basically.
Right. The dash creates a delayed trigger, I guess. Anyways, I believe life totals are incorrect. I believe Alex has to be at least at 12. Otherwise, this makes
there's no way. There's no way. All right. Oh, okay. So let's think. He fetched the Bloodstained from Bloodstained Mire, and then he fetched again.
Yeah,
he's shocked. Yeah,
it's 332. It's 332. We're exactly at that life total.
Right.
Okay. So Alex smartly only played 1 shadow because he knew there was a risk of something like Fury taking up both shadows if you played both. So that's actually a really heads up play.
Yeah, and goes for the Undying Evil again, I think, on the Fury, and that's going to be met with Terminate.
Explosives on
Explosives on 1.
So I
And that's
believe
it.
Ross is empty-handed.
Yeah,
Look at
that's
this.
it.
Alex actually got a bunch of good exchanges, and playing his
Yeah.
cards slowly, carefully, methodically, figuring out what's going to happen, how he can avoid getting blown out.
And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, Jarvis. When you see one of these decks that you haven't practiced against, maybe you haven't seen it before, and Alex really has just figured out what axis it's fighting on and how he can not fall into the traps that it wants you to fall into.
Oh, your favorite elk is getting ready to show up.
I don't know if it's my favorite elk, but it's certainly up there.
Wait, okay, then what is your favorite elk?
Well, Blossom Prancer from Neon Dynasty was pretty
Okay.
sweet.
All right. Are you an Oko apologist?
I am an Oko
Okay.
apologist.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
all
I'm
right.
sorry.
I just had to make it clear to chat that they can't take you seriously anymore.
They were never taking me seriously in the first place, Jarvis, so your efforts have been wasted.
I see. Ooh, the
Here's
Shredder.
Shredder. All right. Okay. That's not a 1. That doesn't get blown up. Yeah, so Jarvis, I actually recently, a couple of days ago, went to see a production of A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Nice.
Which it was really good actually. And those of you who don't know, Midsummer Night's Dream, it's Shakespeare. It has a subplot or a storyline about fairies in it. And there's a fairy king called Oberon. And in this production, they really played Oberon like a fuckboy. Like a fedora wearing incel, as we see Fury take down the Legislator, and all I could think of was Oko. They just had him like kind of topless with these like loose trousers, and they had all this green and purple light. It was great.
I need to rein you back in.
Okay.
I'm not particularly fond of in Alex's hand, and it's looked really bad so far, is Flusterstorm. I assume he just has it in for the like Undying Evil or whatever, but I kind of think you just want all of your cards to be live at all points, like sort of like a John Mirror, you know?
Right. And Flusterstorm just not really doing anything in this kind of scenario.
Because I think a lot of the games are just going to look like this. You trade a bunch of back and forth, then you draw Fluster when both of you have 5 lands. It's really not good to draw.
Look at this. Ragavan off the top, dashing in. And this is just Ross saying, I'm just going to push as much damage as possible. Fury, of course, coming in as well. And Gigantha has to block that Ragavan. Well, it doesn't have to, but...
It doesn't have to. It's actually kind of interesting. But I think you should just take the free card. Because suppose, like, Terminate's flipped off the top of your deck. It ends up being a huge disaster. Because then you're actually going to die to the Fury in a longer game.
And you can just block the Fury next turn. Your opponent is living off the top of the library. Let's see what Alex is in Alex's hand. We saw at least 1 land, and the Flusterstorm you're talking about.
He's still sandbagging the Death Shadow because he's hoping to draw a K command to remove the explosives, I think.
Oh, Blood Moon.
Well, we can fetch Swamp? Wait, why didn't we fetch
Swamp?
There's
no...
No, there are no fetches.
There's no fetches. I think Alex had a fetch in hand. I think this is Scoldington in hand.
But you know what? We can still use Gigantha to cast.
Oh.
So actually, I think if we drew Blood Moon, we should just force the trade, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe Ross is thinking about doing it now. What's the hesitation in attacking?
So the reason not to do it means if you draw any removal spell, you just instantly kill your opponent, and then you don't lose the top deck war. I think it's actually safer to just force a trade to make sure Alex doesn't draw a removal spell of his own to kill your Fury. Oh my god, he drew a second Storm?
Oh my goodness. I wonder if Ross is thinking about that Gigantha. Here's Croxer.
Ooh, Fluster Storm is something you
Yeah,
can deploy
bye.
the Kroxa.
Yeah,
God.
I'm not taking 3.
Oh god.
Oh
So
my
there's the
goodness.
K command. But the problem is you
Wait,
can
Gigantha can. Oh, Gigantha can cast K command though.
yeah, but the problem is you can't do it yet because you need to block if he ever attacks.
Right. So you just do
Yeah,
it in end
yeah,
step.
right. The other problem is Ross will be able to flat or to escape the Kroxa because there's 2 swamps out, the white bordered swamps. There's plenty of cards in the graveyard.
Are you pro or anti white border swamps, Jarvis?
I can see the utilitarian aspect of them, which is they're easier to find.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like it's gonna happen.
Whoa.
Is this in main phase? Oh, Ross is picking it up. What is?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So I think it's easy
Oh
to
my
forget that it
goodness.
tapped for Wooburg. Can only be spent on casting the colored parts of the spell. I believe is
Right.
the exact wording of it.
Correct.
So I think Ross is now regretting not forcing the trade.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Keiko. Return Ledger Shredder. Oh my goodness. And what's in Ross's hand?
I don't know. It's hard for that to be a
Oh
good
my
card.
goodness. Yeah.
So the plan for Ruben is to use the blue mana floating from Gigantha, tap another land, play Shredder, chump block, then untap, play Death Shadow, and hope that takes over the game because it'll be a 12/12.
Right. So Alex has to tap another land for this.
Yeah, that's not
Right?
correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so Alex should have tapped another land, although he does have a lot of.
Oh no.
Oh, explosives on 2.
Yeah.
And that's it. Oh my goodness. So not waiting till end step for Alex. Really cost him there.
Well, sort of. I think it was actually better to do it this way because you're playing to win rather than to not lose. I think if you did it the other way, what happens is you can't cast the Shredder, and then you block with your Gigantha, then you can't cast your Shadow either.
Right. But if your opponent hadn't been attacking with the Fury.
Yeah,
Wait, can't you just block with. Wait, can't you block with the Gigantha and just
yeah, but
activate?
then you can cast your K command, but the next turn you only have
Oh, but the
nothing.
next turn.
Yeah,
Sure,
exactly. So
sure.
Alex was
Okay, I
trying to
understand.
plan a way to get around that by doing what he
Right.
did, and I think it was actually a good plan. It's just, you had to rely on the opponent not drawing a removal spell in that turn cycle.
Right. Okay. So that was pretty exciting, and we saw that the sweet Rakdos Blink deck from Ross there, taking that one down, and we're gonna go to our backup match. We've got Breach again in the hands of Ely. Is it Ely or Eli?
I don't
I feel like I get
remember.
this wrong. Whatever I say, I get it
He
wrong.
told me before, then I forgot.
Oh my God, Jarvis. Okay, I think I've heard Ely a lot. So if someone in chat can tell us, that would be great. Also, we have Alexandre Charon with is that a relic on turn number 1?
Yeah, it looks like it's an Azorius Affinity-esque deck, if I saw the cards correctly. But obviously, we'll find out for sure in a second.
Yep, you got it. It's Saga. So maybe some Urza action in
Ooh,
our future.
portable hole.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
On the grinding. That's the grinding station, right?
It's an Underworld Breach combo deck for those of you who are new to the chat, and he's going to use it to mill himself for 3 to build up the graveyard for a potential Underworld Breach.
So it would be good if we could, I guess, get a better look at the graveyard, but I think this is recorded footage, so unfortunately,
Yep.
we are not going to be able to bring that graveyard closer as it's not live, because we're in a backup match, but we'll be able to see the important cards as they come back into play if they make it back out of the graveyard. So Jarvis, just for those who are new to who've just joined us, just quickly talk through the breach once again.
So the way you want your deck to win, if you're comboing off fully, is you get Underworld Breach into play, you have a Grinding Station and a Mox Amber, and preferably an Emery in play as well. Then you use Grinding Station, you float a mana from your Mox Amber, sack Mox Amber to Grinding Station, mill yourself for 3, use Underworld Breach to recast the Mox Amber, and then float mana and just keep milling yourself every time until you eventually can you have enough mana to play more Emerys and then cast Thassa's Oracle with an empty library.
So here we go. So Mox Amber is down, and there's Emery.
Remember, there was a mana floating from Urza Saga.
Right. She's gonna mill. I think that's Saga, Bauble, Mox Amber, and one unknown. So Edie can't go off this turn, I think. Yeah, passes it back. Relic is gonna take out the entire graveyard. Is this game 1?
It's hard to tell. The Fanny deck does play main deck Relic, obviously, because of Urza Saga. And Portable
Right.
Hole is also not unreasonable in main deck, so it's kind of hard to tell if it's a pre or post board game.
Let's just get confirmation. Yeah, this is game number 1. Okay, so Alexander finding the right pieces in game 1. Maybe a little bit unfortunate if you're Ely. And so now we've talked through Breach, Jarvis. Tell us about Affinity. What is this new Affinity deck doing?
I think it's really just trying to accumulate a bunch of artifacts, play cards like Thought Monitor or Thoughtcast on the cheap, the namesake Affinity cards, and really, just build huge Urza Saga constructs or Urza itself, or cast something like Nettle Cyst, which is also a payoff for having a lot of artifacts.
Okay, so it really has a feeling of the Affinity decks of old.
Yeah, they're a little bit clunkier because you don't get to play with Mox Opal. Obviously, kind of an absurd magic card in a lot of ways. So these decks generally have to play a little bit slower, play a little bit bigger, and also Urza Saga just kind of encourages playing a bit of a longer game,
Right. It takes a couple of turns to get your constructs, get going.
There's Thoughtcast.
It was, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, it costs 2.
yeah, and I think Alexander only tapped 1 land.
Yeah, so good catch there by Ely. Draws 2. We're gonna go back over. It's expressive iteration time. What can Ely find?
It's kind of that's a good start at least. You can take out. Actually, the only thing you can take out is Memnite. That's not that appealing. Never mind.
It does that help?
So
I mean, it helps a bit.
If you think of Memnite as tapping for 1 mana for your Thought Monitors and whatchamacallits, or Thought Monitors and Thoughtcasts, then it does help.
And okay, back over to Sharon. So Urza Saga takes a 3. That's going to be on the stack. Let's see if he makes the construct here. Plenty of cards in hand, though, too.
Oh, mana is floated. That's probably a bad sign for Eli.
Does not make the construct.
Yeah, when someone doesn't... Oh, Pithing Needle makes a lot of sense.
Right. So it's going to be Needle on Emery, presumably. Stopping that ability of casting things from the graveyard. Could it be something else?
You could name Grinding Station as well if you're really afraid of getting killed. But it looks like we're also getting an Urza this turn. That is a sweet turn. And think about this. Suppose Alexander had another Urza in turn. We could just cast it by tapping all 4 artifacts.
Yeah. That's true.
Ooh, the counting begins.
The tapping. Okay, here's one blue. That's a Shadow Sphere. Shadow Sphere is super scary in these decks, Jarvis.
Yep.
It's so cheap to equip, and it just kills the chump blocks. A little bit of protection from Dress Down.
Thought Monitor? It's Thought
Yeah,
Monitor!
it's Thought Monitor.
Sometimes this deck is called 8-cast because there are 4 Thought Monitors and 4 Thought Casts, and they're all draw 2s. And we're really seeing the power of, cheap artifacts plus cheap card draw plus Urza Saga. It's just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. And once they get to this board state, Jarvis, with this much stuff going on, I don't, when you look at a deck like Is It Breach, is there anything that can actually answer it, or does Ely just have to try and kill with his own combo?
I think his plan is to kill with his own combo, but depending on what the needle is on, which I don't know for sure, if the needle is actually on Grinding Station instead of Emery, I think it might be extremely difficult for Eli to win the game.
So what is that card that was played that's not Shadow Spear on Ely's side?
It looks like Springleaf Drum, but it's the newer art, not the lower one art.
Okay. Oh, here's Ingenious Smith.
Oh, and a whiff.
Oh, Ingenious Whiff.
Oh, nice. We love it. But there's a Darksteel Citadel to pump up the Ingenious Smith.
I mean, this is, even with the whiff, this is still insane. That construct is absolutely massive. Jarvis, you're the mathematician. How big is that construct right now?
Let's see. If the board were organized a little bit better. 1, 2. Okay, there's counting for us. Okay. So Eli's just making a last ditch effort, but I believe he only has 1 turn. So it's
Yeah, he's not dead.
not dead yet.
I think Needle probably is on Emery since the chump. Okay. Down to 8.
So it looked like it was an 11-11.
Well, thought. No, because the Shadow Spear. Okay, that's it.
Well, regardless, it was extremely lethal because another one was going to be made, and a third one could be made. So I think what actually happened in that game was the 1 relic plus the 1 needle was kind of enough to break up Eli enough for Urza Saga to just make. Urza Saga wasn't even activated the first time. Just Urza itself did a lot of work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just not even with the activation, just with the mana making ability. And okay, let's go to game number 2 and see whether Ely can come back and maybe see this breach combo, which we have not seen yet.
I know it's been kind of sad. Oh, but look at this! Turn 1 Emery.
Look at this turn 1. 0 mana bauble, explosives on 0, and Emery mills a couple of cards. If Alexander has the Pipping Needle, just, au natural, it will be pretty impressive. It's a fast back.
But no, Eli gets to untap with the Emery active. And we know there's already Mishra's Bauble in the graveyard, so I know you love value.
I love value.
This is value, right?
Is this value or is it value?
What? That didn't even make any sense.
Do you know what value is, Jarvis?
Is that value that Wario makes?
It's like value, but it's like when you do something that's very egregiously over complex for very little gain.
Well, I don't think it's value because this seems relatively straightforward that you're getting 2 cards per turn.
Yeah. This is definitely value, not value.
Yeah.
I'll let you know if we see any value.
Oh, Spellcraft on the good.
Oh, nice.
So I guess value is I'll come up with an example in a bit, or you can come up with an example.
It's hard to really like come up with an example. You'll know it when you see it. You know, like the famous judgment about pornography. You'll know it when you see it.
Yeah.
Oh, Esper Sentinel comes down, and that's
Springleaf drum.
another different Springleaf drum.
Still kind of looks like most of Alexander's deck is foiled.
Yeah, I think it's all foil.
Right.
Are you a blinger outer?
No, the thing I like is I like playing with simplified or traditional Chinese cards if possible.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the older
Very
cards
nice.
are not possible because, you know, the old dual lands were not printed like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I do have some very nice Llanowar Elves and Lightning Bolts that are going to be used in Pioneer and Modern.
Okay, so Ely played a Springleaf drum, but I don't think Esper Sentinel
Yeah, it didn't look
was
like
triggered.
Yeah, I don't think Alexander said anything.
Yeah. So I think there was maybe a little missed Esper Sentinel trigger there. Because and then here's Ingenious Smith, let's see.
That's a Darksteel Citadel, a Springleaf Drum, and something else I can't quite make out. Looks like Pithing Needle actually is the last card.
Oh, okay.
I think this is probably a game where you want to Pithing Needle Emery, even though a little bit has gotten out of hand.
It has gotten out of hand, but there's okay, yeah, reveal the needle. It has gotten out of hand, but there's no like the combo isn't set up, right? It's still kind of in Emery setup mode. So I agree with you. I guess that's what I'm saying. Oh, I got excited for a second. I thought maybe we would see a piece of paper with the with what Pithing Needle was naming, but no such luck.
Reminds me of MC Richmond, the Oko MC, where they just had 3/3 elk printed out on little piece of papers and it would just go on top of everything.
Yeah.
It's very messy for very little gain, but that's kind of what you had to do.
Wow, I mean, is it as bad as having to write Nexus of Fate on Basic Mountains?
Oh god, that was extremely bad. Yeah.
Okay, here's expressive iteration, and I think this time the payment for Sentinel was made.
Or at least it was clearer that time. Maybe it happened the first time, but it was very
I
hard for me
don't
to
think
tell.
so. I don't know. It didn't seem like it, but maybe we're wrong.
Right.
Okay. Found the land. Here's Ragavan.
And EOA says he's happy to trade with either the Sentinel or the Ingenious Smith, that being the two blockers available. Is it a Hercules Recall in Alexander's hand, the old art? It looks like a revised Hercules Recall to me. You can tell because it's like, oh, it's beat up and white bordered. Well, that's a very shiny Memnite.
I was gonna ask. I was saying like this thing is both blinding me and also unrecognizable. So no blocks. Okay, so Alexandra just didn't block. Okay. It's pretty interesting to me that Alexandra is valuing the Ingenious Smith here.
I think that's good to value. I'm less sure that this Esper Sentinel is going to do anything with the setup that EOI has. Look at how many lands are out. Look at the Springleaf Drum. Look at the potential Mox Ambers that are floating about.
Well, I guess the Sentinel could, I don't know, maybe get bigger. I guess Sentinel doesn't necessarily get bigger in this deck in the way that it does in Hammer.
I think the way it would get bigger is if Nettle Cyst or Cranial Plating were equipped to it.
Oh, Engineer
look at this.
1.
So even more punishment for not blocking with Esper Sentinel.
Oh my goodness. And that can take care of the Pithing Needle, which will free up the Emery, potentially.
Yep. And let's see.
Spell
Oh, Eoi.
bomb.
Yeah, Eoi's just trying to get. Eoi's like, yeah, I'm gonna use as many cards as I can and kill my own stuff, but kill more of your stuff.
Yeah. Yep. Away goes all the one drops. So Pithing Needle, Sentinel, the drums on either side go, Ragavan goes, and Alexandra's just left with one lonely ingenious smith on the battlefield, plus a fair
Hold
few
on.
cards in hand.
Is Eoi's. Wait, why didn't we cast Memnite? Because actually, I think Hercule's Recall wouldn't actually return Memnite to Alexander's hand based on the wording of it.
I may have just missed that, just have been, brain whirring too quickly, getting too far ahead. It happens.
I love the pun. Oh, I mean, did you remember this? Eoi did extremely well with like War of Invention, Urza shit way back when.
I have a memory of that, but that is not what I was referring to, but I'll take the win.
Like, I'm just trying to give you credit, HY. Hashtag you gang.
Hashtag you gang. Hashtag you too.
God. Every time I see iteration cast, I'm just like, this card looks better and better every single time. It's kind of insane because I've seen it cast like a million times now.
Do you have to say it to yourself? I say it to myself every time I cast it. I'm like, hand, library, exile. Like every single time.
The best was when I saw people accidentally resolve Ponder as if we're iteration and resolve iteration as though we're Ponder. I assume that was Metallic
Sorry, we
Rebuke.
just saw it. Yeah, it was Emery trying to cast Grinding Station out the graveyard and Metallic Rebuke saying no, but Grinding Station just goes right back into the graveyard, I believe. So
Yeah, it's not
it's
really
not great.
for as dominant Alexander was in game one. This game I think shows like kind of why it's hard to side in too many cards versus deck, or like as his deck, because taking out cheap artifacts has a real cost.
I mean, it's that classic kind of combo deck, or I guess affinity deck conundrum, right? You just need that critical mass.
Yeah, especially in the old days when you had Cranial Plating and Archon Ravager, like 8 of them, it was much bigger of a deal. Now it's like less of a deal, but it still matters having cheap artifacts for your Thought Monitors and Thought Casts.
So it looks like it's actually going to be Aether Spellbomb this turn with the Emery.
So this is another thing that can happen. I think Alexander's deck is just very soft to recurring engineered explosives from Eli. Like if you just have engineered explosives plus Emery, how do you actually get anywhere?
Well, I mean, he has to find that relic. I guess Saga for relic.
I guess.
Bounce the Smith. Okay.
And just force a trade.
Yeah. This time Alexandra knows what's up. Oh, and there it is.
Well, I mean, it was very likely that was going to happen because Eli is just not going to offer that trade unless if this happens. And look at this Hercule's Recall. It doesn't really do it. And in fact, returning that explosives on 0, that actually gives Eli more options to what to do with the explosives.
Right. That's a Smith. It's good in.
At least there's an Esper Sentinel, and I think that was the only hit. So obviously you got to take your value, not wow you.
Yeah, this is the core lawful neutral definition of value.
Wait, so is value like true radical or something like that?
Yeah, value is like chaotic. It's chaotic good is how I would describe value.
Chaotic good?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's still got to be good. It's still got to be some amount of value, but it's,
Anyways, we're on like turn 8, and Eli still has like 6 cards in hand, and this just shows the power of Emery more than anything else.
Yeah, well, a lot of those cards were put back by that Hercule's Recall.
Ooh, Ingenious Smith.
Oh,
or
my goodness.
Eli. And Eli's also an artifact deck.
Right. Oh, okay.
Is
That's a
that
mod
value?
Samba. This is value.
Both players are
It's
having
close
value.
though. It's close though. This is close to value. Yeah, put a counter.
And the Esper Sentinel turn is
Love
very
this.
clearly resolved.
Yeah.
Aether Spellbomb. Aether Spellbomb?
Isn't there a grinding
No.
station? Oh,
No,
Springleaf
we're
Drum.
casting Springleaf Drum. So he values having the mana to deploy all of the cards he has in hand because he has, like,
It's
basically
a
a
lot.
metric ton. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, you...
Okay. Spend 3? Explosive X3? No. Can't be.
No,
What's
probably
3?
not.
What's 3 for?
I think we're about to find out. What is that?
That looks
See,
like a Neon Dynasty showcase frame, but
yeah, but that doesn't tell me what it is. Anyone? Oh, it's Tamishi.
Friends?
It's Tamishi, your favorite card.
Oh my god, Tameshi! Yes! Yes! Oh
So-
my god, I love Tameshi so much. Okay.
So I was thinking about this. I thought it was weird that Eli had Hallowed Fountain and Sacred Foundry in his deck, but that explains why there's a Hallowed Fountain and Sacred Foundry. So this is actually just Sky Breach. Technically.
Jeskai breed. Yeah, it's Jeskai. So Tameshi, 3 mana, 1 something, 1 4 2 3, something like that. And you can pay. It's complicated, but basically you can pay white and X and tap it. Do you have to tap it?
No, you don't actually
No,
have to
you don't have
That's
to tap
how
it.
the
White
logos-
and X. Yeah, that's how it
Yeah.
works, right? So you can return a land to your hand, and then return an artifact or enchantment with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield.
And basically, it also says whenever the first time, each time per turn, if a non-creature permanent is returned, you can draw a card.
You draw a card.
Yeah, and it's
But
very
only
important. It
once.
says the first time because otherwise you could just like get up to some real nonsense. Although a lot of games where Tamishi is involved, there's already unbelievable nonsense happening.
Yes. I mean, Tameshi is not a card that you're playing fair magic with.
It's actually probably more fair in this deck than in the other deck, which is where you're actually trying to cast Lotus Bloom like 18 times in one turn or something like that, you know?
Yeah, there's a pretty sick combo deck with Cultivator Colossus, Tameshi, and you just put all the cards on all of the lands on the battlefield and return them all again and cast Lotus Bloom a billion times. But looks like it's gonna be
Okay.
an attack.
I have a question for you. How do you feel about this 45-degree angle tapping?
I think it's very MTG Arena. That's my.
True. We have seen Eli do very well in those tournaments. Although I've known him way back when as like legacy guy / miscut guy. He had a lot of really non-factory cut miscut cards. That's in my book what he's famous for.
Yeah, I think I have heard that. See, a bit of a collector.
Yeah, he used to have the most beautiful decks. I
Love
think he
that.
downsized a lot to spend money on other things. But
On his life.
yeah, I think he has a kid if I recall correctly.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that alarm!
Was it alarming?
It's always alarming with you around.
I'll take that as a compliment. So we see Ingenious Smith, and that is gonna get Hull? Yeah, portable Hull on Ragavan.
Lots of value this game, very little value.
Oh, we're about to see some value, I think.
Are we?
I don't know. What
Oh,
about this?
is-
Channel
oh, okay.
Otawara?
Is that value or value? Is Ottawa value
That's
or
not
value?
even. That's neither. Oh well, it's Otter value.
And what about Aether Spellbomb for lethal damage?
That's tempo.
So would you say there was tempo, value going on?
There was tempo, and there was value, and there was maybe some auto value. It's a different category. It's a subcategory of value.
Oh my
And
god.
that's it. That's it for game number 2. Ely got there with that attack. We're gonna join in game number 3. Try and catch the last bit of this before we go into round number 6 because this matchup is so sweet to watch. And is okay. The life totals can't be right? This is the beginning of the game.
Yeah, no, it just needs a reset.
Okay, there we go.
By the way, Eloy smartly playing the bobble because of Esper Sentinel.
Yeah. Let's see what Alexandre has. There it is. Good old Smithers.
Smithers? Revealing Springleaf Drum. Important glue card to both of the decks, I think.
The Smithers really should be in the Mr. Burn deck.
Oh my god.
There's
some shenanigans for it.
Like, the more shenanigans that happen in the match, the more shenanigans the casters have to get up to. That's the rule.
The rule.
Unholy, he takes out the Ingenious Smith, and we're going to see a little bit of a kind of setup start. Not really like, last game where we saw Ely go 0 artifact, Emery on turn 1. Nothing like that is happening this game.
Definitely missed the Darksail Citadel, Mox Opal, Memnoite, turn 1 Cranial Plating.
Do you? Do you miss it?
I miss it. Maybe my opponents didn't miss it when that happened to them.
Actually, the first match of Modern I ever played was with an Affinity deck. I borrowed an Affinity deck, but it was horrible. I was not good at it.
I think Affinity is like the kind of deck that if you're very well practiced, it's decent. And if your opponents are not practiced against it, it's also not great. Also, the counter's on the wrong thing. It was
yeah,
on the
say what?
But that's quickly. To me, that's indicating you remember the trigger. You just happen to put it on the wrong thing.
Yeah, I think that's fine. No, this was when I was a baby Magic player, and I hadn't really learned to mulligan yet. And I think not knowing how to mulligan with Affinity was really bad. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's
you
a lot
had
of
to know
cards that don't do anything.
Right. We're gonna iterate.
First iteration still very, very, very good.
Are you captain of the Expressive Iteration fan club, Jarvis?
No, I'll leave that to probably I wonder who would be the captain. I don't think it's me. I do think it's a very good Magic card. It's especially good with Mystic Sanctuary and Legacy, which is a card that is no longer legal in Modern.
That makes sense.
So what I found interesting about this pathway was Eli just left on the red side every time, and I don't know if it's the red or it's the blue-red pathway, right?
Yeah.
It is.
It's Lava Glide.
You're supposed to have it in on the blue side, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't, like with the pathways, it doesn't actually change that much. I mean, there's some effects, I guess, that put lands on the battlefield that aren't like play the lands that maybe it affects, but I don't know. Maybe Ely just needed to be reminded that it can be red, Okay, here we go.
I think it's so likely to be blue.
It's
Oh
Urza.
my god. It's a turn 4 Urza because I think Alexander was on the play, right?
Yes, it is turn 4. But if this resolves, the construct's going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, constructs are still good Magic cards.
Put a counter on the Smith. That's at least 1, 2, 3. I think there's a 4th artifact off to the left beyond the Springleaf Drum.
Hard to tell, of course.
Yeah.
And
is this Memnite attacking? Why is why does Memnite have power?
Why does it have power?
Does it just have power by itself?
Yeah, it's a 1/1.
Why do I think it's an I think I'm thinking of Ornithopter all the time when I think of these.
All right, when I saw the Ornithopters in the Dune movie, I'm just like, yeah, Ornithopters literally invented on every plane, including the Dune plane.
Yeah. Okay. So we are hearing that pairings are up for round number 6. We will. I think the plan is to essentially show this match until close to when the round starts. So like when players get into their seats. If that's wrong, Anurag, let me know. But we did want to bring you some more affinity while we could. And we will give you an update on the result of this match, obviously, when we switch over.
Oh, you were correct. There was a Relic of Progenitus off to the side.
I see.
So I think UI is struggling in this game. I think he's kind of just getting beaten down, and like it's kind of hard for his deck to be like a full-on like mid-range or control deck because a lot of the slots are taken up by like Underworld Breach and these Tamishis, which are not really what you want to draw here because all of the creatures are kind of bigger than Tamishi. Oh my god, it's Nettlecyst!
That is the Nettlecyst.
And a dirty trick for Nettlecyst is you can just tap itself for a blue to re-equip it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with us on the battlefield.
I think Alexander cannot do this fast enough. Yeah, well,
yeah, there we go.
Construct equipped it with Nettlecyst? That's the biggest construct you've ever
seen. That's so gross. That is so gross.
1, 2, 3, 4. I believe it's an 8/8. 1, 2, 3,
I mean,
4.
that's huge.
Yeah, it's an 8/8. So it's 11 damage.
Okay. Well, 12, isn't it 12? Because the Smith is...
yeah, 12. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we will get to see the end of this match after all.
Could have been 13 damage if we just tapped our land to equip. I guess it kind of does matter because if you put them to 1, it cuts off all of the fetches.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But I don't really know that Yeali's deck outside of engineered explosives, even that would... Oh, okay, we're gonna cut away. I think we are just right about to... Yeah, we're gonna transition to round number 6, which is starting up. I will give you an update that you may be surprised to hear. You won't be surprised to hear. We did see Affinity take down that last round 2-1, closing out that last game that we were just watching.
Right.
And,
wow.
Okay.
Just straight into that.
Straight in. No rest for the wicked, Jarvis. Let's go. Alex Rubin, Grixis Death Shadow against Marcus Roth. We don't know what Marcus is on just yet. No companion revealed.
No rest for the wicked, but there's no wicked people here. There's only us.
Well, I'm wicked.
Oh,
like
well,
in the cool sense, not in the, in the like 90s kid cool sense.
Hold on. I need to clarify. Do you mean the sense of like the cool Broadway musical Wicked?
I mean, that is a cool musical. I would agree with that.
Okay,
no,
see, so there you go. Anyways, Mishra's Bauble targeting himself. He did not like the top card, so he just fetched it away. If he did like the top card, he probably would have played. Oh, maybe he didn't have a. Oh, I don't know. It's generally just good practice to bubble yourself to figure out what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Hard evidence. Craven
hard evidence. Oh my goodness! It's crabbing time. So this is creativity, right, John?
Yes, it is. There's been a few versions of this deck going around. There's been the version Nassif has been streaming that is basically 4-color, no Teferi, but run in 6. So it's basically Grixis green. There are versions that are like very small black splash.
Green?
Yeah, Grixis green. I don't know. Everything but white.
Grassy Grixis.
Grassy Grixis. In any case, I'm interested to see exactly what version we're on, because what creature you create creativity into matters a lot.
I was going to ask you, what are the options? What do these decks generally get? Is it Archon of Cruelty?
Yeah, sometimes you see Emrakul with Aeon's Torrent. Sometimes you see Sarah's Emissary.
Okay.
I think generally speaking, if I were to play it myself, I would just play 3 Archon of Cruelty.
You think that's the best?
Yeah, I think so, because it's also the one that you can cast in a reasonable time frame, and it has a huge impact on the game.
Oh, you can just hard cast it?
Yeah, these decks have Prismari command to make treasures as well. Ren 6 lets you
Right.
hit off your own. And there's a new pickup also from In Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which obviously, like, you can ramp up to that Archon pretty quickly.
Love Fable the Mirror Breaker. Okay, so Thoughtseize is looking at the hand. It's 2 Prismari commands, Fable, the creativity itself.
What is that
What's
green
that green
card?
card?
I don't recognize the art on it. It's Explore. That's what it is.
Ah, okay.
Wait, did we
take the
Oh, we have no
creativity?
green. We didn't keep one lander, but there's no green.
There's no
I wonder if
green.
we were supposed to get Steam Vents instead of Stomping Ground. Because if you get Stomping Ground, if you draw Ren 6, then you can just start hitting all of your land drops.
Well, let's see what Marcus decides to do. It's going to be shock that Blood Crypt in, pass. So there was, I think it was, there were 2 Prismari commands in hand.
Yeah, an Explore, a Fable. Alex obviously is not going to take any of the 3-mana spells. I think, or he's going to take Creativity, but he's not going to take either of the commands because they're redundant.
That was a land off the top. I guess this is just crack the clue time.
Probably. I think it is definitely worth 2 life to crack the clue because you're so far behind that you just have to get things rolling somehow.
Right.
Again, we kind of just see Shadow's just shredding another combo deck to pieces. It's going to be a very common theme.
Ledger shredding combo decks to pieces. Okay,
Oh,
Fable
right.
goes away. That's too slow.
Stomping Ground doesn't cast hard evidence. That's why you can't fetch it.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Alex's deck is just looking phenomenal right here. I believe that is actually lethal damage on turn 4.
Yeah. I mean, that's just so,
DRC is a hell of a card.
It's true. So looking to the sideboard, if you're in the GDS seat, GLS GDS seat, what are we looking for here? I guess
Western Storm is a banger for
storms.
sure.
Yeah, coming in.
Spell Pierce is decent. Mystical Dispute's okay. There is a non-zero number of games where you can get creativity for one, like Unholy Heat it and kill your opponent. So in that vein, you also might want to have Terminate. But I'm not sure. I think it's more a function of what Alex feels like he can take out more than anything else.
Well, what are you taking out?
Personally, I think I would shave on some of the clunkier threats and just try to be more efficient. Like, I think this is actually a matchup where you might not want all 4 Ledger Shredders.
Blasphemy.
Well, so
Blasphemy.
the thing is, the 1-mana threats are so much better because it's easier to play a more efficient game with them.
Okay.
I could also see a case of putting Kroxa as well, because it is kind of a clunky card. That's not really the access you want to like fight them on. Generally, Kroxa is at its best versus other decks that are looking to go long. I don't think Creativity is looking to go long.
Right. It's just trying to get you.
But for Honorog's sake, this is not Teamer Creativity. It's 4-color.
It's Grassy Grixis.
It's Grassy Grixis. And you saw the Blood Crypt. It usually has, let's see, what is it? Proving Grounds? Zeotra's Proving Grounds?
Zeotora's Proving Grounds.
Yeah, Zeotora's.
The Jund Triumph.
Yeah. So it plays enough black sources that if you draw Archon of Cruelty, you can cast it.
Oh, look at this! Live looking! Let's go!
If you had to guess what deck Shaheen was playing, what would you have guessed?
I think you would just lock in blue-white every time.
Yeah. And Shaheen's a boomer. He's just playing Azorius. Just straight Azorius. Kahira, not Yorion.
Yep. Just, look. Why would you put 20 extra cards in your deck? It's harder to find the things you need.
By the way, Michael Mapson, no stranger to playing Amulet Titan. He has a finals GP finish at GP Hartford. with Emultitan, losing to Matt Nass playing Croc Clan Ironworks.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But
But
unfortunately,
you know what? Who's laughing now because Titan's still alive? Where's Ironworks?
it's funny. I've had this discussion. I'm not sure that Ironworks even would be good in the current modern, but I don't think they want to risk it because if it's good, it's just such a bad look for them.
Yeah, I have sympathy for that for sure. So it looks like we have Teferi 3 down for Shaheen, and not a lot else going on. Some cards in hand, of course. And on maps inside, there is a Valakut. There's a map and there's a saga, but the other threats seem to have been dealt with, at least for now.
And here's the bane of every control deck in existence: Cavern of Souls.
Oh yeah, that's ripe for a banning.
Do you see that as a counterspell lover?
Yeah, of course. I'm here to represent the counterspell community, you know. Like those people that are just lurking in the corners with our islands like huddled over. Okay, let's go back to the main match. It looks like Katria Triumph down for Marcus on turn number 1. Let's see what Alex can do. Yeah, definitely look at your deck this time.
I think it's because he knows he wants to cast Thoughtseize.
Mm.
And he knows which land he's getting already because his mana is already set up or whatever. So that's why I think it's going on. Mishra's Bubble, for it costing 0 and it looking simple, there's a lot of weird stuff you can do with it. Yeah. So he knew he was going to cast Thoughtseize every time. That's why he bobbled the opponent. And look, a Ren 6 that you can tag.
Oh.
And look at that. Ren 6 is definitely tying that hand together. Is that
Ren 6 creativity.
Arid Mesa? Secret Lair Arid Mesa, right?
Which secret lair? I like that. I love that lightning bolt, by the way. That GP promo bolt.
Who can say which secret lair it is? I think it is an Arid Mesa, right?
I think so.
Oh my god. I won't go on my rant about alternate arts, but I do think there's a lot. So that Scalding Tarn is one Scalding Tarn I've tried to trade for from Alex for a long time, and I assume you know why. It's simplified Chinese. Well, HY had to go for a second, but I'm here. This is exciting magic. Let's see what's going to happen. Oh no, is Marcus missing the third land drop? It kind of looks like it. This looks like a disaster in the making. He's thinking. Is there a land? It doesn't look like there's a land. Alex is excited now. He knows he has the upper hand. The only thing Alex is missing is a way to actually close the game from 1 mana. A threat for 1 mana would be extremely good. Oh my god, Veil of Summer! HY is not here to be mad about the Veil of Summer. I think the Veil is just getting drowned in the locked. Thankfully, there was no second copy of Veil of Summer. That would have been the hugest blowout possible.
Hey, I'm here. I'm back. What did I miss?
You missed Veil of Summer, your favorite card in the format. You also missed me asking you could you figure out what card I tried to trade from for Alex's deck?
Oh,
It was a simplified Chinese Zendikar Scalding Tarn.
yeah, I can imagine. What was your offer?
Just a Japanese Scalding Tarn. Because I know he actually prefers. I know he prefers Japanese, but he said all of his matched, so he didn't want to do it.
I see. That's fair. The matching is important.
Yeah, I have a mismatch currently as well, which is kind of sad, but you know, is what it is.
All right, so where are we at in the game? I see nothing happening on the battlefield. Iteration is being resolved.
So
what's Marcus's plan? Like, how's he gonna win this one?
So Marcus has a creativity, so he would have been able to creativity without the Thoughtseize if he drew a land, because you can. Oh my God, there's 2 creativities.
Oh, it's 2.
So
the second one.
Do you know what the fetch one can find?
Is it some kind of? Is it like that land from?
Yes.
Throne of Eldraine that makes a goblin dwarven mine? No, dwarf.
Well, it actually makes a dwarf, obviously.
Yeah.
But Alex actually has it covered with the Fatal Push.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Marcus is like excited that
he's
thinking he has a window to try to get out of this because.
Oh no! I feel so bad for Marcus.
But I think he just has to go for it if he
doesn't
draws
get it.
land, because it doesn't really get better for you, right? The way it actually gets better for you is if you draw literally 2 lands in a row and can creativity for 2. But that's a hard ask. Because what if you just
That's Ren and 6. That's Ren and 6 off the top.
That's like
for Marcus.
Infinite lands in a row.
What a rip. Oh, you can see how excited Marcus was.
Yeah, that is a
slam that on the table. And now, all of a sudden, Alex Rubin sitting at 7 life, facing down Ren and 6. Creativity and Lightning Bolt in Marcus's hand. We're going to see a fetch here in the N7. Alex has to be a little bit careful with the life total.
Look at that.
While making sure. And he has to deal with this Ren and 6 too.
He has a Drown in the Lock in his hand, which is kind of awkward because he tapped out that 1 turn for Iteration Thoughtseize, and now the Drown is looking kind of useless because what's going to happen is what if Marcus just sits on the creativity and just starts returning lands to his hand every turn, and in the meantime, Alex is actually at 6 life. That's not a lot of life versus Ren 6 and pings from Ren. Although I guess Death Shadow doesn't care about all of that.
Death Shadow is just like sat or stood, I guess, on its like, I don't know, pile of rubble or whatever it stands on. Just like, yeah, you can Ren and 6 what you like.
It stands on the plane of the Planeswalker that summoned it. I think that's maybe what's going on there.
Wow, Jarvis.
It's very
don't give up your day job to write novels. That's all I can say.
Okay, I won't. It's a very metal card, is how I would put it.
So before I did coverage for the Cowtime Championships, they did this fun thing with the coverage team where they were like asking us what the most metal card is.
Oh, it's definitely.
Do you know what I said?
Which
I think is just the correct answer. Well, I'll guess. I'll give you one guess.
Spoils of the Vault?
No.
Do you know what that card does?
No, but it's not the right answer.
Are you sure?
Yes, because I'm 100% sure I have the right answer. Here's that dwarf in mind, by the way. Gonna make the dwarf.
Yeah.
May as well fetch as well. No, the answer, Jarvis, is obviously Iron Maiden. I can't even believe you.
Oh, actually, that's true. That's a really good answer. You're right. Without looking it up, I actually know what Iron Maiden does because it's a terrible card from Urza Block.
And look at this, by the way. Marcus, thanks to that Red and 6, could get 2 dwarves. So even if one gets fatal pushed, it doesn't matter.
I think Alex is checking how many cards are in the graveyard. because if there's 5, you can simply drown lock it, or
Right.
you could just kill both with both the drown the lock and fatal push if there's not enough
Okay.
cards in the graveyard. So I
Yeah.
think regardless, he has it covered.
Okay, that makes sense. So
Maybe there's
there's the
not a.
push.
Okay, so there must not be enough cards in graveyard.
No, I think because Marcus has been returning lands, maybe.
Wait,
Well,
there
actually,
were.
no, there's loads.
Wait, why did?
I don't know. Does this
That's
deck
very
play
weird then.
endurance? Is he worried about an endurance?
I guess maybe that's it. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen. No, you can't play endurance because you have to guarantee creativity into Archon, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, I don't.
Well,
That's kind of
regardless,
bizarre.
it's fine. Red and 6 is down. Alex prevented the creativity. Bauble trigger in the upkeep. Let's see what Marcus has now. Just has
So,
to pass. Oh my goodness.
so Chad has a good point. I think what Alex wanted to do was just clear the blockers for Shadow to try to close the game. I think that is actually the reason to kill both of the dwarves instead of countering the spell.
Okay.
Sometimes Chad has a good point.
Broken clocks and all that. Here's Shredder.
So Shredder's actually nice because what that means is even if Archon somehow gets into play, you're actually forced to chump block with the Archon because Alex will sack Shredder to the Archon trigger, and then Death Shadow will be a 10/10.
Right.
Oh, but no, Marcus will be at 12. It actually kind of gets goofy then, I guess is the answer.
I wonder what Alex has in hand.
I believe I saw a Colgan's Command and a fetch land.
Colgan's Command and a fetch land. Okay. What's the purpose of Colgan's Command in this against creativity?
Probably to kill the treasures or clues in response to a creativity.
Okay.
I'm kind of trying to figure out how Alex sideboarded because Fatal Push is still in the deck. I wonder how many Unholy Heats we have in our deck, actually.
Here's Prismari Command. So which modes? Presumably it'll be the treasure plus draw 2, discard 2.
Yep. What's that treasure token from?
I'm not sure. It's cool though. It looks like maybe it has like a kind of like engraved.
Did Marcus go for 2 damage to Alex's face? What happened?
Wait,
There was no looting.
really?
I'm trying to figure out. I didn't see draw 2, discard 2 happen, right? Did you?
No, I did not. So it must have been face.
But that, I mean, putting Alex to 6.
Like it just wants to bolt him out.
I think that's like so hard to do.
There's one. I mean, once you've gone down this path now, I guess.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. No.
okay. Wait, but this isn't lethal, right?
It is because it was 2 + 3 + 2, right? And
oh, okay. So okay,
oh
yeah,
my
that's
God.
it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So
wow.
Okay, so I played a lot with Shadow. This occasionally happens to you when you're not careful. But Alex didn't even take. I mean, he wasn't overly aggressive with the shocks, but sometimes that can happen weirdly if your cards don't line up right, or if you don't close the game fast enough.
Right. And I think that's kind of what happened here. Just wasn't quite able to get through. Had to deal with that red and 6 instead of going face for a turn, and yeah, that really cost him. So we're gonna have a check-in.
It's still
again
game 1 for them. It's still game 1.
But look at what Shaheen has. 2 Teferis, both doing their thing. And Michael on the other side, 2 Sagas, also doing their things.
Yeah, I mean,
and
this is a grinder. Wait,
What
what
is
is
that?
Vesuva on? Vesuva might be on. Is it on Hall of the Storm Giant?
Oh my
I
goodness.
would love that.
Oh my goodness. I think you're right. I mean, that's a huge pile of lands that was tapped to activate it. So
Yeah.
yeah, presumably some of those are bounce lands and the such.
Oh, this game is a
And
grinder.
Chalice. Oh,
Yeah,
make
Chalice is
two.
there.
Okay, make two constructs.
I think Shaheen might be sitting on Supreme Verdict
Yeah,
with
maybe.
plus Teferi 3, obviously, which is one of the cleanest ways for Hall of the Storm Giant because it has that annoying Ward 4, I believe.
Yeah, War 3.
Yeah, whatever. I hate high ward numbers so much. It's so obnoxious.
Obnoxious in to play against, or obnoxious objectively as like a
I
mechanic?
think it's just kind of not good design. Just because like if you just ratchet up the number, it clearly makes the card more powerful, and not even like in an interesting way, right?
I don't know. I think that it's I like mechanics which let design kind of be very precise with how strong they want something. So I actually like the design aspect of it. It is annoying
Fair
to
enough.
play against. So
It
let's go back to the main deck. So we did see, I mean, Mapson was really kind of going
yeah
off there, getting the
yeah
two amulets, etc. Let's go back over to the main match, and we're going to see turn 1 Inquisition from Alex. That's Beseiju. That's a Veil, a bunch of lands, creativity, and something
Cluster
attached.
Storm. It's
Oh, it's
Cluster.
right.
Yeah, I believe that's the MH1 like well, what was the word for it? Box topper or alternate? I don't remember where it came
Right.
from, but it was.
Yeah.
I don't think you could actually draft an MH1, but it was available in MH1 somehow.
Yeah, I think box topper is correct. Okay, so what are you taking?
What?
Just take the
Depends on your
creativity,
hand,
or
but you could make a case for all of the cards. I think I might take Veil of Summer and hope to draw another discard spell. But you can make a case for all of the cards.
all right, there it is. Just gonna keep that plus some and veil. This hand that Marcus kept, Jarvis. Do you think it's a little sketch to keep a hand with kind of just creativity and
I
a
don't
little
think
bit of
so. So I think what's going on there is A, you need a lot of lands when you play a deck like this, and B, I think the power of Veil of Summer versus Crix's Death Shadow. I think in my mind that makes a hand. I also just think you're going to have to play like resource intensive games versus Shadow in most normal games. So I'm fine just keeping any reasonable 7-card hand.
okay. Interesting. Try and get a glimpse of what Alex has going on as well.
Look like Fatal Push,
There's a fatal
Mountain.
push.
I think one thing I might be trying to do if I'm Marcus is trying to avoid playing so many fetch lands. Because I think there's a world where you can keep your graveyard small enough to resolve a key spell.
Right. To that drown in the lock.
So, like, I'm not
It's
suggesting
like,
you don't play out your lands. I think that's crazy. But I think maybe you should just not crack them at certain points, if that makes sense.
yeah, that makes sense. Here's Ledger Shredder and a pass. I mean, you still gotta if you're intending on playing things, you still gotta try and crack them. Although Marcus does have a lot of lands in hand. Still be still.
Yeah, and he's just getting both of the triumphs out of the way because they're kind of inconvenient to draw if you don't have Ren 6. They're also just kind of inconvenient, like, I mean, they fix your mana completely, so you do want to just have them play. It makes the game easier to play. Oh, I
I
like Alex
really like
tapping
that.
now.
I really like that
Sorry.
alt art actually. There's the Zeatora's proving ground. Oh, Bolt on Shredder.
Big sads.
What else does Marcus have? Beseiju played
That
as a land.
so notably that's not a mountain for Dwarven Mine.
Yep.
Oh, if Alex has no threat for a while, this is going to go downhill pretty quickly.
I
He
think
has a
there's a
death.
Death Shadow.
Yeah, but I don't think he has a shock or a fetch.
Right, just basic mountain.
Yeah, sometimes basic mountain is unbelievably bad.
How many basic mountains do you really need in this deck?
In Grix's Death Shadow,
Right.
it plays 1. Oh,
Just
there's
the
the
one. Okay.
tap Dwarven Mine.
Oh no. Okay, but it's a mountain itself. So if you draw the subsequent Dwarven mines, they are
Yeah.
going to be making the token. I guess Marcus's hand was pretty reasonable because he did have the Dwarven mine, I think, in that
Yeah,
opener, along with the
he
creativity.
did.
So I take it back. That's pretty.
And I guess I'll stay at the same stance I was at, which is it's a fine hand to keep.
Sorry, Jarvis. You don't need to rub it in. Jeez.
That's the rubbing it in? That wasn't even that bad. You know
I'm
that,
just,
too.
yeah, of course. Just here to emotionally blackmail you.
That you didn't do a great job of it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel blackmailed whatsoever.
Here is the crab. So there's a crab, there's a clue. And
It's time
okay,
for Death Shadow.
yeah, there's gonna crack that fetch first.
Yeah, it's just slightly safer to do this first, I think, because it plays around Lightning Bolt. Because suppose you don't fetch first and you just play the Shadow out, then whenever a fetch is cracked, they can just respond with Bolt, and then your Shadow will die.
Okay,
All right.
Shadow is at 4.
Craven Inspector is not great versus Death Shadow, generally speaking.
It's not the Craven Inspector itself, Jarvis. It's what the Craven Inspector represents.
What does the Craven Inspector represent?
Well, you know, with a little bit of help, it can become anything you want, but probably an Archon.
We still don't know for sure. That's the crazy part, because Ruben died to a flurry of burn spells in game 2.
That's true. We have not seen what this deck is trying to. Oh,
I love this. Oh my god, this. God.
Oh.
Veil
Okay.
is,
For some reason, I'm in support of this Veil. The aggressive Veil.
Yeah, because it's a combo Veil, not a obliterate your counterspell Veil, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, it just has a different feel to it, I think, is what you're feeling.
The vibe is different.
Yeah, you basically
have
you have to, otherwise it just, I mean, if they just have land creativity, you get obliterated, right?
Right.
Because
so we know Marcus has a Flusterstorm also.
Interesting. So we didn't even go for it. He might just wait a turn and go for it with no, but then the fluster next turn doesn't. I'm not sure. It gets kind of complicated now.
I mean, he has time, right? Like he can take a couple of hits from this Shadow.
Yeah, it depends if there's another fetch or not, I think. Because if there's another fetch, Ruben goes to 6, and a 7/7 Shadow closes the game in 3 turns. But this is also a 6/6 Shadow, so this also closes in 3 turns because Marcus is at 18.
Right.
So
do you chump here or do you just take it?
Good question. It really depends on what is in Marcus's hand. It's been hard to take a look at it. He chose to take it. So, do you think we'll see another Dwarven mine?
Maybe, I guess, because now you can. I mean, I think he. Has to, or it's like blue mana, right?
Wait, it's team vents? But there was already a Ketria Trimum, right? So what does the second blue source tell you?
Second Fluster? I don't know. Oh, wait. Okay, so that's a Prismari command, I think, that he just drew.
Interesting. Is there?
What does the second blue
thinking?
source tell you?
I'm not sure. I thought it was kind of weird because for the second blue source to be relevant, I think we need to get to 6 mana, or no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think it's kind of weird because if you don't have another land lined up, then it's kind of weird to do that because you need a total of 6 mana for it to be relevant to go double fluster. But it's also kind of hard to double fluster a 1 mana spell on your spell.
But I mean, if he has a Prismari command, he can make a treasure.
Right.
Fatal
It's
Push
true.
on the crab.
This is not so good versus Veil, but I think pretty good otherwise because I think you just need to get this game over with.
Yeah. And now Mark is not getting the dwarf. Really might haunt him.
Yeah, the Dwarven line has been, it's looked insanely good to me, like just randomly. Like in the Valakut deck that we saw with the Mox, it looked really good. In this deck, it's obviously extremely good. I'm sure in like you probably have played against it from like weird like arena whatever creativity decks as well, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, like Transmogrify on Arena.
Yeah.
That's kind of the. Here we go.
Yep.
Prismari
Alright.
command.
What are the modes? Are we going to go over the burnout one again?
I don't know. It feels like Marcus is trying to combo this time, but I can't really justify that with any logic. That's just the feel I get.
I had to guess. I think this would be a loot 2, make a treasure.
Yeah, I think that's kind of that would be my assumption, although again.
Wait, so are Alex's last 2 cards Drown the Lock Flusterstorm? If it is, I think that's like really, really hard to beat. He's holding them really close to his chest, so I can't get a good look. Oh my god! If that
Was
is
there a
like,
drown? Do we know about the drown? No, we don't know.
no, I don't know any of the cards anymore.
We don't know
because
about either of them.
that.
There's definitely
Oh my god!
it
is
It
Drown the
is.
Flusterstorm.
Okay.
Oh my god! It's gonna be. That's why.
But this is
Ruben's
end
taking so
step
long.
though, right? So he's thinking,
Yeah.
does he counter this now?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to weigh the possibility of.
Okay. He knows about the fluster. He knows about Marcus's fluster. We know that.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
like fluster on fluster, it gets weird.
Okay.
I'm not going to explain it if I don't have to how fluster on fluster works. So I'm just not going to.
Wow. Cast with Jarvis, they said. He's an expert, they said.
Who's they?
You know, them.
It doesn't seem like you know who they is here.
He's got a coaching gig on Metafy.gg, they said. Well, he'll explain to you the intricacies of the ins and outs of every technical play. You can see. Here it is. Wait.
Spellpierce.
That's Spellpierce. Oh, is he just taxing mana for the fluster next turn?
Guess. But Ruben has plenty of lands. Like, I don't think it's going to be that effective. All right, pay. Okay. Nothing happens. All right, it's go time for Marcus.
Okay, it's gotta be like there's no
Yeah.
a second option. Creativity X1. There's the fluster. Oh my goodness, the fluster response.
So okay, I'll explain it. What happens is it doesn't work. It doesn't work to fluster all of Alex's flusters because you have to pick all targets. So Alex having untapped mana means he can just pay for one of the flusters targeting the creativity. So imagine the stack. There are 2 flusters from Alex Ruben targeting the creativity. Marcus has 3 flusters targeting each of his. He can just crack a fetch and pay 2 on one of them, so it doesn't work.
Right.
So I think that is what Alex is trying to demonstrate to
with the
Marcus,
copy.
that flustering an opponent's fluster doesn't actually work here.
Right, because those copies they can't target the copies?
Well, they can. Well, no.
Well, they can though.
Yeah,
right?
They can. First off, you actually have to be kind of careful of how you word this. What Marcus needs to say is, Storm Trigger resolves, place your copies on the stack, then I'll cast my Fluster Storm. But it still doesn't really work because Alex has enough mana to pay for enough of the copies that there's going to be that the creativity will end up being countered.
One of them you could pay for one of the copies.
But he also has a fetch land that he could pay for 2 on 1 copy as well. It basically just doesn't work for Marcus.
Right.
That's why I thought it was weird to Spell Pierce.
Right. Maybe Marcus didn't think this through. Well, maybe Marcus just wasn't necessarily expecting.
Yep. Honorog knows, because there used to be a lot of Flusterstorm wars both in Legacy and Vintage, so Honorog knows how this works. I also might have stonewalled Honorog once, not telling him how Fluster on Fluster would work in an actual match of Magic.
Wow, this seems like a pattern of behavior developing, Jarvis. Okay, all right, that's it. Oh, there's the Archon in hand. So we found out eventually it was Archon that is in the deck. Wow. Good stuff, though, from Alex Rubin, navigating that with care and precision and getting there. So Alex is going to advance, I think.
Wait. To 5-1. But is this still game 1?
No, surely. Is this live?
It is live, because Honorog just had the backup match going the entire time.
Right, but I think I think it was
still game 1 confirmed.
Now, oh my goodness.
it looks like Mapson has lethal damage now.
Okay, so let's figure this out. There's okay, Jarvis, talk us through what's going on this
All right,
stage.
so I believe Mapson casts Primeval Titan for both Boros Garrison and Slayer's Stronghold with 2 Amulet of Vigors out, which creates 4 triggers, 2 for each of the lands, untapping them. So you can just give 2 of your creatures haste. And +2/+0.
Oh, that's it.
And now Shaheen instead.
Because that's a Colossus, right?
I mean, both creatures were just kind of big, and he obviously wanted to split the damage just to play around Solitude.
Right, exactly. Okay, so
we caught snapshots of that match at different points where it looked like Shaheen was fine, but like kind of treading water, and had like 2 Teferis out. Then Mapson had like 5 constructs and a Titan. And a Vezuva
but there must have been.
Remember Vezuva on Hall of the Storm
Giants. The Storm Giants. Right. So what must have happened? There must have been like an instant speed verdict at some point.
Yeah, I think so. Probably.
That. And then somehow we ended up here. But we are going to go into game number 2, I guess, in our backup feature. Shaheen is at 5-0 though with Azorius Control, and that just speaks to the quality of this. His skill, his experience with this deck, because Azorius Control decks are not doing very well right now overall.
So I'll tell you the players who are winning with Azorius Control. It's Guillaume Wafo-Tapa, Shaheen Citrone, and basically only other like French control players. So I think basically if you pick this deck, it's because you really like it and your experience with the deck. Yeah, it's just like I love it. I don't know.
Can I just say that I am absolutely obsessed with Guillaume Wafo-Tapa's stream.
Reasonable.
I don't think one day I'm gonna meet him and it's gonna be embarrassing, like how much of a fan I am. But my goodness, just has that velvety voice, and like also the way that he plays. Like I just don't like. I love control decks. I love this kind of stuff. And when I watch him play, I'm just like, he's not doing anything. And then 10 turns later, right? But you feel like, oh my god, he's not doing anything. He's getting so far behind. But then, like 10 turns later, he has 7 cards in hand, and his opponent has nothing.
The thing I actually remember about Waffo, which you probably don't remember, is he used to play like Domain Control and Extended, also Heartbeat Desire. So he used to have a fairly wide range. It's just only in modern times that he went back to his OG love, Control.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's sweet.
But so is Wild Pear Slivers.
I guess that's true, but I don't know that slivers are really like that viable.
Oh, hold on. What about Wild Pear? Is that a sweet card?
I don't even know what Wild Pear does, Jarvis.
Okay, I have an assignment for you. Not today. Whenever you have free time, just Google Guillaume Waffo Tapa Wild Pear Slivers.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
I will.
So
it looks like Shaheen's on the mulligan. Are those the peach Dragon Shield duel mats that Michael is playing?
I'm not sure because I think the phone looks kind of a little bit more red than normal.
Right.
So
it
it
could
might
just be pink.
Yeah, or it could be red with a orangey tinge. I'm not sure. Something it's hard to tell.
Okay. Because I really like the peach. I have the eucalyptus right now, and I really want to get the peach.
Nice. So Jace, Chalice of the Void.
Okay.
A bunch of lands. And Shaheen's just shortcutting fetching because Shaheen knows how to play fast.
Yeah.
Grazer!
Oh, let's go! It slothers itself. Arboreal Grazer comes down, puts Valakut onto the battlefield. And we are back over to Shaheen. What do you put your Chalice on?
1 or 0 probably, and I think he's deciding now. This looks like a 1 angle to me.
Yep, it's Chalice on 1. It's funny because when you're playing 4 color and you bring Chalice in against Titan, you generally put it on 0. I guess Azorius doesn't really play that many 1 mana spells of its own.
It doesn't. Here in hand, we got to get those beatdowns on.
It's funny because Arboreal Grazer is actually a beast, so if Michael had the Kahira, that would be pumping the old slothers over there.
I think you don't want to give up your Primeval Titan to play Kahira. I'm just saying.
Wow. Are you sure?
Wait, shouldn't that castle be tapped because Besage is not a forest?
Besage is in fact, there are so many non-forests.
Yeah, none of them are forests actually.
Wait, no, castle. Yeah, none of them are forests. Wait, what's that land under Saga though?
That's Toera West.
Okay, yeah. So there are no forests.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't tap it for mana's turn, it doesn't get. Okay, yeah, it wasn't tapped for mana, fine. But it's technically a mistake.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so I mean, the players are playing really quickly, Jarvis. They had that, marathon match 1 and trying to get it done in time.
That is.
We do have Jace down. Yep.
I think that's just good old. That's the new art, right, from Double Masters?
The full art, yeah, the new full art.
Yeah.
Very nice. And good old classic JTMS on the battlefield. Bit of, JTMS kind of bit of a blast from the past now, dare we say, Jarvis.
It does not have the same cachet as it once did, I would say.
No.
What was this, Teferi?
Oh, yeah, let's go.
Oh, no. Wait.
No! Give the people what they want.
Actually, I think he's considering playing Teferi 3, plussing it, so you can prismatic ending the construct.
This pass. Oh, there's Archmage's Charm in hand, I think.
That too.
So that you can steal, I guess, the construct. Wait, yeah. What's this?
Well, he Jace brainstormed first to decide what to do.
Ah, okay. Sure.
He cracked his fetch first to get a fresh look at cards. Now he's deciding what to do.
Okay. I think there was 1 Teferi back on top.
Well, there you go. Double Chalice.
Oh, okay.
Everything you
want. Makes sense.
Yes!
It really is everything we want. And here's big Teferi Hero of Dominaria coming down. Plus, draw a card. Untap 2. Lads, in your end step. Teferi was like my first true love planeswalker.
That's your first one?
Like,
Yeesh.
not my first one that I played, but the first one that I really like fell in love with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It supports some
Actually, no.
kind of...
Actually, yeah, I take that back. Nickel Bolas God Pharaoh is the first one that I really fell in love with.
Well, that one is available for you in Double Masters Draft if you want to draft it, and it's extremely good.
Yeah, I played it. I've drafted a couple of times, but not really managed to do the things that I wanted to do yet in that format. But this
And
time,
here we go.
Here's Amulet. Wait,
Yeah.
isn't there a chalice?
Saga.
Oh, it's the Saga. Okay.
Yep. So I just saw in the future and knew you were going to bring that up.
Wow. Thanks, Jarvis.
You're welcome.
I'm so happy you have my back.
I do.
Even
That's
if
what causes are
occasionally you're gonna just shove a knife into it.
Whoa.
Whoa.
It's not a knife. Anyways, you can tell Mapson knows his deck. He's going so quickly. He floated a blue off west, played bounce land, untapped it, then transmuted to our west for Summoner's Pact. He's just he's going to find an answer for the chalice before casting Summoner's Pact as well.
Right. Meanwhile, though, Shaheen gets the Fairy 3 down. It's gonna go up with that one. Makes sense. And wait, what happened to Jay? Oh, Jace got killed by the Castro.
Yeah. Shaheen knew it wasn't along this world. He was trying to decide how much he wanted to tap out for, but he's plussing. Oh, and this is an instant speed Supreme Verdict.
Oh.
Every control mage
is that in hand?
Yeah.
Is that in hand?
It's in hand.
Yeah.
It's in hand.
Okay.
I saw one.
Okay, here it is. Beseiju on the chalice for 0. That gets an untapped land, by the way.
Yep.
Wait. Oh, this is still end step.
Wait, what happened?
Wait. Well, it's still end step. The land comes in untapped, and I think he prismatic ending the amulet.
Or just one, but it should be counted by
Wait,
chalice,
doesn't that
right?
get counted by chalice?
Yeah, you needed to tap 2 lands for it. That's okay. I think they're just playing fast, and he probably just forgot.
He needs to pay an extra one. Like, in his mind, he thought, okay, I know that this can. No, because because now he will have Verdict mana when he shouldn't.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward.
Okay, let's... I don't know if we can get, Okay, so the Verdict is going to happen. I think that was missed by both players, unfortunately. The constructs go away. We're gonna get packed. There's gonna be packed for Colossus, actually. Looks like.
Seems kind of hard to rewind by this point, even if it was caught, because a lot of stuff has happened. If I'm not actually a judge.
Right, but it's kind of hard to, it's tough when you're in that spot for sure.
Yeah. I mean, Mapson is also a judge, and he also missed it. It's kind of a thing that both players are actually responsible for as well. Even though it does, Shaheen is getting an advantage out of it.
Right. Especially like when it's your own chalice, it is a little bit more a thing.
Look at that Cultivator Colossus.
Oh my god.
I think we drew 7 cards.
I think it was 6.
It was a large number.
Yeah, it was for sure a large number. Okay, but this Colossus is massive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, this is turns.
Is it turns?
This is turn 2. This is turn 2. That's what the die is.
Oh my god. Well, I think what's going to happen is Mapson's going to win 1-0.
Okay. Yeah, it seems unlikely that Shaheen can close this out in turns.
So the problem is, I don't think Shaheen necessarily played solely. I kind of think the game's just dragged on in game 1 where he thought he had a chance and he was just playing it out,
Yeah, I wouldn't suspect that Shaheen had played slowly. I think that as you say, we jumped in at various points and it looked like 3 different matches that we jumped in on.
Yeah.
But it was just that same game 1 that had been through so many iterations. And Shaheen's now thinking about Teferi, the big Teferi, whether to tuck this Colossus.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, so
Oh,
Shaheen
and
just
that's
saying,
it.
I don't. I think Shaheen said I can't kill you next turn, so therefore I'm
Right.
just conceding.
Right.
Okay, so
Okay. So
for
that
Cat,
that mistake at least didn't affect the outcome of the match.
yeah, I agree. For those of you saying it's not both responsibility, it definitely is both players' responsibility there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no judge, but it it's just one of those scenarios where, you know, it's round 6, they've been playing 6 hours, they're going super fast. And yeah, we can. Okay, so I think, Jarvis, we're gonna go to break, and I think, Jarvis, that we're gonna say goodbye to you.
Yeah,
Is that right?
goodbye to y'all. Thanks for everyone being here. And you
Uh,
know, HY, I appreciate you a lot. You know, all of the funny jokes, all of this backstabbing, it was not. It's all in good fun here.
I completely agree, and you know, Jarvis, thank you so much for joining me. Check out Jarvis's stream. Jarvis, what's your stream? What's your Twitch?
You can find me on Twitch at JarvisU, and you know, appreciate you. And you know, HY, you should tell people that about your stream as well.
Oh, I mean, I'm twitch.tv/Nefet. I don't I don't want to tell people about it that much because it's not regular. But yeah, you can come and you can find me on Twitter as well. You can find Jarvis on Twitter, you see his handle there, and make sure you check out Jarvis's Metafight. I know I joked about it a lot, but actually Jarvis is very patient and very good at explaining things. And if you want to get some legacy coaching, modern coaching, limited coaching, Jarvis, I cannot recommend anyone better.
Yep. See y'all next time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to coverage of SCGCON Syracuse. I'm still HAIYUE, but we have switched our caster in the expert seat. We've said goodbye to Jarvis and we have brought on Arya Karancham-Dani. And Arya, tell chat a little bit about yourself.
Sure. So I've been a professional Magic player for the last year and some. I played in a bunch of BDs. I love every format, and I've recently been really getting into Modern, so really excited to cast this event with you because I haven't actually gotten to cast Modern before, just play it a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Arya, you've been spending a lot of time working on Modern recently. So, for those of you who don't know, Arya is a strategy writer for CFB as well as a streamer of her own. And she, I think, just did a 16-hour stream in the last couple of days, which is terrifying to me.
It was a good time. No Modern on that one though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you were playing Limited and Pioneer, but you know, all the Moto Boomer formats are up for grabs on Arya's stream. So we're in good hands here, chat, as we go into round number 7 of today's tournament. And just as a reminder, I think the record for making it to day 2 is 16 match points. So anybody with 18 match points. Anybody with 6 wins is in. So anyone who's currently undefeated, well, at 6-0, I shouldn't say undefeated, is already through. And then the last 2 rounds, we'll probably be seeing a flurry of win and ins for tomorrow. And I think the stream is going to be back tomorrow as well with some very cool casters coming up tomorrow. So stick with us. We're going to find out who makes it through to Sunday's tournament. And, you know, when you do, make sure you come back tomorrow morning so that we can find out who is going to win this Modern 30K. Oh, looks like we're down in the feature match already. And we have Liam Carlton with Golgari Yorgmoth against Stefan Puzio on, it looks like that's an Arboro Grazer. So it looks like also Titan.
Yep. Arboro Grazer and I believe a Vesuva in play, copying something.
Yeah, and that green creature is unknown to me. Is it a Zeus? Sir? That's not a Zeus.
It's hard to tell. It's Bromo out of some sort, and based on what I know of Amulet, it's probably either Azusa or Dryad. Probably Dryad.
Just trying to stare at the number of words in the name. But as we go down to this match, we see that both of these players actually at 6-0. So Arya, both of them already into tomorrow's play. And Yorgmoth with a couple of hierarchs on the battlefield and Dryad Arbor. So getting off to that start that this deck loves, which is to get all the mana dorks down.
Yeah. Interesting stuff because this indicates that maybe Liam kept a 1 or 2 lander. I guess a 1 lander with Dryad Arbor.
What, Arya, do you know, just for those of us who may be starting out in our modern careers, oh, there it is, Yorgmoth Thran Physician hits the battlefield. Talk us through how this combo works, how it kills.
Okay, so there's a few different versions of the combo that the deck has access to. Generally, most decks run copies of various of these combos. The base combo with the deck is have 2 Undying creatures and Yorgmoth. And so you sacrifice an Undying creature to put a counter on another one. The Undying creature comes back with a +1/+1 counter. And then you sacrifice the one that has a -1/-1 counter on it to put a counter on the first Undying creature. Then cancel out the +1/+1 counter. You just get to do this back and forth for as long as you want because the counters keep canceling out, so the Undying creatures keep coming back.
Right. And I think they just play like a couple of random payoffs, right? Like Zulaport Cutthroat or other stuff like that to actually like kill your opponent.
There's 1 or 2 effects that reward you sacrificing, and there's all sacrificing a creature, and there's also 1 copy of Joralf's Messenger in most decks. And what that does is it's an Undying creature that lets you also kill them with the loop. Notably, you don't just notably with the loop, you can't just do it infinitely if you have nothing else going on because Yorgmoth's ability costs 1 life. And Geralt's Messenger means each loop you go through, you lose them to life. So if you have a higher life total than them, then and only then can Geralt's Messenger plus another undying creature kill you without a Blood Artist or something else of the sort.
Right. So here we're going to see Eldritch Evolution. And that is going to get... Is that the Young Wolf?
It looks that way.
I think so, right? So Young Wolf, and then we evolution the Young Wolf, but that's one of the undying creatures. So
Yep.
Basically, and now there's a pause. I think Stephen is thinking, is there something to do here? And that's a Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, depending on the deck list for Steven, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Endurance here to get rid of the undying creature to break up the combo.
Yeah. Good call. So Pact for Endurance. And this is the spot. Right? Liam tapped out the undying creatures currently in the graveyard. And Endurance is gonna get cast. I think with pitching that Primeval Titan. Yep.
Yep.
So Stephen empty-handed, but has been able to disrupt this combo.
Yeah, something that's worth noting. The deck also has another backup combo in it. Dead set. Yogma just got combos with everything under the sun because the deck also has access to Hepatra, Vizier of Poisons.
Oh,
and
okay.
That says whenever you put a -1/-1 counter on something, you get a 1/1 snake. And so you sacrifice something, put a counter on a creature, get a snake. Sacrifice the snake, put a counter on a creature, get another snake. And you keep doing that, and you can basically wipe the whole board.
Ah, interesting.
As well as draw a lot of cards.
Okay, so it looks like Liam now is yeah, that token has got to be the snake. Sacked, I think, the Dryad Arbor to put a -1/-1 counter on the... I'm gonna, it's annoying because Azusa and Dryad both have really long names.
Yeah, I believe the card is Dryad. We had clarification from Anurag.
Okay, lovely. Okay, great. So it is Dryad with the -1/-1 counter on it. I'm trying to figure out whether they can kind of get this one off the board because it's pretty important for a lot of these pieces.
Yep. And yeah, the cool thing about this combo is each iteration of the combo leaves you up a card with Hepatra. Since Yawgmoth's ability gives you a card, so you get to essentially kill basically any... So Liam gets to kill basically any creature Stephen can play here, even a Primeval Titan, and all the while is drawing cards while doing so, so if they untap, it's very unlikely that Stephen lives to see another turn.
Okay. What is happening here? We are in... Oh my goodness. Yeah, so Liam's basically shortcutting. It's just saying, do this 3 times, draw 3 cards, kill your Arboreal Grazer, untap, and I'm just trying to figure out, Aria, what is going on with Steven's... I feel like there was a turn in which Steven untapped and drew a card.
Yeah, I think we might have been looking at Collected Company on... No, it wasn't a Collected Company, so I don't know what happened on Steven's last turn.
Okay. So we'll just evolution, use the Young Wolf, and now you kind of see why this deck is so dominant. Steven even disrupted the first iteration of the combo, right? Like the first Young Wolf got exiled, but Liam just got Hepatra with Eldritch Evolution, swept the board with the combo, and then now with that, I think that's just Blood Artist. Just ready, and that's it. That's the kill.
Yeah, Hepatra herself does not let you get infinite sacrifice effects because you need things to actually put the counters on. And if you're putting the counters on the snakes she makes, then you're going down 2 snakes and up 1 snake each iteration of the loop. But if you have an undying creature, then you can just put infinite -1/-1 counters on because it just keeps coming back. And Hepatra gives you infinite triggers and kills with Blood Artist.
Right. That makes sense. So we're going to go to the sideboard. Now, Ari, it feels like Amulet Titan has traditionally struggled against these combo decks.
Yeah. Yawgmoth in particular is an interesting one. One of the things that makes the deck so strong is the card Yawgmoth is very good against creature decks. You don't need a combo, you just need to have a Yawgmoth and then you have a bunch of small creatures, it'll draw you a bunch of cards, wipe their board, and Amulet itself is going to have a hard time beating Yawgmoth, the card, as opposed to the combo. Also, one of these decks is getting access to hand disruption and such post-board, so I do like Yawgmoth's spot. I'd imagine game one is actually difficult for the Golgari Yawgmoth deck. Uh, the deck is not as fast as Amulet is, so I could see Amulet out goldfishing Yawgmoth a lot of the time. But post board, when there's more disruption, I think things really start to go the way of the Yawgmoth player, and they already managed to take game one. So I like Liam's chances here.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at some lists that are, kind of more often played. Yeah, Thought Seizers, Force of Vigors, maybe for the sagas and amulets. Do you like bringing forces in?
Against Titan.
Against Titan, yeah, against.
Yeah, I gotta believe it'll be good, particularly in the late game. One of the things Yogg does is you play Yawgmoth and you get often you don't combo the turn it comes down, or you don't go infinite the turn it comes down. You just get a bunch of draws, like 5 or 6 draws, or well maybe more. Sometimes you go infinite but can't kill them yet. And what Force does is a free spell. It's a free spell that disrupts what Amulet Titan's doing. So it's really, really good in that spot. And in the early game, just hitting an Amulet, hitting a Nurse's Saga, making them stumble so you can inch a little closer to your combo is really important for Yawgmoth specifically. Particularly because, as mentioned, Yawgmoth the card lets you recoup the cards really easily. So Force is kind of the perfect piece of interaction for this matchup for Yawgmoth.
Okay, yeah. And also, don't forget, Dryad of the Elysian Arbor, that's an enchantment creature. So your Force can also occasionally snipe a Dryad and on a key turn.
Yeah. Amulet. Go ahead.
No, I'm just looking at some of these lists that, have won modern challenges and the such recently on Moto. These Yawgmoth lists. A pretty interesting card that some of these decks play, and obviously we don't know what Liam's exact configuration is Crime and Punishment. Which presumably is in for the punishment side, which is X Golgari, X black green, destroy each artifact, creature, and enchantment with converted mana cost X. So it could be a bit of tech against constructs and the such. We shall see if that potentially is coming in.
I mean, you just want any way to answer Amulet you can, right?
Right. All right, here we go. It's a Hierarch.
Yeah, because of the inability Titan has to interact with Yawgmoth's late game, you're trying to deal with the Titan on a slightly different axis than most decks are. Most decks post board want to stop Titan killing, but Titan can also sometimes win just through hate by playing a pretty decent quote unquote fair game where you just slowly get Titan and get slowly play Titan, slowly get value with Titan and Colossus and such, and don't combo kill them all at once because they're interacting with your amulets.
Right.
With Yawgmoth, that's not true. If they interact and slow the Titan player down for a turn or two, the game's over because Yawgmoth's just going to combo. The deck very consistently finds its combo between Eldritch Evolutions and God of Callings and Yawgmoth himself. So it's really win in the first few turns and you're done for the Amulet deck.
Right. And we saw Steven, get off to a reasonable start with Explore, ramping out that Simic Growth Chamber on turn number 2, but not one of those super hyper explosive starts that we, have seen over the years from Amulet Titan. Is that Wall of Roots?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Just dump your hand. Put all the dorks on the battlefield.
Yeah, and
who's the ramp deck now, Steven?
In this matchup, I'm kind of inclined to believe that
Wow.
MCLEOD really does need that explosive start. I have a hard time believing Steven will live through this turn with Liam untapping with what? That's if there's a land that's 7 mana on turn 3, who's drawn now?
Just Golgari Yawgmoth slowly like taking over all the archetypes, which makes a lot of sense for, flavor wise for Yawgmoth and his ambitions, shall we say. But you have to give it to Steven. That was some nice styling. Just the triple forest. Those beautiful Ukiyo-e forests from Neon Dynasty.
And I have to imagine there's a Primeval Titan in hand because Steven kept this hand for some reason, and they wouldn't have kept just a bunch of lands in the Azusa and Explore, not in this matchup. So I assume there's a
Right.
Titan coming down next turn, or maybe a Colossus. They need one more land
1,
for
2, 3,
Colossus though,
4,
so that seems
5.
unlikely.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
they have
Azusa
2
will let
cards
you
in
play
hand.
that land, but yeah,
They have 6
it's
mana right now
either
from
or, I
Steven's
guess.
hand.
But I think you're right. I think we can probably assume that there is some top end in Steven's hand, whether that's the Colossus or the Titan. Thinking through this turn, I see a Chord of Call. No. Yes? Question mark?
Yeah, there's definitely a card of calling there. It's awkward because it's
Maybe
the
two.
it's the one piece of interaction here that isn't like subsidized by. Oh, it's a one combo piece here that isn't subsidized by just having a trillion mana.
Right. That is 2 copies of Chord of Calling in hand.
Yeah,
And
Wall of Roots notably can pay for card twice.
right.
So if there's a big threat here, we could see card for some disruption. And if there's not a threat, then I have a hard time imagining Liam doesn't just win on the spot.
Okay, so I think it's gonna be Chord in.
I believe this is Stephen's end step.
The Yawgmoth. Yeah. So Stephen just played a land and passed. So maybe Stephen. This doesn't make a ton of sense because if Stephen had a threat, you'd imagine it would have come down, or if it was Summoner's Pact or something to get it.
Yeah, it may have just been a slower hand. Maybe there's some piece of interaction.
Maybe endurance.
Yeah, I've got to imagine it's something like that. Endurance is not great against Yogg though. It gives them one sacrifice trigger, and like at the point it comes down, it's fairly doable to go off from there again. But I guess Amulet doesn't really have much by way of options.
Right. Like if you think about what they're doing, and especially because they have to also do their thing, right? Like you can't dilute that much.
Yeah.
Going into kind of removal and stuff like that. So we'll see. The gets a Dryad Alba with the fetch land. And I think your endurance also tracks, right? Because Steven left up the mana for it turn before.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes most sense to me. I can't think of much other interaction now Amulet could afford to have in its deck. It could be something like a Pact of Negation, but that doesn't exactly require mana left up.
Right. Okay, so
And yeah,
kind of all down to Liam. I wonder if Liam's kind of had the same read that we have. I'm sure Liam, very experienced with the deck, has probably played this matchup.
I assume so. So you want to get something that's like a little resilient to it's a little resilient to an endurance, which Hepatra does. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the get here.
So here we go again, Cortex 2. Any response? No response. I was telling Chat and Jarvis earlier about my first modern PTQ that I played a couple of weeks ago, and this is exactly what happened to me. Like I played against Golgari Yawgmoth. I died in game 1, and then games 2 had endurances, like had a bunch of stuff to stop the combo, but they just kept going. And here we see Liam get Hepatra, which was so good in game 1. Now the combo is kind of just being assembled.
Yeah, and the good thing is that in this spot, Liam just has so many creatures.
Right.
They can just afford to like draw like 6 cards and find an undying creature. Maybe find multiple undying creatures, like multiple young wolves. If there's a threat that comes out from Steven's side, it just dies on the spot. Something like Primeval Titan, almost certainly not cutting it in the spot because it's just dying immediately. There's no amulet to do anything. Honestly, through Yawgmoth plus Apatra, I can't imagine Amulet being able to win, just because there's not really answers for those creatures, and any threat that comes down just dies on the spot.
Do they not play something like a Dismember or something? Let's have a look at their deck. They do play 3 Dismember in the side. They play, well, there's just obviously internet decks, but there's some numbers of Dismember, Relic, Endurance.
Yeah, if there was a Dismember, it would
Potentials.
have already happened, though. I
Right,
cannot
we would have
imagine it would
seen
get to
it,
this
right?
point. Mhm.
Yeah. And here we go. There's the young wolf.
Interesting to see Liam getting Young Wolf rather than Jarl's Messenger here. That makes me think that either, no,
Oh, there's another chord in hand. Yeah.
yeah, and this wins through an Endurance.
But Steve, we just have to wait. I mean, Steven just has to wait, and we along with Steven.
Yeah, this
Because
is
you can't do
definitely
anything
like
about, right? You can't do it. Yeah, here we go. There's the Endurance, I'm sure. Steven's body language kind of says it all, though. Like, you know, when your opponent's doing all this stuff and doing the shuffling and they're going at, you know, taking all these actions, and yeah, you can get rid of this, but
Yeah, with double Young Wolf, there needs to be another Endurance.
well, the first one gets taken away by the first.
Yeah, but there's Hepatra, which functions similarly as an Undying creature in this spot.
Right. And there's already a Blood Artist. And that is, I wonder if there's a second Endurance. That'd be
Yeah,
interesting.
I've got to imagine that's what Liam is playing around, and I assume they're wondering whether they want to go for it on Steven's upkeep, because if they do, that means there's no Primeval Titan coming down if Steven has an Endurance.
Right. Well, may as well, I guess Liam can first spend some time getting, you know, just looping things and killing the Endurance with Yogma and the
Yep.
snakes. Okay, and because Blood Artist is on the battlefield, this is actually also doing damage or making Steven lose life as well.
Yep, and it's interesting. We saw Liam do what looked like a weird shuffle there, and what that probably meant was they were counting their deck to see how many cards they could afford to draw here.
Greatness at any cost.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it was. It was, in fact, second Endurance. So the second Young Wolf is going to go away to the second Endurance. My goodness. Is there any hope for Steven? Can Steven make it out of this? Oh, there we go. No, spend the... Just kill that one as well. It's pretty cool, right? If you're the Yogma player, you can just point at something and say, this is dead now. Also, I draw 4 cards.
Yeah, this makes me miss Paper Magic because when you're doing this online, you gotta go like every iteration is like multiple
Oh
clicks.
my
You gotta
goodness.
sacrifice a thing. You gotta choose where to put the counter. You gotta like let the various triggers resolve. Yield to them. In paper, just point at that thing. Okay, cool. I sack 4 snakes and kill it, and you lose 4 and I draw 4.
Yeah, I mean
Much easier
that
deck to
is
play in paper.
totally. That's why we do it. That's the love of the game. But Steven does get to untap thanks to those 2 endurances. I don't know what Steven can really find here. Oh, and that's it. That is going to do it. Wow, Golgari Yawgmoth really showing its chops here. And Liam still undefeated, 7-0. What a record to take as we go into the last round, Arya.
Yeah, One of the cool things about Yawgmoth is that the deck's super resilient to interaction on anything that's not Yawgmoth, because all your other things that combo with it are like 1 or 2 mana, and you have like a ton of them in your deck, a ton of ways to search for them. And if your opponent interacts with them, you just happen to draw like 5 or 6 cards on the way along the way a lot of the time, and that just means you can play out more threats. So really, we saw a bunch of interaction there from the Amulet player for the Yawgmoth player's graveyard, but no actual interaction for Yawgmoth. And eventually, Yawgmoth's just gonna win through no matter how much graveyard hate you have, because yeah, the deck's Yawgmoth just happens to draw cards while you're doing broken stuff.
All right, well, we're going to go to our backup feature, and we have Michael Mapson, who we saw earlier take down Sahin Shivani on Blue White. Michael is on Amulet Titan, and he's getting his turn 1 Amulet countered by a Force of Negation in the hands of Nick Girardi. Both players at 5-0-1, so this is a win-in for tomorrow. What is Nick doing? Brazen Borrower being pitched to Force. Is this Rhinos?
This is Gemstone Cavern in play, so I've got to imagine it is. It's possible it could be Glimpse or Living End. Living End is less likely to have a Gemstone Cavern.
I don't think it's. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's Living End. I think
Brazen Borrower means it's almost certainly Rhinos.
It's gotta be Rhinos, yeah. Okay, so Rhinos against Titan. Wow, we've seen so many iterations of Titan against random combo decks, and here we go. There's the Shardless Agent, and we're gonna start cascading. Yeah, let's have a look. Okay, let's just see what's in the deck. There was a Violent Outburst. There was a red split card. We're gonna see some Rhinos come in.
Yeah, red split card I assume is Dead and Gone.
Dead and Gone, yeah.
Which is fancy shock that doesn't get hit by Cascade.
Right. Because you gotta, in these Cascade decks, you've got to kind of contort your build a little bit, the shell, to make sure that you have the effects you want, but you've got to have those expensive mana costs. And okay, so back over, we do see that promo Dryad or I don't know, Falat Dryad that Steven was also playing.
Yeah. And this is kind of the perfect start for Nick. Like, if I were to stack my deck, I'd have a hand like this. Because there's on the draw, Gemstone Caverns in play, so starting a mana ahead, Force of Negation for Amulet, a turn 2 Rhinos thanks to Gemstone Cavern, so you're putting 10 power to play on turn 2 after interacting with what your opponent's doing, and then you also have a piece of interaction for the Dryad with Brazen Borrower. Like, this has just been perfect for Nick the whole way.
It's really worked out very well, and Michael really staring down a massive amount of damage. We'll get the life totals updated for you shortly, although I think this is actually recorded, so we'll just have to remember, but that was a lot of damage.
I believe Michael is at 10 right now.
Yep. And okay, that's it. That's gonna do it. How many Brazen Borrows would you like?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Correct. We'll just skip over to the second game, because the beauty of recorded Magic, and we'll see what happens in right. I feel really sorry for these Titan players. I feel like they've come up against so many combo decks in the feature match area. Even though, obviously Michael's doing very well. 5-0-1. Mulligan. Was that 3 Titans?
3 copies of Primeval Titan, just showing Nick I had Titantron in my hand, just in case you wanted to know.
Oh, look at that. Look at the top. Yeah. Nick, meanwhile, looks like keeping another good hand, another hand that at least they're happy with.
Yeah, and mulliganing to 6, I feel like Michael's not in a good spot. We've seen these Titan players have a good run, multiple of them undefeated at this point, but Rhinos, not the possibly the last deck you want to be facing is Titan. It's just a very incredible clock, unlike like somewhat controlling decks or combo decks with like Fossey. This is a very credible clock. There's a lot of good interaction. Like just kind of exactly the sort of the two things you don't want to see out of Titan. And then the interaction also just happens to line up pretty well against what Titan is doing.
Right, bounce effects pretty good against Titan. Just to catch you up, Arya, we did earlier on see Michael Mapson defeat Shaheen Sarani, but like there was a game 1 that lasted the entire length of the other match. And we checked in on it at various points, and it was just like multiple different matches. Like the board state was just completely wild at different points, and it lasted about 45 minutes, and then Michael eventually won that one 1-0 because there was no way they could finish game 2. So that's kind of where Michael's day has been, I guess. And for Nick, oh, look at this. Suspend the Rhinos.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what you want to see from the Titan player. That's one fewer piece of interaction, one fewer threat in a meaningful time period. Like a suspended Rhino is not a card against Titan, or it's like very unlikely to be. By that point, the game's probably over one way or the other. Or if the Amulet player hasn't won by then they're already in trouble. They are good at blocking Titan with haste sometimes, but for the most part, I'm pretty happy to see my opponent spend their turn to suspending Crashing Footfalls and Amulet, just because it's one of the least like relevant things they could be doing in this spot.
And Michael, taking some time to just think through the next turn or so. We do apologize for the little wobble on the screen, but it's recorded footage, so we can't really do anything about that right now. But we'll try and make sure that, of course, for later rounds that we get a kind of steady image for the backup feature. And by the way, while we're here, can we give a massive shout out to Anurag for just putting this whole thing on and just single-handedly keeping, the coverage of these events live? Because I know everyone at home, I know the casters behind the mics, like we love this game, we love coverage, that's why we do it, and we believe that coverage should be a thing and that people want to watch it of competitive events. So just huge, massive thanks to Anurag for putting this all together out of a backpack. Like just incredible work getting it all going. And maybe we'll see Nick get up to some incredible work this turn, untapping with 3 mana available. Is it time? Is it Rhino time?
Am I missing something? Did Michael opt to not play a land on their last turn?
Wait.
We know they have one hand because they returned to turn 1.
Right.
I guess was it a land they returned to Boseiju? It's possible the land they returned was a Boseiju and the hand is full of bounce lands, so they want to try and win with Amulet.
Well, sure, but what? But what do you do against this?
Yeah. 2 Force of Negations and a Force of Vigor. Some of the best cards for Michael to be seeing go to the bottom. This means it's much more likely there's a clear coast for them to just end the game this turn if they have a combo finish in hand. It's quite possible they were just looking to leave up something like Boseiju activation for a Chalice.
Right.
Before going off.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what Michael has. Okay, there it is. 3 mana. There's a Dryad. Extra land. Growth Chamber. Oh, and that's it. So I wonder what happened last turn. Interesting.
Yeah, I assume there was some reason.
But Michael's not dead. I mean, Michael's not dead. There's still time.
Yeah, I still think the spot is probably pretty decent for Michael. I'm not thrilled, but if there is an it really just depends on Nick's hand. If there's not interaction for an Amulet, then there's many ways this game just ends here over the next turn cycle. But if Nick's hand just does have a bunch of interaction, I could see Michael being in trouble.
Okay, well, Michael, our Boreal Grazer absorbed a couple of points of damage there. And we're going to see Michael untap 2 copies of Cinematic Growth Chamber. We know there's a Beseiju in hand. Can Michael put it together here? Because time is running out. Like, I think Michael maybe has another turn after this one, potentially.
Maybe. The danger is that Nick could have a violent outburst in hand to get another copy of Crashing Footfalls, and that's probably going to be very hard for Michael to beat on multiple axes, because it's also going to mean that Michael will struggle with just dealing with. It's also going to mean that Michael will struggle with just dealing with a Primeval Titan attack because it's just 2 blockers.
Right. Okay, so we are hearing Aria from production that Michael chose not to play that land specifically to play around Blood Moon.
Oh, that makes sense.
Which makes sense, right? Because then you can Beseiju the Blood Moon that comes down. Okay, here's the second Dryad. It's going to allow another... So there's going to be 2 extra land drops, potentially, this turn. And yet, we play on. Michael really being very careful, but those rhinos that come off suspend, do they have haste?
They do not.
Don't, right? It's only
also,
creatures that come off suspend that have haste.
There's another turn cycle before they come down with double Dryad, 6 mana. If Michael can't win now, I don't know when Amulet's ever winning this matchup.
Right. Let's just see, because I mean, when you're playing these decks, there is a kind of balance to be struck, Aria, between caution and, I guess, putting it out there, because the time is ticking down.
Yeah, and what this attack screams to me is Stomp. If it puts Michael in an awkward spot, because if Nick does have Stomp, if Michael doesn't block, I believe that... Oh, no, they jump with the Grazers, so they're not dead to a Stomp here.
Yeah, the Boreal Grazer jumped like a valiant, good little friend, jumped right in front of one of those rhinos and soaked up a bunch of damage.
I'm getting worried about the implications of being your friend, because I have to let you know I'm not planning on jumping in front of any rhinos for you.
Wow, shocking. I can't believe you would come on here and say that you wouldn't even jump in front of rhinos for me. Here we go, though. It's PAX time.
I love you and you're great, but that's my line.
Wow. Okay. You know what? I'll know who to call when I have rhinos come charging at me and it's not you.
Great. That works for me.
Oh my goodness. And that's gonna do it. There was that a... God, I actually missed what Nick cast, but I'm just presuming there was a counter spell or a bounce effect for that Titan.
Yeah,
and that was it.
Even without that, with no amulet, Michael was just dead to the rhinos.
Right. Okay. Well, that's it. That was it. 2-0 for rhinos against Titan. As you say, it does seem to be a pretty good matchup here for Nick. And we are going... Yeah, that's it for round number 7. Okay, so Aria, I think something that we're kind of seeing as we get towards the top end of this tournament, and we've seen this a lot in the feature match today, is a bunch of these kind of unfair decks, right? Titan, Cascade, Yawgmoth, Affinity. Like, it feels like a lot of players are kind of trying to attack this metagame from a more broken angle.
Yeah, it's an interesting it's an interesting metagame to see for sure. It, I think, highlights a lot about the differences in the metagame online on paper, particularly because Modern's a deck that more than specific deck choice for a weekend really rewards knowing your deck well, playing it well, particularly with decks like Yawgmoth, Affinity, Titan, where like the difference between a decent player playing it and a very good experienced player playing it is night and day. It's
Right.
really good players with these decks are just absolutely fantastic. And going to a paper event, people are going to bring the decks they're familiar with. And so at the end of a tournament, or well, in the later rounds of a tournament, you're going to see a lot of people with these combo decks at the top tables just because these are the people who know those combo decks. These are the people who can play those combo decks really well, taking advantage of like any slip ups their opponent makes. And those players are just really hard to beat on these decks, even for decks that conventionally have good matchups against them. If you're practiced with these combo decks, you can really take even an inch and turn it into just winning the game. And so it makes sense that the cream of the crop has been able to do that over the course of the day and rise to the top tables.
All right, well, we shall see how things pan out in our last round. But first, we are going to go to a break. And when we come back, we'll have the final round of the Modern 30K at SCGCON Syracuse. Don't go anybody. Don't go anybody? Oh my god. Don't go anywhere, my friends. We will see you soon.
Can you hear me? Well, okay, normally there would be like a webcam here, and in that webcam, you would be able to see me. Can you guys actually hear me? I can't tell. It's weird. Very, very weird. It's muffled a bit. Well, okay. Yeah, I mean, there's not much I can do about that. I can try to like scream so that I'm as loud as possible, but it is what it is. Hey, we have one more round of the Swiss portion left now, and it looks like the timer has just reset. So I think players will start moving back into their seats. I want to just give out a massive shout out to anybody today who has been in the chat watching, to anybody who has hit the follow button, and to also, anyone who has subscribed as well. Also, massive shout out to all the commentators today. I have learned a lot listening to them, and I've also been having a good time, taking in as much as I can here and there. Running all the production stuff. Like I don't actually, it's funny, I don't actually get to watch the Magic because I'm working on like 30 different things besides that. So really just like, thank you, appreciate it. And then also, I was thinking about this, but like, while I am doing a lot of the work, I do genuinely believe that a lot of this streaming stuff is crowdsourced. So again, when I say that, I mean like, let me explain it to you in a very direct way, which is that yeah, looks like the pairings are up. So I'm going to wrap this up real quick, and then I'll set up for the matches. But basically, the way it works is, in order to be successful at this, the metrics matter a lot. So anybody who just sits there and watches, whether you actually actively watching or you have it like open on the side of the, like in a separate tab or something like that, that helps a lot. It just lets people know, especially the sponsors, that you guys are interested in this kind of content and you want to keep watching it. And then the sponsors give me money, which I can use to set up this production, pay for equipment, pay for commentary, pay for travel, all that sort of stuff. So literally, you might not think that watching and following and doing all that stuff is a lot, but it really is. So appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to go back on break. I'll be right back.
Welcome back. What's up, my gamers out there? I'm HAIYUE. I'm here with Arya, Karancham, Dani. We are bringing coverage of round number 8, the final round on day 1 of SCGCON Syracuse, the modern 30K that is happening at the tournament this weekend. Let's go down. I think we're just about ready to go to our feature match, which the players already started going, and we are going to be following Liam again with Golgari Yawgmoth up against Eldrazi Tron at 7-0. Arya, E-Tron? Is that what the format's
at? I wouldn't have guessed that, but based on the results, apparently.
I mean, I'm sure Eldrazi Tron, I think, is one of those decks that really divides opinions, shall we say, out there. Plenty of fans, plenty of people that swear by it, and other people that say Matter Reshaper is not a magic card, and why are you playing it in Modern? So Liam, we know 7-0, playing for the 8-0, the clean record, and going up against Damien. And on our backup feature match, we're still following Michael Mapson, who was trying to get that win and end for day number 2 with Amulet Titan. So players shuffling up, resolving the play draw. Wow, Eldrazi Tron. I wonder if it's. I mean, there's like traditional Eldrazi Tron, Arya, but have you seen this new red Eldrazi Tron list?
Yeah, I saw the list Caroline wanted to play.
Yeah, and we were making fun of our friend Caroline Kavanagh, who was, being like, "Oh, I want to play Fable. I want to play this crazy Eldrazi Tron list." But let's see what Damien is on. Looking pretty stock so far with Relic on turn number 1. Is Relic a problem? I mean, I know we saw Endurance being not really a problem for Yawgmoth last time. Does Relic have the same issues?
Yeah, for the most part. The difference is that Eldrazi Tron's gotta have more interaction than Amulet.
And we see a Dismember, I think, just immediately take care of the first Birds of Paradise. There's Wall of Roots. Players playing pretty quickly. We are getting into that final round.
That's gonna be hard for this deck to beat.
What about Ugin the Ineffable
Just
on turn number 3?
natural turn 3 Tron for Damien. No expedition maps, no Sylvan Scrying.
No apologies.
Oh, and the discount from Ugin applies to Eldrazi as well. So, Matter Reshaper, I know people say it's not a card for Modern, but what if you played for 1 mana?
I mean, okay, maybe it's a card if you play it for 1 mana. I mean, this start is insane, right? Ugin the Ineffable on turn number 3, natural Tron. Can we just discuss Damon's choice of Tron lands? Because this is a caster's nightmare. Oh, and here we go. It's Thought-Knot Seer for 2 mana, by the way. And that's copy of Grist, 2 copies of Chord, Eldritch Evolution, and it's Grist that's gonna go away. Wow, Liam is left with pretty much nothing.
Yeah, the God of Calling. I mean, if Liam had infinite mana, I'm sure they could combo off here. Liam does not have infinite mana though, and
why would Liam not play the Grist class?
Because it would just die to the Matter Reshaper.
Oh yeah, sure. I guess my thought is you could make a thing. I don't know. It's over. Tron did Tron things. We're gonna go to game number 2, and this is a pretty interesting matchup, already, because last time we saw Yawgmoth go up against Titan, and the discussion there was about Titan just needing to win in the first couple of turns, Yawgmoth being able to deal with the board, etc. What is the dynamic between these two decks?
I think it's vastly different from the match we just saw, despite the fact that, at face value, Eldrazi Tron's also like a combo-ish deck looking to play big, expensive things. The difference is Eldrazi Tron, has much more room for interaction. Not only do you get to play Dismembers and Relics and such, you also just get to have some of your threats naturally just have interaction. You also just get to naturally have some of your threats have interaction, like Thought-Knot Seer, Ugin, Khan, all actually affect Liam's board. And I think that makes this matchup much better for Eldrazi Tron than the Amulet matchup was by a pretty wide margin. It's almost interesting to see this rock, paper, scissors of lopsided matchups, where Eldrazi Tron pretty good against Yawgmoth, 90% against Eldrazi Tron, or incredibly favored against Amulet, and then Amulet in turn incredibly favored against Tron.
Oh, interesting.
So it's interesting
Why
to
is
see.
Amulet favored against Tron, Adam?
You're just a lot faster than the Tron deck is. So
Right.
you
Because
just
they
have to
need a
overwhelm
couple of
them, and
turns to like get going.
yeah, the interaction they have like Dismember and Relic doesn't line up all that well against what you're doing. I'd imagine
Right.
Eldrazi Tron is better at dealing with Amulet than classic Green Tron, but
Right, because you can Thought Not Seer their like
yeah,
their stuff. But I
yeah,
guess you're
but
right.
they're generally a
Like,
bit slow.
this is it is funny because all these people bring in these unfair decks to target the Murktides and the Four Colors are all just kind of at the end of the day running into each other thanks to their own success, and we get to see some pretty fast action, a lot of fireworks certainly in the feature match area. Get that shuffle in.
Yeah, I think for the Yawgmoth side of this matchup, you really just gotta hope that the Eldrazi Tron deck just doesn't have a start like that. The the Eldrazi Tron deck, it has its detractors and proponents.
Yep. Would agree with that. Let's just check on quickly though with Michael Mapson on Amulet Titan in the backup match. Oh, looks like it is 4-color on the other side. And 4-color off to a nice start with Teferi and Omnath both down. And looks like Michael does not have a lot going on. Here is an Amulet. There's some stuff going on in the graveyard, but can't quite see that in frame.
Yep,
And
this is
Joshua Aggressor with the fully foiled 4-color.
Yep,
That's some swag.
this is one of those matchups that where like being an experienced pilot just gives you like such a huge advantage. And an inexperienced Amulet Titan player might struggle a lot with this matchup with Solitudes and leaving yourself dead to your own pact and such, but a really good Amulet Titan player can really navigate this matchup to generally even be slightly favored, even against a deck full of interaction, just because 4-color Yorion doesn't present a meaningful clock, so it's generally quite easy to set up and then try and go for it and win more of a fair game with stuff like Caverns and Colossus. If not easy, definitely doable. And so hopefully we get to see some more of this match after we finish our primary match, because it would be really interesting to see how a skilled Amulet player like Michael Mapson manages to navigate what ends up being a extremely complicated and skill testing matchup.
All right, let's hop back over though, as we have gotten going with game number 2, and Liam off to a better start this time. It is Hierarch on 1. Although Liam did have birds on 1, but the last game, or at least birds pretty early, but Dismember did take care of that. So let's see what Damien has going. All right, it's Relic.
Yeah, I mean,
Tower Relic.
Yeah, hopefully this is an eerily familiar start for Liam. Really gotta hope there's no like turn 2 Dismember, turn 3 Ugin plus Battery Shaper. It's just gonna be hard to beat no matter what Liam's hand is. Though being on the play is helpful.
Oh my goodness, okay. So Liam's doing his best impression. Getting the double wall of roots down. What is that? Is that power plan? Is Damien playing 12 different versions? So. Oh my god, Damien, why? Why? Damien, we've been on for hours. This is just cruel and unusual treatment for the booth. But Relic of Progenitors, we know that one, Aria. This double Relic is down. And let's see what Liam could do. Here's Grist, the Hunger Tide.
Yeah, Grist is pretty good in this matchup in this spot. It's in this spot in particular, in spots like this, one of the axes the Yawgmoth deck struggles with on a little is just having the ability to deploy all the things, particularly with God of Calling being very, very mana hungry, and you want to fetch 3 combo pieces essentially, Yawgmoth plus 2 others, and Grist really helps with that, just providing a stream of bodies to God of Calling with.
Right. And that makes a lot of sense. Also, Grist can destroy planeswalkers, I believe, with the minus ability.
Okay. That's not actual Tron, yeah.
No. I could kind of feel Liam like tense up as that land came down. A little bit of relief, but yeah. Map is on the battlefield, so we will be seeing Tron pretty shortly.
Yeah, and this is firmly in the really, really hope they don't have a territory for Liam, because if there's an Ugin, if there's an Oblivion Stone, if there's an All Is Dust, any of those things, the game's over. I don't think Liam's coming back from that with the spot state.
Right,
So
that makes sense.
But with a piece of spot removal, though, that seems like something Liam could actually beat here. There's just a lot of random creatures, and there's all set up to try and turn that into winning the game all at once, rather than slowly grinding through it. So this might mean that, if they don't play out Yawgmoth, have a board full of creatures, they just develop their mana, and at some point they just win the game on the spot. Or there's a Yawgmoth that they have access to like 5 cards here.
Okay. I mean, there are no quote unquote combo pieces just yet. Right?
No?
But there is Yawgmoth, there's Wall of Roots, there's the Grist can keep going, make more insects. Like you can do stuff with this.
Yeah, there is a combo of Yawgmoth plus I have creatures, so I get to draw like 6 cards.
Right. Yep. That's one. That's a birds. I mean, your opponent doesn't have anything to put -1/-1 counters on, right? So how far do you go in terms of sacking your own stuff? Like, how much do you need to keep around?
It depends what you see yourself losing to. If you're trying to play around a board wipe or something, you might want to sack a lot now to try and make sure that you have something that's resilient to that. But it's also but another option is to just assume there was no Tron last turn. There's not going to be Tron this turn, and by leaving a fairly big board, I can just like sacrifice my various creatures to be able to get a Thought-Knot Reality Smash that comes down, and ensure you're winning against a draw like that. That said, I have a hard time imagining Thought-Knot Reality Shaper is Reality Smasher. Sorry, is ever gonna be enough to win for Damien this spot. A 4/4 or a 5/5, not really great when you have opponents like drawing 6 cards a turn and making 8-10 mana a turn.
Right. Here's one of the copies of birds. I think Liam drew 2 off the Yawgmoth. And okay, we're finally gonna see that map get cracked, so we are gonna have Tron lined up pretty soon on Damien's side. Let's see what Damien has in terms of threats to go with it.
Yet another different art is what Damien has.
Well, we saw that one last game.
It's our last game, yeah.
But that's the annoying one. It's the mine that looks like a tower, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't see the details very well, but there is something tower-like in that art for sure.
No, there's one that's really annoying because it looks like a tower, but it isn't. Like, it's just the worst. I don't know if you. Oh, and there it is. It's Big Ugin this time. Ugin the Ineffable. What can that Liam do? Go digging, I guess. But this is gonna do a great job of wiping the entire board area.
Unless Liam has like.
Oh, the Thoughtseize. Oh, Liam. No.
It didn't have out of the casted last turn, so it's not as much of a feel bad as it could be.
It's a dagger. Like, come on.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's a way Liam has to answer the Sugen right now. Like maybe they grind through it. I could see them. Yeah, they need to have something like what Phyrexian Revoker in that deck would have gotten them out of this with God of Calling, but I assume that's not a card these decks run.
I don't think so, but yeah, I don't think so. Let's just see what they. I mean, presumably this is going to be a -4.
I believe so, and Liam can just turn their whole board into cards, but the problem is playing from behind against Dugan really difficult. There's only 2 mana, and Dugan can just wipe the board over and over for the next few turns. Meanwhile,
Right.
Liam's under kind of a real amount of pressure. Like any threat just puts Liam in such a bad spot because they're 10 life and there's an Ugin that can be bolting every turn. And so
Right.
deploying creatures to the board while also not dying to Ugin seems very difficult, or not dying to like a top decked or in hand TANNON or a reality smasher seems pretty
Right.
tough for Liam. I do not envy them this position, despite having a
Because
trillion cards in hand.
yeah, I mean there are haste creatures in this deck, right? But like you need more than like if Liam had 1 more mana available, there's some thought to maybe double Strangleroot guys with haste or something like that. But
I don't know if Liam's list is gonna run Strangleroot. I guess I don't
no, I
know.
think they do. They usually do. I've seen Strangleroot guys. I'm pretty sure in his while he's been cycling through the deck.
I think Liam's best bet at winning this match involves hitting another land drop, so forcing a Nugan minus this turn, and then next turn going 1 mana creature into Grist minus to kill Ugin.
Right. And meanwhile, we get to have a look at Damien's hand thanks to the Thoughtseize. Khan, Matter Reshaper. I think it was a land, and then I really missed that last card that was in Damien's hand. That's the problem with these blinged out decks also. It's kind of hard to recognize all of the different variations.
Yeah.
Actually, Ari, the first ever blinged out deck that I saw, that I came across, was Eldrazi Tron, like fully blinged out. It was like, I met this guy in Hong Kong when we were playing a PTQ there, and he was like, and back then it was like white Eldrazi Tron. So like Thalia was in it, and like there was just all these. It was crazy.
I hadn't played much paper Magic until recently. All my Pro Tours were online, and so my first experience with the blinged out deck was playing a friend's blinged out money Farkle Orion deck in Modern, which was quite the experience.
Yeah, I bet. Here comes Khan, and this is going to be a lock pretty quickly, I think. Khan getting, is that liquid metal? Yeah, and then that's going to do it. Golgari Yawgmoth goes down very quickly, 2-0 against Eldrazi Tron. And, you know, this is the time. Cometh the time. Cometh the hour. Cometh the, Thornotsia. I don't know. Cometh the Ugin. And wow, maybe we should go on the other side of this argument, Ari, and just shuffle up our Urza's towers.
Yeah. Never did the multiverse think that Tron and Eldrazi would be the heroes of our story, but against this field of like all unfair combo decks, Tron actually seems kind of fair.
It's like the reasonable brother, right? Of the unfair decks. Like the kid that kind of tags along with the group, but still, you know, very coming into its own, shall we say, this weekend. Let's have a look now at our backup match. I think we are on game number 2. Michael is up a game. So for those of us following Michael along with the journey, this is the winner in for tomorrow. Both players really desperate to make it through with this win. So Michael on the mulligan, Joshua with 4-color Yorion on keeping a hand. So I'm trying to have a peek. There's a white card there, maybe an ending, one of those X spells.
Yeah. And this is exactly the sort of matchup This is well. We mentioned. I talked about how this matchup can be really skill intensive, and a really good amulet play can navigate matchups like these really well. And while we only got a snapshot of game one, we clearly saw that happen because when we looked in, Michael had nothing in play. Joshua had like infinite mana, had an Omnet and the Teferi in play, like a pile of cards in hand, and Michael just had like 4 lands in play. And we come back and
Right.
Michael's won the game, and that's just because of how well good Amulet play can navigate these matchups, just setting up until you get chain off a bunch of value titans and or colossuses that force multiple answers from the 4-color player, and then you eventually just run them out of interaction that way while drawing cards the whole time.
It's Colossi, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just so you know. But everything else you said was valid.
Not Colossipedes.
Wow. Not Colossipedes, although what a reference. Wow. That was what a card. Joshua on Delirium Yorion, which we like. Well, I like. I was telling Jarvis earlier. And
Yeah,
looks like it's sweet.
It's the newest piece of tech, and I'm a big fan of it. What the deck gets to do is it runs stuff like Mishra's Bauble for Delirium, and so you get to run Traverse the Elven World.
Force your amulet, force your dryad. Those both go away.
That seems pretty good for Joshua.
Yeah, that's why you put force in, right? Like we talk a lot in our team about Yori on sideboards, basically the last few cards, and like force is one of those cards which it's annoying because you can't get it, like you can't tutor for it. But when it's good, it's so good. And this is the exact scenario where your matchup is slow, like your matchup is fast. You just need to have the force to disrupt them, and it just does so much work in this exact scenario. So we're kind of back to not square one, but maybe square 1.5 for Michael.
Yeah, it's really impressive to see the work cards like Foster Figure put in these matchups, because traditionally speaking, a deck like Focally Orion, like a mid-range deck that is looking to get a bunch of like blink value, not going to be very good against your combo decks. But it's really interesting how like cards printed in various Modern Horizon sets have really let Yorion overcome that disadvantage by letting the deck just make up for playing a bunch of expensive clunky cards like Teferi and Yorion by just playing like 10 free spells that cost 0 mana.
Yeah, free spells are great. They're free. What could you want?
You make a good point.
Okay, here we go. Slothers again. Rule turf down. That is going to pick up and back over to Joshua. So, Aria, something I was talking about with Jarvis earlier was how one of my favorite activities is to show old Magic players who don't play anymore new cards, right? And watch their faces. And I showed my friend Solitude, and he looked at me and he was like, "What? Swords to Plowshares was too expensive for you?" And it's just so true.
My problem with Swords to Plowshares is you can't cast Brought Back on Swords to Plowshares.
Wow. Okay, that's true. And by the way, friends, if you're interested in a super cool Yorion build, I really recommend checking out Brought Back, popularized by CFT Sock. It's so fun. It's so cool. I know, Aria, you're a big proponent of the Brought Back list. We won't talk about it too much because we want to focus on the action, but people in chat who love Yorion and want to check out cool different builds of it, the Brought Back list is super sweet. We're gonna see Ending take out the Dryad, and here comes Omnath. It's just Omnath beats time, Aria.
Yeah, there's probably a bunch of interaction being held up. I mean, speaking of different Yorion builds, like this version is the Delirium build, and yes, it gets to run Traverse as a more efficient unit than Eldamri Skull, but the main pull to this deck is just getting to run Unholy Heat instead of Lightning Bolt as your removal. So this deck has a lot more cheap interaction it can hold up against Titan just because there's more interaction that hits it. You have a 1-mana spell that kills Titan instead of most decks, which just don't.
Yeah, I love that actually, and Oh, what about this though? Cultivator Colossus and its dress down! In response, dress down, of course, creatures lose abilities, and that means that Colossus is a 0/0. Aria, I cannot get enough of dress down. I love this card so much.
Yeah, it's kind of the place to be in Modern right now. It's just so good against like so many different decks. And yeah, just running out Colossus and the dress down is so brutal. You spend 7 mana, they spend 2, they get to draw a card, you get nothing.
It's so gross. It's so gross. And we did see a land come in, so Joshua's going to gain 4 life, do some Omnath things, and just pass the turn. And we've got to imagine that there's just more where that came from in terms of interaction. It's packed time, though, for Michael. Let's go.
I assume this is getting counted with no Cavern of Souls in play. It'd be really interesting to see whether Joshua has a list with Magus of the Moon in post-spud, because if they are playing Magus, tutoring for Magus here literally ends the game. Because Michael would not be able to pay for Pact.
Oh, as in Joshua could tutor for... Oh, that would be interesting. Let's see, though. There's... I have to say, I haven't loved Magus in Yorion. Obviously, in this exact scenario, it's great, but, like, it's definitely a very, like, optional sideboard. Let's see what Joshua has.
It would be a fun way to see this match end, for sure.
Well, it's only game 2, so...
This game, not this match.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, Aria, but I know we have to be... Oh, that's a basic. Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. I'm a sucker for wins where you make your opponent be unable to pay for Pact. I don't know whether Joshua's going to be able to do that, but it's one of my favorite forms of winning the game in Magic.
Okay, second trigger. Oh, and that is going to make a bunch of mana. There's Yorion.
Okay, so no Magus this turn.
No Magus this turn. That's
all right. Was that a traverse
so...
of the Ulven Wall? A traverse the Ulven Wall drawn?
Oh.
I think that might have been. So one card too late on that Magus.
Wow. Oh, that's okay. I mean, look, Joshua's not exactly, in a bad spot, right? There's Omnath down, Yorion down. Michael, though, has paid for the Pact. Here is Dryad, no extra land, so just one card in hand for Michael. Solitude in the end step hardcast. Did that not target the Dryad?
That makes sense. Joshua just wants to go for lethal, and there was another removal spell for the Dryad.
Just don't give them the life from the Solitude. So, look, it's a Swords to Plowshares, but it has a different mode. It just is able to come down as a flash 3/2 lifelink. I think, did Michael's life total go up?
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what happened there.
I think it wasn't supposed to go up, but regardless, here's a dash Ragavan, and that is telling you something about Joshua's deck, Aria. It's Ragavan Delirium for color.
Yeah, though one interesting thing I've seen a lot is there's a lot of 4-color decks these days that seem to be running Ragavan in the sideboard rather than the main deck. So the idea is you stick with the core 4-color game plan, and then a lot of matchups, just turn 1 monkey is unbeatable for a lot of decks. You just board in like 3 or 4 Ragavans and call it a day.
Okay. There's a lot to unpack here. The first thing is, can you please teach me and chat how to pronounce Ragavan correctly? Because I feel like I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah, it's pronounced with, well, the first A is like a double A sound.
Okay.
Or like the Egyptian sun god.
Ra.
Yeah.
Ragavan.
That's how I pronounce it, at least.
Okay. I'm assuming you have more of like an authentic connection to how it should be pronounced than me. So.
But well, I mean, I know different people with that name who pronounce it different ways.
Oh. Okay.
But some pronounce it with that A as more of a U sound.
Okay.
So Ragavan. But
Ragavan?
But no one pronounces it like with an A that sounds like a rag.
Okay. Interesting. So everyone's doing it wrong, which I love. And so then the next thing to unpack is how many sideboard slots are you dedicating to Ragavan?
You know, this is
in your 80 card deck, by the way. That wants to draw it on turn 1.
This is a criticism I have seen of this sideboard plan.
I should hope so. Like, you need so many sideboard cards. Like, I find that when I'm playing full color, the sideboard slots, and this is why we argue over them so much, like, it's tight, right? You already have a Yorion, so that takes a slot away.
Yeah, it's awkward, particularly when you have a bunch of tutors and you want to be putting tutor targets in your sideboard. I mean, you mentioned Fossivoga being a card that saw some pushback specifically for that reason.
Right. All right, well, let's just see how this one goes, though. We are in game number 3. It's the decider. It's the winning, and everything is on the line. One of these two players plays tomorrow, and the other one goes to the side event registration table tomorrow morning. So we will see which one it will be. We're going to start off with Wooded Foothills, though, getting Snow Forest, and that usually aria screams abundant growth.
I would imagine, yeah. And we saw, I believe, a Chalice of the Void in Joshua's opener. I don't know if that got put back on the bottom, but that's an interesting one that could be coming out in the next turn.
Oh, it's definitely Chalice on 0. Yeah, this is why you bring it in this matchup. It's for the Pact, basically.
Yeah, it has the benefit of being very versatile because if your opponent doesn't play out an Amulet on turn 1 or 2, you can also just Chalice on 1. Admittedly, that's a lot less effective though because the Amulet player has access to Urza's Saga.
Right. Yeah, I think from what I read and kind of experienced, I think that the Chalice on 1 is like you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot because you have a lot of stuff that you need to play on 1.
Yeah,
also.
particularly if you're botting in Ragavans.
Right. But Chalice on 0 for the Pact, very good. And I think Michael actually has a Pact in hand, so it's going pretty well for Joshua, at least in the early stages of this game. But as you say, these Titan players are very experienced, and we certainly know that there are answers like the Seiju and the such in the deck for Michael. First of all, though, it is Dryad of the Elysian Grove, and Joshua, I think, has a counterspell in hand. So I think just let that one go, though.
Yeah, I believe the Cavern might be on Dryad, so might not even have a choice in that matter.
Oh my goodness, 2 caverns, one on... Is it Dryad? Is that the creature type?
I have to imagine. Well, that's the creature type of Dryad of the Elysian Grove.
Okay. And then the second one probably on whatever Titan is on.
Yeah, it might be a giant for Titan. It might be a beast for Cultivator Colossus. It depends what's in Michael's hand.
All right. So if you've just come in from Yellow Hat stream, welcome. Thank you for the raid. We are in the last round of SCGCON Syracuse the Modern 30K. And if you want to keep up with the tournament, we are watching the winning in for tomorrow. One of these two players makes it, the other one doesn't. And if you want to come back tomorrow and find out the exciting conclusion of this tournament, don't forget to tune in. I believe it's 9 Eastern that we're starting in the morning. So we will see you there tomorrow morning, bright and early. Well, I won't see you there because I'm on the West Coast and that's way too early for me. And I'll be playing the limited super queue. But if you want to watch the modern happenings, definitely come in tomorrow. And we are hearing that the Caverns, first one was on Dryad and second was actually on Human. So maybe Azusa in hand as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. Another possible... Tireless Tracker.
Tireless Tracker! Yes! Oh my goodness. Sorry, I just love this card. I just love this card. And it's weird to say that because I started out hating this card because I went through this really phase of like, ugh, they're giving green everything, all the value, whatever. But I'm kind of over that now. And Tireless Tracker, a nice friendly sight from 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 formats past.
Yeah, I'm kind of at the same boat, except I never hated Tireless Tracker. Always on my favorite cards, a staple in my cube lands decks, and really good in a matchup like this. But what makes cards like Tracker and Dryad so good in this matchup is it's very easy for the Amulet player to just put the Cavern of Souls on Human or Dryad in the early game, and then later return the Cavern of Souls to hand with the bounce land, like Michael did, and then reset it on Giant or Beast. And that makes playing a long game with counterspells against them really difficult, because if there's even one Cavern drawn, you can time it with bounce lands to make sure essentially none of your creatures are ever counterable.
That's very interesting. I'd not even really thought about that interaction between bounce lands and cavern, but love that. So Tireless Tracker starts doing its things. Clue is cracked. Here's the cavern. That's, well, we don't know what this one's in, but presumably something that's going to allow whatever the next thing is to come down. Oh, just going to be cracked actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's gonna be cracked. You can't crack a cabin. It's way too hard and large. I'm just gonna crack the clue. And here's Arboreal Grazer. Counterspell for the Arboreal Grazer. I think Joshua, recognizing that these cabins are not going anywhere and just using this counterspell where possible, Arya.
Yeah, no removal spell for this Tireless Tracker. It's so rough. Michael's already drawn 2 cards off it. It still needs to be answered. And Joshua already 2-for-1 themselves to Solitude earlier in the game, I believe. And a lot of their removal spells, these pitch spells, these free spells that we're talking about, yes, they're very powerful. They're also 2-for-1ing yourself, so it makes it really, really hard to fight on a card's axis against something like Tireless Tracker if you don't just answer it immediately before it gets 0 value.
This is sweet. This is, Ari, that experience factor that you're talking about with these experienced players. Just Michael obviously knows exactly what this matchup is about when it gets to this kind of stage, planned beautifully for Chalice, like locking things down. And this tracker is, if it gets to stick around, is just going to completely take over this game. You see Boris Garrison, the land for turn.
Yeah. You said it's going to completely take over this game. I'm starting to suspect that's already happened.
Did we return a land for the Garrison?
I'm not sure. Oh, the clue was being cracked in response to the Garrison. So the reason for that is to make sure that if Michael has another bounce land in hand, then they'd want to return something other than the Garrison. And but if they don't have another bounce land in hand, then they may just return the Garrison to ensure they keep having land drops.
Oh, that's so clever. So here we go. Dress down in response to Grazer. Tireless Tracker's gonna get in though for a chunk of damage. And it's funny because you couldn't really dress down the tracker, right? Unless you did it in upkeep, because once the land comes down, that trigger goes on the stack. So you can't get rid of that trigger with the dress down, if that makes sense. Seiju Chalice, here we go. Wow, Michael has really just played this one out beautifully, not panicked in the face of the Chalice. Just really figured out what they need to do, and they've executed that plan. And honestly, Ari, like what you're saying about experience matters so much, because like when I picked up Yorion, I love this deck and I think it's great. But when I'm playing against these not linear, but like strategy decks, like combo decks or whatever it is, it just feels so like they know exactly what my deck does, and I am like 60% on what that deck does.
Yeah, it's really hard to play because as the amulet player, like 55% of your games are against like these grindy decks, so you need to know how to outgrind them. But
Right.
as a player of a deck like Four Color, you're gonna need every single combo deck like amulet you play against is a different axis you need to fight on. So they're
Right.
experienced at playing against decks like you, but it's just incredibly hard to get the reps in against decks like them often enough because there's just so many different decks that you have to know how to play well against. Whereas for them, they
Right.
just need to know how to navigate these few grindy matchups fairly well, and then the other matchups they can focus on the linear game plan. So
Right.
it's definitely skill testing for an amulet player. Also, really skill testing to be a four-color Yorion player across the table here.
And here is Pact, is able to get fired off now because of that Besagio on Chalice last turn. That's a Colossus. No mana for dress down, so potentially safe, shall we say, for Colossus to happen in the near future. 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is 7 mana available.
Oh, and there's a second forest. I think the way Joshua won this one was perhaps with stealing a win with Magus of the Moon after Pact, but second
Right.
forest means that's probably not happening.
Joshua does have a lot of basics on the battlefield, so that makes sense. So, but here's Colossus. So let's do Colossus things. Yep, there's another one. Is there more? Yep,
The
there's
third
another
one,
one.
Fort
4.
Land.
And that was a
Okay.
Valakut. Only 4 this time.
Yeah, just like 7 mana. What? That's a 10/10 that draws 4 cards, puts 4 lands into play. That's fair and balanced.
Yeah, I think it also has trample.
Oh yeah, it's a good point. Mustn't forget.
Got big stompy feet. Can you tell we've been going for like 7 hours? Oh, I love this. Thank you so much for joining me, Aria, on this journey.
It's an absolute pleasure.
This has been fantastic. Oh, double bauble.
I guess that's one of the issues with Delirium when you run Chalice on 0. Well, bubble, not castable.
Bauble, toil and trouble. God, this is great. So Joshua does get to draw 3 cards, draw 2 cards here, right? See what's going on. And actually, there is a Colossus on the battlefield, but the deck is so full of removal. Like, there's so much interaction in 4 color. This game is no means over. Tyler's tracker was gone, so Michael lost a lot of like the card advantage that was happening. And let's just see what is happening now. Obviously, that's the pact being paid for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana up, I think. I think that's a temple garden.
And there's just
that's it. That's it. This attack with the Colossus. Do you have it? Joshua did not have it, and that is gonna do it. Michael Mapson makes it across the line with Amulet Titan in the last round of the day. What a great feeling that must be, Aria.
Yeah, it was expertly navigated by them, making like just every step of the way that last game. They just felt so far ahead of the 4-color deck. The 4-color deck had all the interaction, but it didn't matter. The amulet deck was just like slowly grinding, getting ahead on cards, and running this control deck, this card advantage deck out of cards in the late game. It was just a delight to watch that Michael just navigate that match so perfectly.
Yeah, it was beautiful. All right. Well, that's going to do it from all the rounds of Magic today. I've been HAIYUE. I was joined earlier by Jarvis. Aria, why don't you tell everybody how they can find you if they want to come and listen to more of your wisdom?
Sure. So you can find me writing weekly articles on channelfireball.com, and you can also find me streaming like 40 to 50 hours a week over at twitch.tv/hawkbog_98. So drop me a follow there.
definitely do drop Aria a follow. And if you love like literally any format, Aria is just so good, such a great technical player, and I have learned so much just hanging out with Aria and watching her. So definitely give Aria a follow. Check out Jarvis's stream as well. Thank you also, obviously, earlier to TANNON and Doomwake for covering the first few rounds. It was awesome to see them shooting the shit on air as well. And that's gonna do it from us. You guys can come back tomorrow 9 a.m. I'm gonna hand back over to Anurag just to close out the show. But it's been an absolute pleasure. I will see you next time. And yeah, have a great evening.
Yo, can you guys hear me? Testing 1, 2. I think you guys can hear me. All right. That was a pretty awesome day one. I mean, we saw a decent variety of decks, mostly stuff that we expected at the top of the metagame. It had a couple of narratives, a couple of stories. That was pretty awesome. I do want to say, massive thank you to all the casters that have been out here. But yes, the most important thing right now, and I'm going to reduce my volume because I think I'm clipping a little bit, but most important thing, I'm still, are you serious? Oh my goodness. Okay. Most important thing right now is if you haven't already, be sure to hit the follow button. For anybody who came in from Nassif's stream, I highly recommend hitting the follow button to know when I'm going live tomorrow morning. It's at 9 a.m. EST. We're going to resume with round 9 of this Modern 30K event here at SCGCON Syracuse. And it's going to be hype. Then we have 5 rounds of Swiss finishing after round 13. There'll be a top 12 where ranks 1 through 4 get a bye in the event. That's also kind of interesting. We've also got a lot of amazing casters tomorrow. So we have CCR and Lee from the Grindcast coming up tomorrow morning. They're going to do about 4 rounds. And then we have, I think Jonathan SUKENIK is an ex-gold pro. I don't know if plat, but at least gold. And then Reed Duke will be duoing with Jonathan. It's going to be, I cannot tell you how stoked I am to listen in on that. And then potentially, not very likely, I'll just be super honest. I mean, I'll set a goal here. If we can somehow hit 13,000 followers, it's a lofty goal. I'll try my best to do coverage of the Legacy event and the top 8, whatever. Yeah, but it's going to be a lot. There's at least 9 rounds of coverage tomorrow. And keep in mind, the prizes are kind of insane too. Like the pricing we've seen on the break screen, but there's also, on top of all the cash prizes out there, I believe there are invites to DreamHack Atlanta on the stake. There's 4 invites. 4 invites is what I'm being told. 4 invites to the RC, the regional championship in DreamHack in Atlanta. So, the whole quest for the Pro Tour thing, there are actual stakes here, which is pretty sweet. But that's going to be it for me. Again, I do want to give a massive shout out to Metafy, !Metafy. If you don't know what Metafy is, it is arguably the best coaching platform for online esports gaming, just anything of the ilk here, and for Magic the Gathering as well. Some of the best players in the game are coaches on this platform, and you can really learn. I mean, look, they've spent years playing. They've invented the wheel. There's no reason for you to reinvent it. I'm talking players like Reed Duke, who'll be on the cast tomorrow, Jarvis Yu, who was on the cast today, Anurag Das. You may know a thing or two about that guy. That guy's pretty smart, good looking, and yeah, that sort of stuff, So thank you, Metafy, for sponsoring today's stream. I'm going to sign out now. It looks like Doomwake is actually streaming, so we're going to send a lot of love over to Doomwake. But again, yeah, be sure to follow. Following does let companies like Metafy know that you are interested in the content and that you want more of this. And then they help support, and then rinse and repeat. Viewership matters, all the metrics. You guys know the deal already. Anyways, we're going to go to Doomwake now. Thank you so much. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. EST. All right. What time? 9 a.m. EST. Actually, a little bit earlier, even earlier. I'll try to go live around 8:45, maybe 8:30. Round 9 will begin at 9 though. All right. Bye-bye.